must be disgusted. He looks disgusted because he's not in the game.
So Jordan James there, the number 8, he's been having a block fest. I wonder how much he gives out for loans to build houses.
He's having a block party.
There he is. That's one. Taunting LeBron Lewinson. Austin thought he would be spared the wrath, but again, James just bringing it down, just swatting it down. Then another one for him. Getting this block here.
That's a lot of points saved.
Yeah, so he tried at least 6 points.
Yeah, saving points.
So James, a block fest, block party. I wonder who's the DJ.
Could be DJ Khaled.
Right, because he's blocking another one and another one and another one.
They got Kamani Phillips on the floor now. He's been sitting for a while. Let's see what he can do.
Immediately, Phillips shows his intent, his aggression. Lewinson with a good pass. Stewart on the ball.
They got Quadrant in the game, number 11.
Oh yeah, definitely travel there.
Looks like Coach Lutz wants to run the clock, and the player's going ahead to what he wants to do.
And a block of his own, Campbell. No, no, no. The Mutombo wave.
Kamani Phillips with the ball, and he slips. And it's stripped.
Stewart with the ball, gives off to LeBron Lewinson.
And LeBron gets stripped by Kush.
Kush all by himself. Can he make it? Yes, he dunks it all the way.
That was an easy dunk for Kush. I was looking for a two-handed behind the neck.
Lewinson does well after losing the handle to get it back. Campbell can't control the pass. Gives it away, but Stewart is there to mop it up.
Coach must be screaming because we just want to get out here with the win, and they're just giving the ball up.
So now they're passing it around the arc. And Clark gets it back.
There's no aggression from CBA. They're up, and they're letting the Blues back in the game. They're not playing hard.
Campbell goes all the way. Easy 2 points, and now officially making them the highest scoring team of this tournament thus far. 56-39 now. Stewart now with another opportunity. He can't find the pass. It eventually does to Campbell, but he waited a little bit too long. Campbell misses after Ricketts gives him some pressure. And a good tussle for the ball, scuffle for the ball, and Campbell is disgusted with himself.
A little bit disgusted. I don't know why he just don't go up and dunk the ball. He has that ability to dunk. Soft.
Fundamentals.
Plain soft. We'll have to speak about that later.
So
Lutz clears the bench.
Yeah, fresh 5 on the court.
These 5 they haven't played all game. See Shirley out there, number 13.
Donaldson, number 6. Number 9,
Quadrant 11 is the one that's been out there.
15, McSwain Grant. All these players along with Stewart. He's the only one who stays on. Kush goes for the dunk and it's fouled. Jamari Forrest there with the foul.
Coach Lutz swapped in all the players at one time. I figure you do one by one, just in case. You never know what's going to happen. The game is not that far out of reach.
It's just 15 points.
All you got to do is keep fouling. You fouling, and hopefully they miss foul shots.
15 points,
1 minute left
remaining. That's a lot of time.
I'd foul, especially with the second team on the floor, and they're not that good. I'd foul all of them. First time touch the ball, I'd foul them.
Stewart.
They're letting too much run off the clock. I would foul.
Stewart does well to get a touch on it. Goes out, but the Blues lose the ball, and CBA keep it.
I would want to know who on CBA can shoot foul shots right now. They're just letting the clock run.
Stewart on the ball, finds a pass, another one. McSwain Grant from 3.
Good block. How bad do you want to win? There's a minute 3 left. You're only down 15. You got the second unit on the floor, and they can't score. You know they can't score. Out foul. Straight foul.
Oh, Richards there, giving it away. So this one, we can pretty much call this one. And Caribbean Basketball Academy should come away as winners. They will.
Coach Lutz says no shot, no shot. And that's the game.
15 points. They do well. 56-41 in favor of Caribbean Basketball Academy. And they keep their semifinal hopes alive with a good win over Hoop Factory Blues, who are still in it. They're not eliminated just yet.
Phase 1 might not have any wins if they disqualified for the games yesterday. Think about that.
We must keep that into consideration. Dante Millis deemed ineligible after checks. But we'll talk about that later. Right now, we take a break, and when we come back, we hear from the 2 coaches. Yeah, so there you have it, confirmation of the score of the first game of day 2. Caribbean Basketball Academy 56-41 winners over Hoop Factory Blues. And I have both coaches here now for a chat, starting with Coach Lenny Lindo. Coach, another tough fought game for you. Where do you think you lost this one?
I would have credited to the first quarter. I mean, we got a really poor start. Maybe it was the early morning. I would have said cramp. I mean, we just really started out bad, and they were fired up. They were here very early warming up, and we got a bad start, and they went up by maybe by 15, and then we had to be chipping. At one point, it looked like we could have make it back, but we fell short, and then it got away from us.
Yeah, I want to ask you about the last minute though of the game. You were down 15 points.
Yeah.
1 minute 3 seconds left on the clock. Yeah. 5 new players on the court. Why didn't you take the fouls?
Well, pretty much you have to realize and say you conceded. So it's really a showcase, and we really want to develop other players. So we want to see, even in a short minute, what other players can do. And then we have other games, so that can preempt them for games to come. And I mean, everybody want to be highlighted, so we're giving some of them, I'm not saying less talented, but we're giving them some looks.
All right, Coach. Well, thank you, and tough luck on this loss. Yeah, that was Coach Lenny Leno there from the Hoop Factory Blues team. Now we have a chat with Coach Ludlow Barker of Caribbean Basketball Academy. Coach, when we spoke yesterday evening, you said it was going to be a tough day, but you were going to take it game by game. How satisfied are you with this win?
Yeah, we started out like we're desperate. We started out like how we needed to start, you know, because scoring 25 points in the quarter, that means that's the type of output that we expect from our team normally. I think we played good defense, and then we just kept our composure and just kept playing. I think we had some conversations, some frank conversations with each other, and young men responded, and we're looking forward to the next game.
Yeah, so you came in, of course, we saw that early this morning. Mike, who's on the commentary with me, said that from about 9 a.m. they were here shooting.
Yes, sir.
And then it showed in the game with a 56 win. Are you working on using their shooting strengths to win games?
Yeah, we are a good shooting team. I don't know. I think what we weren't doing was hustling and playing together. So we can make shots. We can put the ball into the basket. Wasn't doing that, and they weren't playing together on defense and sharing the ball on the offensive end. We did that this morning, and we're looking forward to see how far. If we can still advance, we're going to go for it.
All right, Coach, thank you so much, and good win for you. So there you have it, 56-41, Caribbean Basketball Academy over Hoop Factory Blues. This is how they did it. Let's take a look at the highlights of this game. And they started out with the Caribbean Basketball Academy all guns blazing from the time the whistle went. And LeBron Lewinson made sure that he got a couple threes up front. Here's another one, the second of the game. And yeah, the man, the number 8, was fired up. All his team, though, followed suit. Brown from the corner, another 3. Lewinson following up, trying to get a 3, but then they were able to do what they did best, coming away with a 25-9 quarter 1 lead. And then they headed into the second quarter with 29-18, getting a 9-point lead. That lead was cut down by the Blues. I'm sure they thought at that point that they would have had a better showing or been able to rack in or rail in the score, but they just kept scoring. The Caribbean Basketball Academy, they wanted it more. It was quite obvious, but they still had a few bright spots like that one there from Ricketts. And this game really, at the second half, it was more of the same from Caribbean Basketball Academy. They took a little bit of time to get some momentum, but they showed that they wanted to win this game. Caribbean Basketball Academy still a chance to get into the semifinals, and they sure took it with both hands. 50 points coming, reaching 50 points at the end of the third quarter. They had a few bright sparks though for the Hoop Factory Blues. They tried their best to get momentum, tried their best to bring the game back, and then in the end though, it was all about the CBA team. 56-41 winners. That's the final score. A chance for them to get into the semifinals. They have a second game later on. So we'll be back with the second game of today. Purple Power, they take on Blue Maho Basketball. You don't want to miss this one. We'll take a break and come right back with that game. Welcome back to the Jamaica Basketball Showcase. We're here at the University of Technology, the Alfred Sangster Auditorium to be precise. And it's all about basketball action here. The second game of day 2, game number 8 on the cards. Purple Power versus Blue Maho Basketball. I'm Gerard Morrisili, and joining me this time, Courtney Campbell. So, before we bring Courtney in, let's take a look at the starting lineups of both of these teams. Here's Purple Power, the two guards, Jaquan Freeman, Corey Clark, and the brothers, Tamari and Tyreek Tummins, playing the forward positions, Ricardo Ritchie in the center. And for Blue Maho, we have Ferron, the point guard, Raheem Martel, shooting guard, Akeem Puzi, and Hubert Rodney, the two forwards, John Walters, the center. So Courtney,
yes,
welcome
sir.
to day 2.
Day 2 indeed, and day 2 got off to an amazing start, especially for the Caribbean Basketball Academy. I had a talk with Coach Barker yesterday after his, after the day finished and everything, and we kind of had a little discussion, and it seems like exactly what we were thinking is exactly what he went with to have his main 5 and then swing alternate players outside of them, because they did exactly what they were supposed to do in the form of Austin, and Campbell came to play.
Yeah.
Lived up to my name. But this game on the floor is going to be another interesting one, because Purple Power certainly have something to prove, and Blue Maho also, as the tip-off goes off.
Yeah, Blue Maho, they have 1 win. We have confirmation that Dante Millis has been expelled from the tournament.
Which is it is a loss to the tournament, and it is a loss for him. And it's kind of unfortunate how it happened. Don't want to get too much into the discussion of the, administration of it, but he was allowed to play yesterday. They did win their games yesterday. So it remains to be seen what they're going to decide for those games, knowing that he is now out of the competition. Yeah. Do they still keep the points? Do they move ahead as per, his offering that he gave them to put them where they are right now?
Well, he was expelled because of his age, deemed to be too old.
But he just turned 21 on the year, within a few months. So it's really close. So understandably, if he has passed the date of his birth, then 21 is what he is, and that's what he's registered as, so yes. But it remains to be seen what they will decide at the end of it, especially for the games that have been won by the Phase 1 team.
Well, I bring that up to preface this, the fact that Blue Maho have a chance now to climb up the table with a win here. Purple Power would then waiting on the administrative side of things. If the points are forfeited, then Purple Power, if they get a win here, they still do have a chance of getting into the semifinals.
It's going to make it's going to create a big shuffle and a lot of high hopes, I imagine.
So that's a good bank thing. Freeman there getting the first points of the game. So this is the second game and a second 3-pointer to start things off.
And we saw a 3-point heat from LeBron earlier. So let's see if they can continue that trend.
Now, we don't mean James, people. We mean Lonesome.
Well, he certainly would like to get to the James category, as that one comes high off the glass again by the number 4 for Purples, the gentleman by the name of Clark.
So Purple Power beginning as they ended, fighting.
The Fortis family will tell you that's what they are known to do.
Yep. There's Rod Martel.
Nice shot from
his
Martel.
First 2 points of the game, cutting the lead down to 2 points. Slight lead, still early. Almost 3 minutes played in this first quarter. Here's Freeman calling for it, going for another three. Saw that it was off from early, tried to get back the rebound. That's good awareness. And it drops in eventually for Purple Power. So now they have a little bit more control of this game offensively.
And that's what they need to do. And that was one of the Tummins brothers there, dropping that one in.
Rodney from outside. Can't get that one to go. Hauled in. Freeman with ball in hand and up the court. Trying to get in. Blocked there by Rodney.
Did a little bit too much there. Could have pulled that back out and got a better look at the rim.
Martel, this time too far. But it falls to Farron. What a better man to fall to than him.
Who seems to be looking none the worse for wear for his injuries yesterday.
He went off the court twice.
Ooh, there could almost be a call on that one. Almost looked like backcourt. Oh, a good steal coming up there from the number 11. Bent takes it all the way. Too many steps.
I actually think that Farron and Bent have switched jerseys. So, yeah, Farron was wearing the number 10 yesterday, but now today he's wearing the number 11.
Yeah, my apologies. So, yeah, that is Farron right there. And Bent is in the 10.
Let's take a look at that. And one lovely finish with the left hand. And he finishes the free throw, gets the free throw to count.
So a lot expected from him, and a lot is going to be on his shoulders today.
Went off twice yesterday due to injury. Also, Daniel Davis, who's not in the starting lineup, he also left the court due to injury. Farron looks way better today, though. Seems he went home iced, probably took a painkiller or two, and he's back out there.
Little bit of a zone defense from the Purple Power just now kind of worked out effectively for them. With, we could say it was a bad pass, but they're collapsing a little bit more on the defense.
Tummins to Clark, who misses.
Went high for that rebound, did the number 5 for the Blue Maho. That's Jaden Hilton.
So Hilton, get him in a start here today. He didn't start yesterday, but he's on the court now. I guess the coach was impressed with what he saw from him in the few glimpses of what we did get to see on day one.
Well, that's what happened on day one. Everybody got a chance to see what everybody's capable of. The coaches see who's ready to play, who's more in form, and they make their changes based on that.
Yeah, this game now, these two opponents are the type of teams to try to get on the inside. Not many shots come from outside. I think, though, that Blue Maho are trying to change things. They've noticed that Purple Power zoning. It's going to be hard to get inside as easily.
That's correct.
So they're taking more shots from the outside, and I think that's exactly what Purple Power were hoping to achieve.
Well, any team right now, and especially these two, would notice that the shooting from outside is not particularly high. There's not high percentage scoring coming from outside. So clog the key, cut the drives, cut the inside moves, and allow them to beat you from outside. If they manage to sink a few, then hey. But we saw that exactly happened with CBA, with LeBron hitting his first few three-pointers, in fact, which caused them now to disrupt that defensive set and now had to come out and play because you didn't know whether it was going to hit it or not.
Uncertainty. Corey Clark there, missing both his free throws. Gets it back, though.
Evenly contested so far. Though we have a 4-point differential in the lead, both teams are playing equally well. Ooh. Ended up in a little pirouette right there. 1-foot move. As the court general for the the Blue Maho brought it over the floor. Missed on that rebound.
Purple Power now trying to go up the other side Cummins. Ball to Jarrett. Cummins to his brother. And Richie coming up short on that occasion.
Thought you were going to say Tummins to Tummins.
I thought about it.
So yes, they are trying to attempt more shots from outside and beyond the arc as well. Not being very successful are either team. And now the timeout taken on the floor. Coaches are going to discuss this. What are they going to talk about right now? I think primarily for Purple Power, they're going to be talking about getting more inside plays, but they're not being given them by the defense that's clogging the keys. So somebody's going to have to step up and make some shots as well for Blue Maho.
Yeah, well, they'll have a lot to talk about during this break. We'll take our break, a break of our own, come back in the second quarter. At the end of the first, Purple Power lead 9-5 over Blue Maho basketball. Welcome back to the Alfred Sangster Auditorium. Game 2 of Day 2. Jamaica Basketball Showcase. Blue Maho, they trail by 4 points. Purple Power, they lead 9-5 at the end of the first quarter. We're soon ready for the second. What do you think Coach Bennett will be saying to his Purple boys?
Well, Coach Bennett now needs them to accomplish a little bit more on the offensive end. Their defense is kind of okay because they're keeping Blue Maho outside shooting well, not so great shots from the outside. So he now wants them to execute a little bit better on the offensive end.
So Blue Maho would get this second quarter underway. Rodney, the shooting pass, fake shoot to pass, and a good finish there.
Did I just say the defense was looking better?
That's Hilton, Jaden Hilton with the finish.
Not a good look for that defensive rotation. So it's a 1-3-1 being played by Blue Maho in the defensive end, and last touch out of bounds by Blue Maho. Purple Power stays with it on the baseline.
That's a good start for Blue Maho, though. Not much of a lead. 4 points isn't really nothing until it counts at the end. Rodney trying to get the ball under control. He does eventually, gets it off to Ferron. Ferron to Hilton again. Hilton with the ambitious 3. That one is off. But Blue Maho keep it. Tomlin's brother. Tamari not able to
hold on to that.
Rodney again. Trying to get inside. He's fouled as he goes up. And he'll shoot 2 from the line.
Big Fellow seems to be handling the ball a lot at the top of the key. The rotation seems to be to have him up there. I guess coach has a lot of confidence in his ball handling skills and decision making for passes, but it also gives Ferron a lot more free reign to roam the floor and actually come up with a pass from Rodney and probably make a drive.
I think it speaks to how much the game has changed. Big men handling from the top of the key.
Yeah.
never used to be a thing unless your name is Larry Bird.
Unless it was Larry Bird, indeed. You sound like you're... Let me not. Let's just say you know your basketball.
Yeah.
And your basketball history. Back in that defensive set, like the movement from Blue Maho on the defense. It's giving them all kinds of trouble. Purple Power finding it very difficult to get an open look or a good shot off.
Yeah. Purple Power using that one there. Rodney from the corner, not able to get it to fall, and it goes the other way now with the Tummins. That's Tamari, sorry, and Tamari with the ball looking for Richie, who collects it, tries to get inside. He's caught in traffic, just like I was this morning.
Yeah, how did you manage to get over?
My goodness, that was...
Yeah, it was kind of bad this morning.
It was horrible. Here's Rodney now with the ball. To Martel. Thought of a shot. Switches it now.
A cross-court switch was a little scary.
Ferron with the ball. Puts up the shot and sinks it.
And he can make it.
Left-handed. Brilliant finish from the young man. He's an explosive point guard.
So if they can maintain the defense here, they can continue to creep ahead because they've now just taken a 1-point lead with that shot by Ferron, and they come up with it. Looks like a little bit of an injury for our number 4 there for Purples. Clark.
Corey Clark there went down and screamed in anguish.
It seemed like something inadvertent, not anything deliberate.
Let's see what happened there.
Ah.
Oh yeah, he was caught in the face.
Yeah. In the reach for it, it wasn't an intentional. It couldn't even necessarily be called a foul because it was just kind of one of those accidental things that happened.
Yeah, I just think he was caught in the eye. His right eye, he's clutching onto it.
Yeah, it seems like it was Rodney that did it, actually.
Both teams sent back to the bench.
I remember back in the day, getting caught in the eye was one of those things you don't like.
That's right. But it's also a good indicator of how low you were on the dribble. As it should be.
Well, it also indicates that the defense had their hands out. As we see the coach for Blue Maho, Linford Brown, directing the traffic, telling them where he needs them to be, the placement, as Clark is helped off the floor by the medics, and he's replaced.
Yeah, Coach Bennett there looks a little concerned.
Well, that is one of your stronger players, so you definitely don't want to lose him right now.
Purple Power still with possession. Jarrett asking for the ball, but Freeman not taking him seriously until now. Freeman finds a pass to
Tamaris.
And his brother not able to come up with the rebound.
That was a kind of a way off shot, though.
That one off the left iron, out. Richie with the board. Freeman now brings it back up the court.
Oh, steal comes up. The Blue Maho, I beg your pardon, comes up with a steal right there. Into the hands of Ferron. The court general misses on that one. And the foul is committed as Ferron goes back up with it after fighting for the rebound. The little man in the middle of a bunch of giants there in the form of Richie and the Tummins brother. And that managed to come out getting fouled and actually going to the line.
Yep, there it is. Went up, was caught.
So he had 2 Tummins and a Richie.
Yeah. So we're going to refer to them as T and Ty.
Okay, that works.
Ty Tummins, T Tummins. Yeah, that works.
That works. That works.
Farron doesn't get the first to drop. Shallow in his shot there.
Yeah, but a little sharp on the release, which is probably what that bounced that back out. A little better. There you go.
Blue Maho, slight lead, 2 points.
Freeman.
Yeah.
Not happy.
No. Said, Ty, that's your job. Jared, air ball. Hilton on the ball, trying to find a pass, finds Farron. Farron charges inside, not able to get all the way in, but shot from Martel doesn't go in. Hilton does well, picks it up, asks for a foul, but Rodney comes up with it, loses it though. Freeman sends it now on the fast break down the court.
Those are the points.
Finish.
Oh, very nice play from.
That's their first basket of the quarter.
But those misses that Blue Maho had just now in that rotation, as we look at the nice finish from Freeman, those misses are going to cost them if they don't get it together, because those points are the chance that they have to pull away from Purple at this point. Purple is not going to let them run too far, but if they keep missing shots like that, yeah, they're going to have a challenge staying ahead or even staying in time with the Purple power.
And these games are crucial. A win for Blue Maho is absolutely crucial. We did think that two teams yesterday finished unbeaten, which they did, but some new developments today,
yeah,
blowing this entire tournament way open again.
Anybody has a chance now.
Like we now have to wait on administration, which I hope they can clarify before Phase 1 plays their next game, which is next.
Yeah,
they have the next game.
So the next game on the card is kind of critical in a whole lot of ways.
Yeah, and they play against Camperdown Giants,
which is that to me, I could have almost called that the finals if I were going to be ambitious. But nonetheless, those are the two giants that are going to be going head to head.
That's not what you did there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Purple Power have not won a game as yet. Blue Maho, narrow winners yesterday over CBA, 45-44. If they can win this, they too would be one step closer to securing a spot.
And those are the things that are going to hurt them. They need to complete their finishes. The touch around the basket is not looking so great right now. Putbacks, not good. At least they're getting to the board for the rebounds, but they're not sinking buckets. Buckets is what they need right now.
Yeah, Richie thought he was fouled there. I heard the slap from up here. I'm not sure what the referee saw. That's a good bounce pass from Rodney. No basket, travel. Well, I see one official saying travel, other calling a foul.
And I see Hilton lining up at the line because he thinks
so the travel, I guess, was the final call.
Yeah, he thought he had some shots, but not this time.
Jared to Freeman. Freeman trying to find a pass. Jared all alone with the open look, decides not to shoot. Freeman through traffic inside.
Oh, nice scoop. Finish. So those are the things they're going to have to do to try to break down the Blue Maho defense. And it worked just now, and Blue Maho need to tighten up on that. But more than anything else, they need to make shots, and that's not the way to do it.
Oh, just a little bit too
much sauce on that.
Oh, Farron came very close to getting the buzzer beater.
That would be almost NBA-esque.
So we're at the end of the first half. Score 11-13. 11-13. So Purple Power, they have a 2-point lead. There's confirmation of it. Officials in the huddle. We'll take a huddle too. Take a break, come right back with the highlights. So there's a score at halftime of this second game of day 2 of the Jamaica Basketball Showcase. Blue Maho Basketball trailing by 2 points against Purple Power, 13-11 the score in favor of the Purples. Yeah, I like that, the Purples. Let's take a look at the highlights. First quarter, Purples, they were in control from the start, but the Blue Maho team was able to fight back a little bit. There's a 3
from Freeman.
And Clark was also in the act of shooting, scoring. Ferron was a major player with the assists. He came up there with 1 to Martel. The end of the first quarter, the score was 9-5, 4 points in favor of Purple Power. Freeman there all the way traveling in and up and 1. So Freeman again, and he took the lead to 13-11, and that's how it stood at the half.
Yes, indeed, and it is now going to be a tale of the tape because we're now at that period, the third quarter. This is make or break you time for both teams.
We'll be back with that third quarter after this break. We're almost ready for the second half here of game 2. Game number 8 of the Jamaica Basketball Showcase. Game 2 on day 2. Purple Power, they lead Blue Maho Basketball 13-11. Just by 2. A win is what they want. And they'll have to, of course, fight for it in this third quarter.
There's a lot of 2s in there. Second game. Day 2.
Game 2.
Game 2.
Lead by 2.
And
after 2 quarters.
After 2 quarters.
That's brilliant. Corey Clark.
Down to Richie.
The ball has changed from the first ball, the FIBA ball that was used in the first game. I think that the official ball of the tournament now has reached, unless each team is supposed to provide
their own ball. I think the home team provides a ball each time.
So they're using the Adidas ball this time. And the ball does a lot, to be very honest.
Well, it does a lot in the hands of some people, especially that guy. Hilton has been very active today.
Daniel Davis is on the court. He too went down with an injury yesterday. I think it was just some cramp, but he could not continue that second game that they played against CBA.
Well, certainly yesterday was a very, very hot day inside the auditorium, and today is a whole lot better. It's a little overcast outside. Still a beautiful day here in Jamaica, especially if you're watching this from anywhere else. You know, we wish you were here with us.
Yeah, at least they're here virtually.
But hey, yeah. But it's a slightly overcast day, so it's a lot cooler inside, and you can tell by the players not even sweating as much as they were yesterday. So yesterday, the injuries, we believe, were pretty much caused by the heat, some cramps, but they look none the worse for wear right now and are doing their best to get their team ahead in this one.
Freeman getting through. Flop there.
Was that a flop?
I would.
You would call that a flop?
I would. I don't think he was hit that hard.
I think he got bounced. Freeman is not weak.
No, we know this. That's taking nothing away from him. Slender, but packs a punch.
Yeah, pretty solid, you know. But it was a nice effort, nice move. Got himself to the line, and he's doing what he needs to do for his team. And let's hope they can pull away with it.
Yeah, there's a short player in Barbados.
Yeah,
Rashid.
He's
a very technical player. The last time I saw him, he was short.
Yeah,
but
he might have grown a little bit.
From what I've heard, he's growing a lot.
Okay.
And he is one. His dad was a player, national player for Barbados. Passed on now. But Rashid is one player. He wasn't strong when we used to play at school, but as he got older,
kind of grew into it.
And then when he gives you a bump on the chest,
you stay bumped.
Yeah, you feel it.
Yeah.
Another one, Kazarian Adams.
Ooh, a nice block from Richie.
Yeah, Kazarian's another one who packs a punch as well.
Well, if I remember from my Carifta days and playing against Barbados, you guys hit hard.
Yes.
And your players are pretty solid. I don't remember ever seeing a skinny Bajan basketball player.
Ian Alexander is one of those tough players. Ian is a huge guy.
Wow. Pretty much, I think all Bajan players look like Rodney.
Pretty much.
Is it all that flying fish and cuckoo that y'all eat?
I don't know what it is, but it could be. That's definitely a part of it. But it's probably they'll credit the macaroni pie a little bit more.
Oh, possibly. Okay. Okay. And then y'all pretty much are more on goat's milk than you are on cow's milk. So.
Yeah.
Farron.
Davis puts it up, doesn't get his first 2 points.
Got away with a step there, did Tummins. That would be Ty, right? Or yeah, that's Ty.
That's Ty.
Yeah. ref didn't see that one, but that's okay. All even at 14 apiece.
And make that 16-14 now. Clark gives him the edge, 2 points again.
Slow start to the third quarter for both teams.
Davis way off. That one did not come out of his hand cleanly at all.
He was watching the defender jump at him.
That's right.
Released it a little awkwardly and ended up with a really way off shot off the side of the backboard.
And I remember how a coach, Adrian Allman, always said, even if you are, if he's going for a three,
yeah,
just jump.
Doesn't matter. Just
Throws
jump.
him off.
Yeah, it does.
Doesn't matter how far you are, just jump.
Well, it depends on if you're a clinical shooter. Because I knew a few people that you could throw a whole house at them while they're shooting, still going in.
Yeah.
Ferrin with that attempt just now. Would have liked to have put a little bit more on the finish of that, but missed it. Rodney skied for the rebound, didn't get it. Clark looking what he has.
Passes it off to Ty Tummins. Shot from Freeman, banks it in.
Ooh, he did not call bank on that. I saw that. That look in his eye said, I'm gonna throw this up. If it goes in, I'm happy.
So 3 more points now to Purple Power. Looking to respond is Hilton. Comes up short. Clark again with the ball. Passes it to Freeman. Freeman telling Tamari Tummins, T. Tummins to move. Looking for Richie, but that was too high. Way too much of that.
Way too much for that. And Richie didn't, you know, he's not a short guy, but
and he jumped.
Didn't have a chance on that one too well.
Ferrin losing balance on the crossover. I don't know what he was trying
that's
to put
low.
That.
Rodney gets it back, gets blocked by Richie. Off to the races now.
And despite that scoring, Ferrin did the right thing there. Just went with his hands straight up. Didn't try to actually block, but he got some contact and just put the ball, put his hands straight up, trying to at least throw him off. But it didn't work that time.
It's Freeman.
But, but that was pretty good defense, or an attempt at throwing off Freeman from getting the layup there from Ferrin. So good job from him. He seems to be pretty much a two guy.
Yeah, yeah. But nonetheless, none of that effort makes a difference right now because they're now trailing. And the momentum has shifted greatly in favor of the Purple Powers. Oh, bad. Oh, that was very lazy from the Tummins brother right there.
Hilton takes it all the way.
And I'm going to call luck on that, too, because I didn't like the way that he finished that.
Yeah. This quarter got over very quickly. No timeouts taken.
None, and it was very quiet. No fouls.
Very quiet, no fouls. So 8 minutes running off the clock just like that. The end of the third quarter. Coach Bennett, he seems a little bit happy. So, yeah. After 3 quarters, 23-16 in favor Purple Power. They have the lead over Blue Maho basketball. It's break time. 3 quarters done and dusted. 1 more left to play. Purple Power over Blue Maho Basketball. They lead 23-16. This is Jamaica Basketball Showcase. Game 2 of day 2. They don't lead by 2 anymore.
It's not 2 anymore.
Well, this is the 8th game of the tournament.
So the weight of effort now falls back on the shoulders of Blue Maho to try to get back some momentum in this 4th quarter to try and get over the steamrolling that seems to be starting for the Purple Powers.
They're down 7 points.
That's another late whistle.
We've seen quite a few of those.
Yeah. Contact happened 2, 3, 4 seconds ago, and then the whistle comes. Richie not happy. He would have liked it to have been left alone.
Yeah, I think he thought it was going to be. Hilton doesn't get that one to fall.
And that's kind of what happens with the late whistle, because you get that feeling of, okay, all right, I'm over it. And
Yeah.
now you're standing at the key, waiting for a free throw to fall in. That shot there by Hilton brings it now to within 6.
Freeman now on the ball. Corey Clark finds Freeman, open look. In and out. Richie battling forward. Let's see where this one goes. And yeah.
Goes in favor of Blue Maho.
Oh,
That rotation just now on the floor was good for both teams. The offense did what they should. Got a nice shot off, couldn't quite finish it, but the defense was certainly well packed inside, allowing nothing to happen.
Richie has been, for the entire game, asking, begging, disgusted. He has just not been able to enjoy this one.
Well, let's see what happens on this one. He's got his hands on it.
Hilton, Corey Clark, that is, to Freeman. Richie with a shot. Again, hands out.
Hands. There was no call there, Mr. Richie. And that's coming off of you, too.
He just needs to play ball. Stop trying to officiate.
There are times when you just get caught in that engagement with the referees.
Pusey. He was off the court for quite some time, was Pusey.
Yeah, he was.
He's back now.
That's
a
good save
there from Freeman.
Asking for it back again.
Travel. Yeah, he was stepping as he was looking.
Well, it's a confusion of Freeman begging back for it so quickly, and he hadn't gotten himself settled yet, so he just kind of just hopped out there.
It's Ty Freeman there. Ty Tummins.
Oh. Hilton with a dish down low. Rodney couldn't convert.
And again, we see the problem of too many missed layups.
That's what's beating this Blue Maho team. They're getting the opportunities, they're just not completing them. They're getting rebounds inside, they're getting bodies inside on the offensive end. They're just not completing their shots.
Yeah, otherwise the Purple Power team, when they do get inside, they have converted more than they've missed.
Which is why they're in the lead.
It's just the shots outside, mid-range and outside, that they're
Richie begging for it inside. Richie was all alone begging. Please, somebody see me.
There we go again. Freeman finishing off 25-17 now, the scoreline. Just over 5 minutes to play in this game.
If Freeman can continue on this trajectory that he's on, then Richie wouldn't have too much to worry about. Oh!
That one was high from Davis, and then
that was nice.
Freeman on the ball, finds Ty Tummins into Richie, and
gives
taken
it away
from Rodney. Like stealing candy from a baby. 3-on-1.
Rodney
takes it himself and finishes.
So if I'm Coach Bennett, I'm going to allow Richie a few minutes to get himself composed.
Yeah.
Richie is out of the game mentally and almost physically.
Davis 3-on-1. Again, Ferron decides to take it himself too, and now they are getting their groove. Blue Maho.
And that's what happens with the lethargy and the lagging of a player as important as Richie. He's their big guy. He's their defense. He's their, you know, that presence that you see that changes opinions. And he's not there. So he's emotionally out of the game, and physically he's causing a challenge now, which allows persons like Ferron to do what they do best. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, man, sure.
So, Coach Bennett now.
In. We start go one-on-one, we start go show about, we start go bullshit. So we can't make a swing pass, a swing pass, a swing pass. No more. Have to go round the back. Have to do something nice before we make the pass.
Yeah,
there he is.
Show time now.
There's Richie. Needs to get himself composed. He can do it. And the break might do him some justice right now. Yeah. Because he just needs to relax.
If we're listening to Coach Bennett there, he's talking about them moving away from fundamental basketball, from what he wanted them to do, and now they're showboating, showtime.
No razzle, no dazzle.
This is a showcase, but it's not what Coach Bennett wants.
Coach Brown, however, is having a little quieter talk because his players are doing what they're supposed to be doing right now and have inched back to within 2 of this based on the shoulders of Ferron and Rodney, who have been, you know, collapsing on the offense, and Rodney been finishing the way he needs to. Just this moment. So if they can keep that up, they have a very good opportunity of taking advantage of the lapses that can occur in this Purple Powers team and have occurred.
We just saw Ricardo Richie there on the screen all by himself. Looked like he was trying to get himself recomposed. Freeman goes up in 2 points.
Like I said, he just needs to maintain that scoring trajectory that he's on.
Hilton gets the foul.
That's where we need you, Richie. Don't complain. Let it go. That's your 3rd foul. It's only 4 minutes left to play. Keep your head up, young buck. Keep your head up. Hands straight up, just like what your coach is telling you. Can't afford to let himself get dejected now. Not ejected, dejected. And get down and feel down about it.
Well, he can't afford to be ejected either. But good players notice when opponents are down mentally, and they capitalize on it.
Yes, they do. Now, if he's already playing slight, now that he knows that he's, you know, upset about the calls, he's getting called for fouls and stuff, take the ball straight at him.
Exactly. I was just going to make that point. Because if I was on the court right now and I see Richie with that attitude, he's going to fall over this game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, nice fake and drive. Ooh, I wish the finish had happened, but that's okay. You got the rebound.
Ball is in Ferron's hand. He lets it go to Rodney. Rodney from the top of the key, trying to bank it in.
No, Mr. Brown, there was no call there. Let that go. Let's play some defense. I would have preferred to see Rodney throw the fake and step by his man on that play just now.
Oh, that's nice from Freeman.
Ooh!
In and out. But Richie cleans up, finally fighting for his rebounds, and finishes.
All right now, Mr. Richie. Let's see if that motivates you a little differently now.
They're still up 4. There's the Phase 1 team getting ready. Sitting just in front of the Blues. Ooh. Secured
a win.
Well, secured 2 wins yesterday. Well, a win and a loss yesterday.
Yeah.
Lost this morning against Caribbean Basketball Academy,
who came out and handled their business.
Oh, yeah. They certainly wanted to win that game.
Oh. I think I know what Hilton was thinking right there.
He was trying to get it back.
He was actually trying to get that over to Davis, but Davis didn't move. So he had no choice but to throw it up.
Jared, I think that was a double dribble there, but I could be wrong.
Swarming defense.
Yeah.
Right now, Jared is beginning to look a little bit like a black hole. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, of course.
And that's going to upset a player like Freeman.
Yeah. Well, I hope the team doesn't sink in that hole.
I hope not either. But he just needs to get himself together and start distributing the ball a little more quickly and a little more sensibly. When the ball goes down to Jared, he kind of holds on to it for a little bit too long. And then the end result is not what they need.
Yeah, there he is again now. He'll go to the line this time. His shooting hasn't been that good so far, but maybe he'll be a little bit better from the line, or well, rather it goes out. So no foul given. B&B get back the ball, and they head down the other side of the court. The other end.
A little more movement. Standard defense from the Purples. The drive in. Off the glass, but no good.
So if we've noticed, the man-to-man defense is what they went with earlier. They've realized that they were capitalizing on that. They were able to shoot, score at will, and now they've reverted back to zoning, and it seems to have been working in favor. I'm talking about the Purple Power. And it's working in their favor again.
Yes, it is.
So nice adjustment there from Coach Bennett.
And you heard him say it in the timeout, in the break.
Yeah.
Ooh, got away with a step.
Jared again with the turnover this time. Farron loses it.
All right, now Farron had two problems just there right now. He wasn't moving fast enough to get by his defender, and his head was down in one direction. So he wasn't even able to pull himself back or even see if he had support of the rest of the team around him.
That's a nice pass there from Rodney.
And a nice finish from Farron.
So now we're all tied up, 29 all. And Blue Mahal seems to have a thing for final minute.
We call them last-ditch effects. Effect, where they actually are just throwing everything at it right now.
Yeah.
Make that effort right now.
Every single game they've played in was decided in the last minute.
Yeah.
Every game.
That's almost a style that you need to run a 400-meter race. If you're running 400 meters, you kind of keep steady until the final 100 meters or 50, and then you blast.
Yeah.
Doesn't work in basketball that well, though, if you're behind.
So here we go, 40 seconds left on the clock. 29 all. Farrell with the ball. Can he draw up a play and get 2 points at least for his team?
Oh.
No, it's turnover. Goes all the way. Jarrett gets it back and finishes.
Okay, Mr. Jarrett, you got your 2 points.
So here we go. This is where they go for it. Davis, bad shot.
Stays with BMB, though.
Timeout called.
Taken by Purple Power. They need to talk about some things right now.
Yeah, here's that turnover there. Freeman gets it, missed, and then Jarrett cleaning up the mess, the janitor. Well done.
Well, there you go. And what can I tell you? That is kind of like Kurt Rambis. So for those of you who may know who Kurt Rambis was, I used to call him the garbage man. He wore glasses just like that.
Yes.
He had the little straps at the back of them.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he used to do. He used to come in after all the messes that everybody did, clean it up, stick it back on the board. But he was an effective and very necessary key for the team back then. I bet you couldn't tell me which team he played for.
No, I couldn't.
You don't know Kurt Rambis?
Kurt, no. First time I'm hearing that name, that's honest.
I'm going to ask Mike. Mike know who he is. Played for the Los Angeles Lakers. Yeah, back in Magic Johnson's time. He was the white, sandy-haired guy with
Oh, yes,
glasses.
yes, yes. I can see his face now. I can see his face now.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very hard to not know that Showtime team, though.
Yeah. Just a little basketball history for those of you listening and watching.
Ferron calling for it. Martel thought about a shot. Gets inside. Oh, throws it up. 10 seconds left on the clock. They have to foul.
Is it outside? Is it a foul? Referee has to make a decision right now.
He's looking at the official, and it goes up purple Power's way, and I think that they are going to, you know, dribble it out now, but they have to foul here.
If they need a chance, they have to foul.
Yeah, there goes Martel. He gets the foul.
The ideal thing there for a team to do is keep it out of the hands of the better shooters, so that if they do get to the line, at least you have a chance to get the rebound.
Yeah.
So the defense should be focusing more on trying to not let players like
stolen
Freeman get it.
Oh, that was good hustle there from Martel.
Freeman complaining that his shirt was held.
They're trying to get it back here. Martel.
And
oh,
there,
yeah,
now
there
we see
it
it.
is. Yeah. He got away with it the first time.
Yeah.
And then tried again, but we have cameras here.
And it is the SportsMax team.
There you go. But yeah.
Another foul committed there. Well, that's just the intensity that's going to happen right now, because you have to complete to try and give yourself a chance. You have to give yourself a chance. So you have to make the early foul. You have to stay in front of your defender and pray. 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And of course, purple can't be lapsed either.
Yeah. It looks like some deliberation here is going on about the clock.
Coach Brown is asking for an extra second on the clock. It shouldn't have gone down to 3.
So they're obliged, I think. Coach Brown is all up in there. And another foul.
And another second off the clock.
Yeah. So that's T. Tummins, who will go to the line.
After the timeout. So the timeout does 2 things. 1, it gives you a chance to do some last-minute drafting, and 2, it kind of throws the other player off his rhythm when he has to go to take the shot. Because now he has stopped. He's probably going to get a little cold, probably going to be a little, you know, out of sorts, and then come back and probably miss the shot, giving you a chance to get the rebound
and the Hail Mary.
Well, we haven't seen any Hail Marys here today. There are no Steph Currys in the building, but if anybody has a chance to do it, I think it might be Mr. Ferron.
I'm sure he's going to attempt.
The stronger of the two right there looks like Rodney, but the better shooter so far by statistic-wise would be Ferron.
I think that they're confident that they're going to get back this rebound.
Well, there haven't been the consistent free throw making throughout the tournament. So, you know, I had a coach he lived and died by free throws. Wow. He would plan around winning a game by free throws. So we would be committing fouls, we would be drawing fouls, we would be trying to do whatever. But during warm-up, practice, everything, 900 free throws.
900. Final 2 seconds on the clock. Ooh. This is the first. T. Tummins.
For B&B, that's considered a good miss.
Yeah.
If they could get another one like that.
They're heading up court immediately. Going to battle up for this. Rodney gets it off and it's too late. Ferron went for the Hail Mary.
Didn't get it in time.
Came up short. Well, that went way over the bucket, actually.
Yeah, but the attempt came after the horn, so no chance of that one going in. And that's the tail of the tape for this one. With the win, by the Purple Power. Finally, Coach Bennett gets a warm smile out of his own angst that he had for the entire game.
Yeah, and this game was very close. We didn't expect it to be this close. We did know that there was going to be a winner, but we didn't know that it would come down to just 2 points. Yeah, so it was a really good game between two teams. Blue Maho basketball, who are searching for a semi-final spot. So too Purple Power. And 31-29, that's how it ended. When we come back, the coaches will have their say. Just in case you missed it, Blue Maho basketball, they fell by 2 points to Purple Power. 31-29, the final scoreline, 2 points separating these teams. Second game of day 2, Jamaica Basketball Showcase. Let's have a chat now with the coach of Blue Maho basketball, Coach Brown. Coach, tough loss for you. You brought this one down.
Another one. I mean, as I said, I have a fairly young group, and basketball is a really technical sport that is usually played from the mind, a cerebral sport. And my players, they need to learn how to remain composed and take control of the game when they have it, right? The game came down to just one possession where we threw the ball away early in the fourth quarter, which swung momentum to the Purples. But I mean, it's a learning experience, it's a learning process for my team.
Yeah, you still have a chance to qualify for the semi-finals though. You have a tough game later on this evening. How do you go about to win that one?
There's a strong possibility that we can win. I think my team we are good enough to compete with any of these teams here. But I mean, if we had more players on the bench, I could have went deeper in the bench. But nonetheless, I'm looking forward to later's game. We're going to talk over this game and see how much we can learn from it in order to proceed to the other game.
All right, Coach, thank you so much. Yeah, that was Coach Brown there from Blue Maho basketball. Now it's time to have a chat with Purple Power coach Orville Bennett. Coach Bennett, finally a win.
Finally a win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think day 2, they got some rest. Nervousness was less, and changing teams. Truth be told, we faced tougher opponents yesterday, and probably some injuries and other little niggles would have affected some of the teams. So the quality of the play might not be as sharp as it was with the anticipation of yesterday. So my team did a better job today, and I'm happy for the win.
Let's focus a little bit on Jarrett. You stuck with him even though the offense slowed down a bit every time he got the ball. What was your rationale by having him on the court, sticking him there, and he came up with a good cleanup that eventually won you the game?
Well, yeah, when you have something good, you have to stick with it. It won't be manifesting itself all the time, every possession, but you know your game plan, you know your opponent, and you know his teammates, because they are galvanizing around him, so it works. All
right, Coach, thank you so much, and congratulations on your first win. Yeah, that was Coach Bennett there from Purple Power team. Let's take a look at the highlights. 31-29, this one ending. Purple Power started with momentum, of course. There's Freeman with a shot, banked it in, and of course from there it just went up for the Purple Power. They were in control of the first quarter. The Blue Mahou teams through Rodney, Martel and Ferron did try to fight back a little bit in the first half, then eventually taking the first quarter to 9-5. They were down, was the Blue Mahou team, but in the second quarter it came down to Purple Power. They took a little bit time to score, only getting 4 points in that quarter, both of them coming from Freeman, and Blue Mahou then crept up, getting 6 points, 11, 13, 11. That's how it would stay at the half. And then from there, Blue Mahou seemed to have taken a slight lead in the third quarter, got to the line, converted as many as they could, but Purple Power was not about to let them slip away. It came very, very close in the end. And of course, in the third quarter, Freeman led the team, as did Hilton lead the Blue Mahou basketball team. And they were very, very close in the third quarter. And then it went down to the fourth, leaving it all to play for Blue Mahou. 2 possessions, they got back into the game, tying things up at 26 all, and that is where it started to, they fought for it in the final minute. They have a knack for bringing the game down, final ditch effects, and this is where it was won. Jarrett puts it up, 31-29 the score, and a win for Purple Power, their first win of the tournament, the second loss for Blue Mahou basketball. These two teams still have a chance of getting to the semifinals, but they have to fight for it all. When we come back though, it's going to be a big game. Phase 1 Academy, undefeated versus another undefeated team, Camperdown Giants. Yeah, we're getting ready now for the third game of this day 2, game number 9 in the Jamaica Basketball Showcase live here at the University of Technology. The Alfred Sangster Auditorium is where we are competing. I know you're enjoying the action so far. Gerard Morrisini now joined by Mike Curlew. And we got an interesting game coming up for you. 2 undefeated teams. We're still having a little bit of deliberation about what will happen to the Phase 1 Academy team, Mike, because Dante Millis, and you were explaining the situation to me earlier where he was expelled already from the tournament because of his age. He's 21 years old. This is an under-20 tournament, a 20 and under tournament. And they said that he would not be able to compete. Phase 1 Academy, though, we don't know if they will be able to carry forward the points that were already scored. So, what?
Well, we know that's what they're debating. I wasn't told anything about the points. That's what they were waiting on. But they seem to have recruited a couple more players. So hopefully those players are good enough to stay strong. I know Jaquan Dennis is one of them that came yesterday, late yesterday. And he's a good player. But I don't know Mr. Atkinson. I haven't seen him really play yet. I've seen him, but I haven't really seen him play outright, fully. So we'll see what happens with Phase 1 with the points results, because they'll be disqualified for the 2 games that they won.
And that's going to be a big, big problem for them. But nonetheless, Camperdown Giants, the team there in red, decked out, going through their paces. And they are the only other undefeated team in this tournament. Let's show you how they did it. 41-56 CBA over Hoop Factory Blues. This is so far on day 2, 2 games. The second game just ended a couple minutes ago. Purple Power coming out 31-29 winners over Blue Maho. Both teams there still fighting now for a chance. Remember, the top 4 secure semi-final spots. There's 1 point for a loss. So even if you lose, you still get a point, and that may be crucial in the end. 3 points for a win. Now, we have 4 games left in the day's calendar. Phase 1 Academy versus Camperdown Giants. That's on the floor now. And then in the afternoon, we see Hoop Factory Blues take on Purple Power. Camperdown Giants then return to the court to face Blue Maho basketball. And then the CBA, the Basketball Academy, they take on Phase 1 Academy in a repeat of last year's final. Camperdown Giants, though, this is a team that is very good with shooting, especially Swain, Micah Swain, the number 6. This is how Phase 1 Academy will line up to face them, though. The John Royal, point guard, Jaquan Dennis, shooting guard. Dennis came in late on day 1 and immediately made his impact felt. The 2 forwards, Peter Murray and Romario Millis. Malik Edwards at the center. And here's Camperdown Giants, the 2 guards, Micah Swain and Tyrese Spence, 6 and 7, and then Richmore Morris will be played at the small forward position. Mark McGowan as the power forward, and Cahill Gale in the center. So both teams now on the quest to ensure that they secure their spot. Of course, Phase 1 would have a lot more to play for than Camperdown Giants. They don't want to leave anything at the discretion of administration, of the officials. But Camperdown Giants would want to ensure their spot as well. And they're definitely going to play for it. They look ready. They look to be hyped up about this game. And it's going to be a very, very good game that gets underway soon, Mike.
Well, Camperdown has the 2 Gales. They have Kayvon Gale and Keneal Gale. I wonder if they're related. I need to know that. And they're both tall.
Yeah, I think they're brothers.
They're brothers? Okay. They're both tall and they're both dominant in the big post. So we'll see what goes on with them when the game gets started. I see 6 players out there for Phase 1. Dante Millis, of course, is not playing.
Yeah, and you know, yesterday they didn't have Atkinson. Atkinson is here, Richard Jr. So they were very much understaffed yesterday. And Onisia Smelly, the coach for this team, she had a lot of work to do, a lot of decision making to do, and she did so as well as she could. The coach heard he does not have the stress about making any substitutions because he does roll the subs as he wishes. But this team here, they have dead six. They have to conserve energy. They have to try to get out with the lead early and then take it home.
Camperdown came out lazy last night. Let's see how their energy is today playing against Phase 1, a better team than they faced yesterday.
In all fairness to Camperdown Giants, they were playing against, and I know this is not an excuse for athletes, but they were playing against a team that they expected to beat. They were playing against a team that had not yet won a game for the day. So they came out against Purple Power expecting that they were just going to run away with it after they had convincingly won their game, Giants, against CBA in the morning.
That was a close game.
Yeah, and it ended up just being separated by 5 points.
Exactly. So Camperdown got to come out ready for this one. If they come out slow, I know Dejon Royal and his team Phase 1 will not back down, and they'll keep pushing the ball.
So we're almost ready for this game now. Both teams about to take the court. They're getting ready for the tip-off.
This should be a good game.
Should be. We're definitely looking forward to it. And there you go, Phase 1 with the early possession. Finds a pass, and it comes up short. Swain comes away with it.
Romario Millis misses two-pointer.
Millis was sure to be missing his brother. Shot comes up from Spence, he misses. Good pass there to Romario Millis. Loses it.
Millis loses the ball. I'm figuring these players are tight to come in this game because they both probably have a little bit of nerves because this is a big game for both teams.
So we're seeing some players that we didn't see on day 1 for Phase 1. Malik Edwards. He was here, but not really much evidence on the court. Present on the court.
And Gale with the first 2 points of the game. And Royal runs right back down.
Royal couldn't get his shot off. Swain now through traffic. Tried the reverse. Wasn't good. McGowan.
I would say that Swain got fouled on that one.
And that's a good finish from
Jaquan
Roy.
with the 3.
Good finish from Dennis there. So the shooting has been much better.
Michael Swain looking for the foul. Morris with the ball.
Yeah, we know that's your prized possession as a coach, Mike.
Well, he's a baller.
Swain.
Right to the hole.
4-3 now. Camperdown Giants lead. Royal puts up the shot and sinks it.
Right back at you, Royal says. You can do it, I can do it too.
Swain finds Richmore Morris to McGowan. On the other side, McGowan fighting through traffic, loses the ball and possession. Oh no, they get back possession. Referee says ball off the phase one player. Looks like Dennis. Swain has the ball in hand now. We'll look for a pass. Morris. Cross with the bounce pass is no good. Possession changes now.
The rest are discussing. Now they changed it.
No. So Camper and Giants get it back. And I don't know what kind of pass that was there.
Swain throws it right to Royal. Royal throws it right. Almost a turnover. Kicked out by Swain.
Romario Millis missing the shot. And now Spence picks it up and carries it up court.
They won't call a walk on that.
So, Mike, for the viewers who may not understand the concept of traveling, just explain to them exactly how you determine a travel.
Well, the FIBA rule is you get a 0 step if you're moving already. And if you're not moving already, you get 2 steps without putting the ball on the ground. So once you get the ball, you have 2 steps without dribbling if you're moving.
And then sometimes
if you're moving, they give you that 3rd step. It depends on when you get the ball.
Right. And what about when you're standing looking for a pass?
Well, you know you only got the pivot foot. Once you pick up that pivot foot, it's over.
Yeah, so I think our viewers now have a clear understanding of traveling.
Jaquan with an air ball. And Swain pushes the ball right down court.
That's a good finish there from Spence. He'll go to the line, shoot one more.
Game tied at 6. And Spence makes the shot. Well, Camper now didn't come out quiet this game. They came out ready to play.
Yeah, both teams look like they want to play. Both teams look like they want to win. I think they both know what's at stake here. Camper and Giants, if they win this game, they can go easy in their 4th. Probably give a few players another chance because then they would have already secured a spot in the semifinals, which play tomorrow.
Millis with the turnover.
Morris on the ball.
With the ball. Morris
misses that layup. Royal keeps it now, trying to bring it up court. They have to conserve energy. Remember that they don't have.
Well, they have one bench player.
They don't have a packed bench.
They're young. They can run all day. Royal with a terrible shot, but he makes up with the layup. He forced the first one and gets his own rebound and gets it in. I had a talk with Romario Millis earlier. He said he's going to pick up the pace because his brother's not there.
Swain on the ball, looking for a pass. Again, gives it away. They need to work on their chemistry.
Missed, and Millis with the rebound and the shot.
So that's the second time that Swain was trying to get the ball to Gale and couldn't find him. They need to have a chat with each other. Swain now on the ball. He's thinking of the shot. He goes up for it. Oh,
misses.
In and out and behind the back pass.
Royal passing behind the back wasn't a good decision. He should have just let the ball go easy. Like I said, the phase 1 people said that the Giants, they don't play defense, so they're going to run them. That's what they told me on the side. They said, yeah, they can score, but they don't play defense.
But they're definitely trying to make use of that.
Royal with the rebound, and Royal with the shot again.
So they definitely are making use of that, running at them, but they just need to score them as they come 7-point lead as we head to a timeout in this first quarter. Coach Anicia Smelly seems to be pretty comfortable, pretty happy with what she's seen so far. Of course, there's Dante Millis on the sidelines on the bench. Now he's turned manager.
Ball boy.
Yeah.
Water boy.
I'm sure he wishes that he was still out there.
Yes, I'm sure he does. He was a bit upset in the stands when we was having a talk. But Phase 1 did say that they can beat this team, the Giants, because they didn't play defense. He said they got a lot of offensive power, but they don't play defense. That's what I was told by Phase 1. So they're going to use that against them and push the ball. And it seems like that's what their game plan was, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, so that young man there, Dante Millis, played in 2 games yesterday. He was dubbed, well, he was registered as a player, 21 years old, and as after the administration, after the officials did some checks, realized that he was not able to contest this competition. But Mike, you were explaining to me earlier that the coach said that when he submitted the names for registration, he did admit that Millis was 21 years old.
They did admit his age when they submitted, and it wasn't, and nothing was done. Nothing was said about he couldn't play.
Ouch. Swain went down pretty hard there on his tailbone.
We hope he's all right.
That is never a good look. That was a hard foul. He went up, just stood there, did Edwards, and he didn't even try to catch him. That was a hard fall.
He tried to take the charge, but then he turned his body. I guess Swain came too fast.
Swain is still down.
Coach Stumble comes out on the court to check on his player. And Kevon Gale has checked in, which we didn't see earlier.
Yeah, look of concern on the fans' faces as well. So they're still doing a check. He's down. They're making sure to see where he feels the pain. He seems to be okay for now. He gets up. Swain is a fighter. He's a warrior. Good sportsmanship there.
He's going to feel that tomorrow. Most definitely.
He needs to ice it.
He's going to try and play through it. But he has to take the foul shots, even though his coach came on the court. It looked like he got an intentional foul on that. So he gets to shoot 2.
Here's 1.
There's 2. Usually he's supposed to shoot the ball and come off the court because the coach came on the court. But they seem to leave him in the game. All right, now he's coming off the court. Richmore with the ball, going to the basket. Air ball. Layup. 2 seconds left. Oh, throws it up. Almost goes in.
Well, that's how the first quarter would end. And a slight lead for Phase 1 Academy. 14-9 the score. They head back to the benches. They will have a conversation with their coaches. Of course, Coach Smelly would be the happier of the 2 coaches right now. But of course, she'll be imploring her team to keep it up. And of course, push for the win. So there it is, end of the first quarter, 14-9 in favor of Phase 1 Academy. We'll be back with the second quarter in a jiffy. getting ready for the second quarter now. This the third game of day 2. Jamaica Basketball Showcase, the 9th game of the tournament. Got a lot more games to go. 3 more this afternoon. 2 semis on Saturday and then a final. And phase 1, they lead against the Giants. This game could very well be the final as well. 14-9. It's a little early to call though, that it could be the final, especially knowing what we know.
Well, these are the best 2 teams that I've seen, so I'm sure this should be the final. But they just want to figure out who's going to be number 1, who's going to be number 2 to see who they play.
Let's go. Micah, come on again. I want to get cool.
Camperdown is getting ready to come on the court. Phase 1 is on the court. And Camperdown brings out the 2 twin towers. They're both Gales. We'll see how they do with this. I guess they brought them in for defensive reasons and rebounding.
It's going to be very hard to get those towers down.
Well, they got to run the court too. Richmore with the shot. It's a brick. Out of bounds.
Royal on the ball, bringing it up the court, trying to run the offense.
Camperdown is in man.
Giants come back with it, but Royal fighting, hustling for it. Morris hands it off to Swain. Swain tries to get inside, finds the lane. Gill can't finish it. Sends it to Spence, and Spence does
Spence
well.
can finish.
So they cut it with 3. The lead does Camperdown Giants. Phase 1 Academy. Royal trying to spin and pass and shoot.
And 1. Fouls on Richmore. Richmore Morris, number 8.
Sending Royal to the line. I think Royal decided at the last minute that he could draw a foul and then went up for the shot.
Some of the phase 1 players on offense are standing still. And a couple of them are moving. So you see they don't have a set play for everybody to move. Camperdown is in a man-to-man. So you'd rather have them all moving.
Yeah, and the Royal does well with both free throws. And 15-11 now the score. Spence on the ball for Camperdown Giants. Sends it in the paint. The layup goes up, it's no good.
Royal with the ball pushes it. And Jay Quan with the easy layup. That's what they're going to do, push the ball.
Sween takes it himself with the reverse lay and then in.
Up, Swain drops again, but looks like he's all right.
Royal
with the spin, good pass. Oh,
that is good ball movement. They can't finish it though, but brilliant ball movement from the phase 1 Academy team, and that is good.
It was a very good ball movement. They just couldn't finish.
From Royal to Millis to Edwards.
Gale with the rebound. Pushes it to Swain.
Yeah, Swain
gets his own rebound.
All by
taps
himself.
it in.
So we're back down to a 2-point game now. 17-15 to score. Just 3 minutes gone from this second quarter, and Dennis.
Jaquan Dennis
with a 3.
That was an easy 3. He just looked up and just said, okay, this is mine. You're not going to step up?
Phase 1 get it back. Royal now pulls it down.
Royal attacks the basket.
Tries to get off the pass.
So looks like the timeout.
Yep. Coach Hurd, Camperdown Giants calling a timeout. Of course, he wants to talk about it. 5 points. They trail by 15-20 is the score currently. This is the second quarter. Phase 1 Academy. They have a lot to shout about. They've been very good on offense. So now Camper Down have to talk a little bit more about their defensive end. How do they now fix that up, tighten up on defense?
Well, they switch from zone to man, but they're not moving. They're just watching the ball. And Royal is doing what he wants to do. So there's nothing you could, I mean, sometimes there's players you can't do nothing with, but if you're not putting the aggression out there, it's not going to help. Royal is a good player, but they're not pressuring him. They're not sending two at him. They're just keeping one in front of him, and he's going to beat one. There's no one man's going to stay in front of Royal.
Well, Phase 1 did say that they see the weakness in defense for Camperdown Giants, and they're going to run at them. They're doing so with some success so far. It's now time for Camperdown Giants to respond to that, tighten up or score more. Royal, he's been the go-to man for this team, this Phase 1 Academy team. Dennis now trying to get another three.
I like Dennis's hustle. He runs back on offense and on defense. Rebound by Dennis. Up to Millis. Millis missed an easy layup.
Roy was trying to get the putback dunk, but instead he goes out, fires it from long range, misses. Dennis gets it, kicks it out to Millis. Swain with ball in hand, trying to arrange things. Gill with the pick, and the Swain floats by, he rolls by, and
he makes
gets
it look easy. Swain makes it look easy. I think the problem with these guys is they're not used to going hard for the layup in training. So when they go for a layup, they're missing because they're not used to going hard in training. Game time come, you have to go game speed. That's how Millis missed that easy layup, because he's not going hard in training. McCohen coming back in for Gale. Kayvon Gale, which is, we call him KG.
KG, that's a decent
Kayvon
nickname.
Gale, yeah, call him KG.
Nah, not Kevin Garnett. Swain again. This time he's blocked by Millis. That was good timing on the jump there from Millis. Hands it off. Goes up, misses. They get it back, does Gale. Swain now on the ball. I'm sure he'll go himself again. Hands it off to Morris. Morris to the corner. Free attempt. Swain can get it back. The open lane. Hands it down to Gale, and he's denied by the rim.
That's number 4, Segreed, a little short one that just came in the game.
Banks it in. Millis, 2 points on the board.
Swain seems to say he's not going to let them take over the game. He's going to take it over by himself. And there he goes.
Misses that time. It's pulled down by Royal.
I don't see Swain giving a lot of passes.
He's taking responsibility for sure.
He says, we don't want to lose this, and I'm going to make sure we're not going to lose this.
He hasn't been successful so far.
Jaquan with a 3 and miss. Boy, referees are letting them play basketball. It was contact down the court and no foul call. Richmore with the steal. Richmore with the basket.
And charging foul call there.
I think they was both moving. He wasn't really set.
Yeah, he moved. That's Morris's third foul now, so he'll be a little bit worried. 5 and you're out. Can't afford to be ejected. I think that was a tough call on him though, Mike.
Yeah, that's what I said. The player was moving.
Oh, McCollum swatting that away.
Jaquan with the ball. Jaquan with the shot. No. We're going with the rebound and it's stolen. And 2.
That was absolutely brilliant there from Mason. Mason sneaking around McGowan, not knowing that he was back there, and he just took it away. Swain goes up and draws the foul from Mason, and he'll go to the line to shoot 3.
It's a good game.
Very physical, very active, and that will be the end of the quarter. But
and the refs are letting them play.
Swain misses the first one. He has 2 more left.
He's usually a good foul shooter.
High percentage shooter from the 3 line, from the free throw line. There we go. He just needed to catch himself. Yeah, 2 of 3. Satisfied with that, I guess. And the end of the half. $20.19 in favor of Phase 1 Academy, the lead now. And Coach Smelly has a lot of work to do, more work to do. Although they're on top, she will want to stay on top. Especially now she has a halftime that she can use it to allow them to recover, Mike.
Yeah, I see that. I see Atkinson on the bench now, where he came late. So now she has time to play him.
So there's confirmation on the score at the end of the first half. 24-19 in favor of Phase 1 Academy. They're against Camperdown Giants. The Giants will go into the locker room and have a chat about that, and they'll come back, and I'm sure that they'll fight. 5 points separate these 2 teams. Not a lot of points. That can change at any moment. We'll take a break and come back with the highlights. It's halftime here. Game 3 of day 3 of the Jamaica basketball. Game 3 of day 2 of the Jamaica basketball showcase. Phase 1 Academy, they lead by 5, 24-19 over Camperdown Giants. Let's take a look at the highlights and see how things have gone for this game so far. It started with Camperdown Giants looking like they were going to go up early in this one. They did get in the first points of the game. And then from there, Phase 1 just took the offense to them. They've picked up on the fact that Camperdown Giants are not very strong on defense, but this man here, Swain, has been doing it justice for the Camperdown Giants team. And there he was again. At the end of the first quarter, there was a lead, 5-point lead for Phase 1 Academy. 14-9 at the end. Spence there, he got a couple points on the board, but it's all about Swain. In the second quarter, they were able to get 10 points to the score. They added 10 points, both of these teams. Swain was the main man to score for them. Dennis there knocking down a 3 for Phase 1 Academy, took them up by 3 at that point. And there was a tussle. Of course, here was a good steal by Mason, and he was able to put it back. 24-19 at the half. That's how it stays right now. And we'll take another break. When we come back, we'll have to start the second half for you. Almost ready for the second half of this game between Phase 1 Academy and Camperdown Giants. 24-19, a 5-point lead for Phase 1 at the half. This is one that both teams, two undefeated teams, would want to win. Now, information coming to hand, they are yet to have an official meeting to decide whether Phase 1 Academy will keep their points or not from the 2 wins that they got. Of course, those 2 wins came with Dante Millis in their squad. Dante in the black shirt there on the bench, not eligible to play. And I guess they will take into consideration, Mike, the fact that his age was declared before the tip-off.
Yes, it was declared before the tip-off of the season. And nobody said anything until he played the 2 games, which I guess, I don't remember which team complained, but when the teams complained, I guess because they lost. I'm not sure.
And declaring, that declaration was not verbal. That came in the fact that they did not fake his age. His age is there.
Yes.
And then the official declaration from the coach was made saying that this guy is 21 years old.
Yes, and it's on the team list also.
So there you go. Maybe all of that has to be taken into consideration. That is a fault now on the officials.
And that was Dante's brother, Romario, with the 3-pointer. And Mark McGowan up with the 2.
So Camperdown now on the fight back. Already reaching in was Segre.
Daniel Segre with the reach.
That was just a moment.
He was trying to throw it in, and it looked like he got stuck.
Well done for Morris. A good spin trying to put it up. Comes up short. Royal finds a pass to Dennis. Back to Royal. Swain comes on with it all by himself now. 2-on-1. Spence.
Good block. He had a finger on that.
Morris back with the ball, hands it off to Swain, who catches and shoots and scores it. So the chance for the 4-point play for Swain. The ability to draw the foul and still sink it. Brilliant.
We know who the man is for Camperdown. Hands down. Swain is keeping this team in the game.
Misses a free throw. Random, well, rare thing. Swain gets it back now. He has control of the possession. Euro step, blocked. Blocked again.
It's foul on 4. Daniel Segre, foul on Daniel Segre, number 4.
That's the second.
I wonder how many points does Swain have at this point?
Sure, it's past 10. It's a game high. Well, between him and Royal, they're going for game high.
I'm checking Swain because he's doing all the scoring for Camperdown.
Well, Spence was able to deliver 2. McGowan had 2 of his own.
Segre with the shot.
Too much on that one for Royal.
Royal throws it over Millis's head.
Swain with ball in hand again to Morris. Morris has been quiet this game. Scoring-wise, Segre again with a shot, and that one looks good.
That one's good. And he kept his hands up in the pose.
He felt that one. So now the lead is cut to just 2. 15 points for Swain.
Swain has more than half his team's points.
Royal with the dunk.
Nobody cut with the cutter. You're supposed to... Nobody cut with the cutter. You got to cut with the cutter or that's going to happen to you.
Morris.
You know, sometimes a dunk hypes your team up.
And that's
Segre
2 more
with
there
another
from
one.
Segre. So Segre's feeling a little hot himself.
Bad pass. McGowan goes on the... bench and Gale comes in.
That's
Camille Gale. Yes.
Swain now finds a pass.
And Swain again with 3. And Swain with the block.
So now he's on both ends of the court dominating. And look how momentum has shifted as well as the lead. 33-31 now to Phase 1 Academy. This is a very close game. Royal kicks it out to Mason. Mason charges in the paint and is
he's fouled by Richmond. Morris.
That's his 4th. So Morris now is in a danger zone. Still a lot of basketball to play. And one more foul and he's gone.
Looks like coach is sending in Tulloch for Morris.
Yeah, so Morris, he will have to sit for a while. Coach Hurd can't afford to lose it. Even though he has had...
Mason's got to make these shots. His team is down.
And so Morris has had a pretty quiet game. Picking up a couple of assists, but nothing significant.
Swain again
is brought down.
Look like he tripped. He's tripped. Phase 1 ball. Man was standing still. Alex Royal to the basket. He gets fouled. This is going to be between Royal and Swain. Mano y mano. We're going against each other. We're going to show who is better and whose team's going to come out on top. The Giants fought back in this game. They was down. They fought back and now they're up 1. Royal at the line, shooting 1. And then the next one. He makes the first one. We got 1 more left.
So it's all tied up now.
And Royal puts Phase 1 up
by 1.
Here comes Swain with the ball.
14
Swain
points
passes
now.
it.
14 points now for Royal. Tolo going for a pass to Gale and misses. That one goes straight out. And this is the third game of the day.
This is a really good game.
Probably the best we've seen so far of the tournament. 33-32 now in favor of Phase 1 Academy. They have a slight lead. Mason with the ball. It's actually Peter Murray. Spence. Put back is no good from Gale. They go for a long pass. Dennis gets a fingertip on it.
Oy.
And
they crash into each other and crash into the wall.
yeah, but Royal is good.
Both of them are good.
Royal got up, chewed gum twice and went on his way.
These are 2 good athletic teams, and they're getting up and down the court right now.
Swain to Sigri, who's
Sigri,
hand is hot,
air
he misses. Spence does well to get it off.
Gale up, misses. Couldn't get the rebound.
Sigri gets it back, gives it to Tolo, who's on the corner, in the corner, double team on Swain, and they don't get the shot off.
Shot off
in time. So tied game. Well, 1 up. So yeah, there you go. We have a 1-point lead. Of course, all of you watching the SportsMax channel on the app as well are enjoying this one. And here's the score at the end of the third quarter, 33-32 in favor of Phase 1 Academy. Giants had a lead coming up to the end, but Phase 1 took it right back, and we'll be right back with the fourth quarter. We're back now, waiting on the fourth quarter in this cracker-jacker of a game. 33-32. Phase 1 Academy with the lead. Camperdown Giants very close. And they are definitely in a fighting mode. Swain, 18 points, a game high 18. Royal for Phase 1 has 14 points.
Daniel Segre about to throw the ball into Swain. Swain has been letting everybody know who I am. I am him, he says. Segre with a 3. Missed.
McGowan fighting for it back. Can't keep it. He does hustle for it. So too does Dennis, and I think there will be a jump ball there.
Phase 1 ball, phase 1 ball, jump ball, phase 1.
So the jump ball is changed into a possession now. So there's no actual jump for it.
Jaquan with a 3, misses. Rebound, phase 1.
Mason to Millis.
With a 3, misses.
Spence comes up with it. Gives it to Swain, who has the open look. He'll take a shot, and of course he'll oblige.
Swain says this is my day. I'm not gonna make y'all ruin it. Camperdown up 2. And of course, Camperdown goes into a zone defense. So why did he take the ball back out to the... He had an easy layup inside. Why did he bring it back out?
And it resulted in a miss. Chance. Spence on the inside, going for 2. A long 2, not able to get it. Swain is down. Screamed in anguish, and then he went down. But he's back up, and he's okay as they toss it for him.
Millis with the rebound and in. Daniel Segre's bringing the ball up, gives it to Swain.
Swain.
Tied score, Swain with the ball.
It's still locked. 35.
The player keeps moving. It's a moving pick. He keeps moving.
That's Gil.
That's on. Oh, my fault. What did he call?
I wasn't able to see the referee there.
He said hold it.
Swain into Gil. Gil can't get it. Swain comes up with it. Millis to Dennis and 2.
Phase 1 takes back the lead.
So the lead has changed now.
This is a really nice game. I'm not talking too much because I'm in the game. I'm dribbling the ball and I'm bringing it up court. And I'm grabbing the rebounds.
Spence has the ball now. Back to Swain. Swain looking.
Looks like they're going to live and die with the 3. Swain
misses again. Millis, was that a pass?
And that was a shot, short shot, but Millis caught it. He should have made an easy layup.
Dennis, I'm sure that would be a charge. Yeah,
it's a charge on Dennis.
Definitely. Yes. Swain did well to take that charge there, though. That was a very, very tough charge.
Timeout on phase 1.
Yeah. So Swain is still on the ground. Of course, he'll have to catch his breath. That was a...
Looks like Camperdown is taking a lot of 3s, and phase 1 is taking a lot of layups. Phase 1 is going straight to the basket. Camperdown shooting 3s.
Yeah, I'm sure. And we'll see who wins this one very, very soon. Timeout now for phase 1. And Swain, the win knocked out of him.
To the basket, but we're not score.
That's listening on Coach Smelly.
Because we're not secure the ball and go up strong. We have to do some little flimsy thing. And we're pat a cake. Go straight up with the ball. Fine if you get the contact, okay. And what? Score the ball. Straight up. We'll make the game harder for ourselves. All right, so we have 5 minutes leave. 5 minutes.
Our give effort, countless effort, every loose ball.
Coach Brown and Coach Stumbo.
Yo, remember on the rule, no, man, and be aggressive. Hey, you know what happened to you? When you're not catching the ball. Catch the ball before doing it. I would fuck the ball between the ball between your legs. Come on, we need it.
Stone realized he was on camera and stopped himself.
Apologize to our viewers.
Yell out to coach, but we're good.
So, of course, we do know how things can get heated. We've seen many coaches in the NBA really take it out on their players, especially Doc Rivers, Greg Popovich.
If they're not doing the right thing, you got to take it out on them.
Yeah, very, very.
And if they're important to you, you got to let them know.
Yeah. Of course, you can watch the NBA, SportsMax, and the SportsMax app. It's on break right now, but in October, we return. You don't want to miss it. Of course, we got a lot of good content, of course, on the app and on the channel, including Jamaica Basketball Showcase.
So you get back to NBA in October?
That's right.
Okay. I have to check it out.
You should.
SportsMax.
Before that, we have
there's a kickball on Swain.
Schoolboy football coming up in September. GPL as well returns. So,
coach said, confirm the ball. They're just tossing the ball up at the basket at this point. We want easy shots. He wants a pick.
Swain. Not a good pass there from Seagrave, but Swain makes it work. He floats it in, and adds to his tally. Mason now finding the pass to Millis, who goes out to Royal, who goes up for it, and we saw from the time that left his hand, I think it was
that looks sweet when it left his hand. We call it Royal Alex when he's not officially Dejan. Mark McCone loses the ball. Jaquan gets the ball. Brings it up. Millis, he gets hit, can't finish. I'm trying to figure out why he turned his body. Is he afraid of contact?
It could be.
These young people nowadays, they just don't like contact. They're afraid of contact. If he'd have went straight up and got the contact, he probably would have made the shot.
You know, there are a couple of players that we've seen here in this tournament that are not afraid of contact. Austin, one for sure.
They're avoiding contact instead of going at it.
Ferron doesn't mind getting a bump.
Oh, he loves the bump. I think more he gets bumped, the more he likes the game. If he's not bruised, he's not playing.
Daniel Davis, too, another one that doesn't mind being bumped on his way up. I think most players who we've seen not really be afraid of the contact come from Blue Maho.
True. And they're short.
That's right. So I guess with the expectation of being bumped, we've learned to like it.
What's the shot selection for Swain? Because he's putting that ball up a lot. How many shots has Swain has? That we need to know. He's putting that ball up.
So he moves now to 25 points.
41-41.
Tying the game. Royal trying to go for that.
Shot the ball. There's nobody in there to collect a rebound. Nobody. I think that's a foul because he was disgusted with himself. He knew he shouldn't have took that shot with nobody down there to catch a rebound. Nobody to box out. Nobody for nothing.
Yeah.
He took a bad shot.
Pointing at himself, talking to his coach. Saying that was my fault. I'm sorry.
Morris is back in the game with 4 fouls.
And he goes straight to the line. One and out. Camperdown lead by 1. We're quickly coming down to the end of this game. Seagree does well. Mason with a shot from outside. He hasn't shot that many. And I think
that's it for Seagree.
Yeah.
Richmore will be sitting on, what did he call it? Out of bounds?
I think they're deliberating. What is it? So yeah, that's a foul.
That's a foul. Yeah. Richmore Morris should be out of the game.
Should have been. Well, I think they're trying to.
Points, do the points count? Do the points count? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because Richmore fouled out the game.
Yeah, he's out now. Sitting. Morris is out. He's gone. 5 fouls. He just left the court. I think they were trying to calculate it.
Yeah, his replacement hasn't come on yet, but he scored. They left him in the game and he scored. So the coach, Naren, is upset that he stayed in and other people played and they scored.
Yeah, so
and here comes, is that Kamar Allen or Tata? They're trying to figure out what went on.
So right now the score we have is 43-42. That's also the score on the boards down here.
Right. That's because when Richmore fouled out, they played on. Because nobody said that Richmore fouled out. The table didn't reflect that to the referees. They played on. Royal made a layup. And then the coach was upset. That's why they said, oh, Richmore fouled out. Richmore Morris, number 8, fouled out. So we're trying.
So
the refs let it go on. So it's not the team's fault, it's the refs' fault. But we'll see what the refs do.
So normally what happens is the player who's
they take the play
out,
back over from the beginning. So the score should be 41-42.
So they usually let the player walk off the court, replace, and then they proceed.
Yeah, they took off the points. That's what they're supposed to do.
So 41-42 now. And we're back right here.
It took them too long to figure that out. He got bumped, and then there's 2 fouls on that play. The first player got fouled, and the second player got fouled. They caught the second one on the shot.
Yeah, so still a 1-point advantage now for Camperdown Giants. It could very well be cut down and Phase 1 Academy overtaking again. But now they have a chance to just tie it up. That one is no good from Millis. That's his first of 2.
Millis misses both of them.
McGowan comes down with the board. Swing with the ball.
Swing with the ball, and you know what he's going to do with it. Oh, he passes it. It's a 2-pointer by Segresoff.
Clark, he's just stepping out of bounds, couldn't hold his balance.
He tried. 2:35 left. Phase 1 down 1, 41-42. Camperdown Giants with the lead. Camperdown is still in the zone. Jaquan with the fake. Go. Camperdown ball.
And that is exactly what Coach Smelly was talking about.
Now it looks like Jaquan is on Swain full court. They don't want him to touch the ball.
Spence looking for Clark with that pass. He gets it back somehow. McGowan misses the putback. Seagree thought about putting it in. Gives it to Swain instead. Swain now has to.
We get a new clock, so we'll see how that goes.
Swain goes through. Try to fight through traffic.
Missed.
Comes up short. Now we go the other way. Millis to Dennis.
Jaquan.
Dennis to Mason. Mason goes through and he's blocked.
Smelly switch up to man-to-man, and then she's guarding Swain full court. She don't want Swain to get the ball. Timeout. Phase 1. That looked like McGowan with the block. Phase one keeps the ball. Down one.
42-41 in favor of Camperdown Giants. Phase one Academy not out of this one. Neither team out of this one. We have just over a minute to play.
I'd like to see the inbounds play Coach Smelly draws up for this one.
I don't think she's drawing up a play. I think she's just coaching.
Well, we need at least, well, maybe they have a play she's calling.
It's not simple. You're going to score.
I think she had a play she called and said when it goes through, just make sure you score. And Stumble's throwing up plays with money. You got coins there. Coach Stumble with the money ball. So I guess Swain is the money guy, so the play must be for Swain because he's giving all the money today.
They'll have the ball, Phase one Academy. Dennis with the inbound pass. Finds Royal. Royal to Millis. Millis looks, opts not to take the shot. Carries the ball instead. Mason all by himself. They feel comfortable leaving Mason alone. Dennis puts on the shot and sinks it.
Good three by Mason. Oh my goodness.
Now we have a game in hand. 44-42 in favor of Phase one Academy.
I don't know why they don't put two people on Swain. I don't want him with the ball. I want him getting the ball. I got to trap him and get the ball out of his hands.
And he comes up short this time. This way, Royal draws a foul out of swing.
See, Swain has 25 out of the 42 points. I want two people on Swain as soon as he crosses half court. I got to trap him. I get the ball out of his hands because nobody else on that team is hot.
So that's like another timeout has been called, this time for Camperdown Giants. 44-42 now. Phase one Academy tilting momentum to them, well, to their side.
Richmore Morris is on the bench. He fouled out, but he didn't give us anything today.
No, he was totally out of it. Hardly took a shot, missed a couple of free throws, got a couple of assists early in the first quarter, but nothing really from Richmore. And this from Dennis, who's been having a good shooting game and a relatively good shooting game.
And he does the ice tray.
Yeah, they're watching basketball. Maybe they're watching the NBA on SportsMax.
Yeah, gotta be SportsMax.
Yeah. Or the app, of course, you can watch it on the go. Anywhere you are, tablet, mobile phone, it's all there.
You see Coach Brown discussing with his team, and Coach Stumble's discussing now. They're down 2. It's Phase one ball. Camperdown Giants down 2.
1 minute 13 seconds on the clock.
Coach,
2 points separating them.
Coach says one stop. That's all we need is one stop at a time. One stop. The ref sends everybody. Okay, here we go. Clock is going. Camperdown is in the zone. And Phase one says we're going to take our time with the ball. We got the lead. We just want one shot. We're going to run the clock down. And if we don't score, we're going to play hard defense. I guess they're going to wait for the ref. See, the ref starting to count. Now that's when they start playing to attack the basket. That was a terrible shot. They waited too long.
Swing now on the ball. Looks like
why don't they have two people on swing?
Oh, they were thinking about the double team, but Royal backed out of it. McGowan has it. The big man loses it, though, as he has so many times in this game. And this should be the dagger. Yeah. 28 seconds now. We have a 2-possession game. 27 seconds. What can they pull up? Secret with the ball. Swain has it. The foul.
They foul. They're not going to let Swain get away. 20 seconds left. tough game. Swain's doing everything he can to keep his team in the game. Yes,
that one falls.
He makes the first one. I'd like to see overtime right now.
Yeah. 20 seconds on the clock. They're down 4.
Swain smooth on the foul line. I would have called a timeout and advanced the ball. Swain with the foul on Dijon.
16 seconds left on the clock. Possession with phase 1. They go to the line. That's Royal. That's not the man that you want at the line because he can shoot them from there.
16 seconds left. All he needs is 2.
Now, Camperdown calls a timeout.
They're trying to freeze Royal. Let them think about these foul shots. In Royal's mind, I need to make one, the first one. Once I make the first one, the second one is easy. I've seen Atkinson come to the game, but Atkinson's been on the bench all day.
Yeah, probably he was not warm enough to be in this game.
True. Atkinson, who plays or scrimmages with the under-17 national team that's in Puerto Rico. Where are they? Puerto Rico right now, or where they at playing?
Yeah. So here we go.
Royal makes the first one. Now, Camperdown has to score 3. So do we jump on Swain from the point goes in, or what do? We jump on Swain. We got a double team Swain. And he missed the layup.
Yeah, and that should be it.
You couldn't afford a jump ball there. You're supposed to grab the rebound and secure it. A lot of these players like to grab the rebound and hug up the ball, and the other player comes and grabs it. Timeout, Camperdown.
3 points separate them. One shot, and that's a 3. Can send this to overtime. Not much time left on the clock. I think about 8 seconds.
You got to guard the 3-point line. I'll give up the 2.
Yeah, but that's still enough to.
I will give up the 2 and guard the 3-point line.
Coach Hurd now is trying to draw.
I would send 2 at Swain.
Well, Swain didn't really pick up since the third quarter. At the end of the third, we had 15 points. Coming into this quarter, he's added 12.
Baller. Played his heart out this morning. I wonder if we have enough this afternoon.
Let's see. We still need one more win to go.
I would guard the 3-point line.
So here we go. Swain is fouled.
I'd rather him foul than shoot the 3. He's not shooting. As long as he's not shooting, it's okay. 7 seconds left. That's a smart foul, if any. I'd rather him get fouled there than foul shooting the 3. He gets 2 for that. You're still up 1 if he scores. He missed. You get the ball in Royal's hand and get him to finish out the game. Watch out.
Would you have tried to get back the rebound there? Knock it off the glass and keep it
No,
up.
because there's 7 seconds left. You have time to play some defense. There's 2 points. You can get the quick foul, send them to the line. Hopefully they miss. Phase 1 should want to advance the ball at this point.
This is something on Coach Hurd, I think, when he says. So down to 7 seconds. 1 possession.
Yeah, this has got to be a quick foul. Got to be a quick foul.
Royal to swing. That's not the man that you want to foul, though, because he goes to the line. He's been shooting.
What they're hoping is he miss.
He hasn't missed that many today.
Well, you got to miss something.
Yeah, missed that one.
And there it goes. That's their chance now. He missed one. They hope he missed the next one, but phase 1's hoping he makes it. And he misses, but they get the ball back, and he gets fouled again.
And that is not what you want. You have to go up there and grab your board.
Who is supposed to box out the shooter?
Grab your board.
What I want to know, who's responsible for the shooter? The shooter shot and got the rebound. Looked like Swain says it's my fault. I'm responsible for the shooter, coach. I let him get in there. I let him get the shot. Swain responsible for the shooter again. And he doesn't go for the shooter.
Yeah, so they have to try and get the 3 off now. They can't do that. Good defense. And they win this one. Phase 1 Academy.
Without the big man, Dante Millis. They said we deserve this. We deserve those 2 wins we got already. Because look what we did. We didn't need him. Let's see if they take those points or they give him them points from their first game.
Yeah, McGowan there should have tried to find the pass earlier. He tried to dribble it out. That was the problem. And from the time he got the ball, from the time they collected a rebound, Swain was asking for it. McGowan opted not to, and then he realized late, and then they paid for it. A brilliant, though, defensive stop from a triple team there that included Royal.
But McGowan can shoot the 3, you know, but he chose not to shoot or not to throw the ball at the rim.
Yeah, but he needed to get it up the court as fast as possible.
Nah, he could have took a couple dribbles and shot it. He just was unsure what to do with the ball, looked like to me.
Well, Hurd still smiling, Coach Hurd, even though he comes out on the losing end this time. 48-45 in favor of Phase 1 Academy over Camperdown Giants. They're into the semis. Still some deliberation to do about their future, but we'll take a break now. When we come back, I'll have a chat with both coaches. Yeah, so we're back here after a very good game between two of the undefeated teams up until this point. Phase 1 Academy coming out 48-45 winners over Camperdown Giants. Let's have a chat now with the coaches, starting with Coach Nyron Hurd. Coach, you were smiling at the end of this result, though. Not too bad about this loss.
Two very good teams, very competitive teams. A team has to win and a team has to lose. Unfortunately, we are losers today. And you know, with sports, there's really no losing. It's just a lesson. And we had our lessons. So hopefully both teams go through and we meet where we're supposed to.
Yeah, Swain had a game-high 28 points. How instrumental has he been in this team in terms of shooting?
He's a leader. He's our captain. He doesn't lead us only in scoring. He leads on and off the court. A magnificent player, a magnificent person. We're glad to have him on our side.
You have another game very shortly, and how you're going to rest up during the little break?
So it's now about recovering. It's a tournament, a long tournament, tough one. So we learn from this game. We'll go back to the drawing board and we'll move forward.
All right, Coach. Well, we'll see you in that other game later on. Thank you so much.
Thanks much.
That was Coach Nyron Hurd. Now we have a chat with Coach Onicia Smelly from the Phase 1 Academy team. She was the happier of the coaches. And Coach, you had to push your boys right down to the end. And what do you think about their performance, though?
Definitely was a mental and a physically challenging game. Because, you know, these are the same guys that we've had from yesterday. No subs, really. And so they had to dig really, really deep. Giants came out with a very good team. Micah, he shoots very, very well, and so we had to respect the fact that he's a good shooter, but also put somebody that we know would have been able to defend that shot, and also work together as a team to defend the drive when the shot wasn't there.
Yeah, and now we know that you have to await now to see if you carry some points forward from yesterday, especially losing Dante Millis. A quick comment on that, and how does that affect the mental of the team going forward?
I'm sorry, I didn't
hear.
hear.
Quick comment on that situation and how would that affect the team going forward?
All right, really and truly, that is something that is out of my hands. I had no idea about it, and so I came in just to do my work as a coach, only to find out that that was the situation. And so I decided to come today positive, with a positive mindset, to ensure that my players are also positive and they're able to go with the task that we have at hand. And so I think once we get through with these two games, we should be fine moving forward.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, that was Coach Smelly there from Phase 1 Academy. Let's take a look at the highlights of this game that ended in favor of Phase 1, last year's champions. Got out with Camperdown Giants firmly out the blocks. They were obviously charging for a win, but this man here, Dennis, was able to knock down a couple of threes in the end. But Swain, he had a game-high 28 points. He was all about the business. By the end of the first quarter, by the end of the first half, he had 15, a couple of assists to go with it as well. And this game was tick for tack. At the end of the first quarter, it was 15-9 in favor of Phase 1. They had a 5-point lead. Both teams then added 10 more points to the tally going into halftime. There's Swain again. He was on the money, getting a put back there. And they would have responded, though. Dennis was really good on the three ball as well for Phase 1 Academy, but he wasn't the top scorer for them. The top scorer for them was Royal, but there you can see that at the end of the second half, at the end of the first half, 24-19 was the score, and then they came out with some more guns blazing, did Phase 1 at the end. Swain again, 3 and the foul. He did not convert that 4-point play, that free throw to get the 4-point play though, but it was all about Morris as well, who went on to eventually foul out the game. Royal, he had 19, a team high for the Phase 1 team, and Morris again was Secret. Secret was also had a hot hand. He took a couple of shots. At the end of the third quarter, there was a slight lead, 1-point lead in favor of Phase 1, 33-32, and then we came down to the final quarter, and then Swain continued to do what he does best, and that was score. Got a couple of threes, was able to respond though. Dennis, the Royal, he had 18, and of course, in the end, the Phase 1 Academy team was able to completely take the game away from offensively from the Camperdown Giants. So that is pretty much a preview to what could potentially be the final. Phase 1 Academy this time coming out as the winners, 48-45 versus Camperdown Giants. Both teams will look to regroup. Neither of them have secured their spot so far, but we'll take a little bit of an extended break. When we come back though, Hoop Factory Blues, they take on Purple Power live at UTEP. The Jamaica Basketball Showcase afternoon session about to get underway here at the Alfred Sangster Auditorium at the University of Technology in Kingston, Jamaica. We are about to see 3 more games played this afternoon. My name is Gerard Morris-Sealy alongside Courtney Campbell. Courtney, we've had some good games today, 3 games played today, and these are the results of them. Hoop Factory Blues, they lost to Caribbean Basketball Academy 56-41, the most scored by any team in this competition thus far. 29-31 or 31-29 in favor of Purple Power over Blue Maho, and 48-45, 2 close games to finish off the morning session. Phase 1 Academy versus Camperdown Giants. We have 3 games left today. Hoop Factory Blues, they will take the court again, this time against Purple Power. Camperdown Giants then face off with Blue Maho Basketball, and CBA, they play Phase 1 Academy in a must-win in a repeat of last year's final.
Yes, indeed, and it looks like it's shaping up to be even more interesting once we find out what happens with the Phase 1 Academy and their situation with the player that was overaged, who's actually one of their better players.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens. But certainly right now it's open for just about anyone to make a run to say we're going to go in the semifinals and we're going to try to compete for this. But it's looking for some great basketball for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, that didn't phase them, obviously, because they won the last game before we took a break. But this team here, the Blues, have some work to do. They were able to get a win yesterday, but they lost convincingly this morning to CBA, who was also in a must-win situation. Of course,
they were.
They have a chance of getting into the semifinals, but they play against Purple Power, the Fortis team, who have changed jerseys, opted for the white instead.
Yeah, well, it's a part of their color scheme, so hey, let's just show it off. Yeah. And we're looking for some great things from them, and they, as you say, must win. So let's hope the energy off of their this morning victory carries them even more in this game today.
Well, Coach Bennett says that he's trusting each of his players, and of course they are going to accept that trust and make sure he doesn't regret it.
Absolutely.
So these are the starting lineups. Let's start with Hoop Factory Blues. Nathan Ricketts and Xavier Clark, the 2 guards. Kimani Phillips and Dakiri Nicholson, Dakiri Kush Nicholson at the 2 forward positions, and Jordan James, he's in the center. And for Purple Power, Jaqueen Freeman at point guard, Corey Clark, the shooting guard, the 2 Tummins brothers, T and Ty, the 2 forwards, and Ricardo Ritchie at the center.
Based on the spelling of their names, they could both be Ty.
Yeah. Right.
Well, I guess you could. It all depends on how you pronounce potatoes, however you pronounce it.
It's Timari, so I guess we'll take the T.
We'll take it as T. That's fine. That's fine. But definitely the Cummings twins, or they're not exactly twins, but the Cummings brothers are coming with a vengeance to try and ensure that they make a win today.
Yeah, there's Jarrett there, the number 1 for Purple Power. Offensively, he's a little bit slower.
Yeah.
Slows on the team a little bit, but he came up with a big basket.
Yes, he did.
In that first game.
A key basket at a critical moment, and you got to give props for that. However, let's hope we can get him a little more settled throughout the game and, kind of add some more.
He's one of the players that Coach Bennett says he will be trusting wholeheartedly to deliver.
Well, his mental fortitude is certainly what you need. He really is approaching the game with that mental attitude that you want, unlike Richie, who got caught up in the referees and playing that emotional psyche thing where he was just lost for a minute. Every time something happens and he's dissatisfied with it, he gets lost for a little bit. So Jarrett does have that mental fortitude to be there. I wish he could transfer some of that to Richie.
Now, what about this team here, the Hoop Factory Blues? You can see Kush Nicholson on the screen right now. Kush, a player who likes to take his shots, doesn't make many of them, or hadn't made many of them in the first game that they played this morning against CBA, but he's the one that is fearful when he's shooting. There's Jarrett there.
Yeah.
But who are the players that are going to be key for this Hoop Factory team? Kimani Phillips didn't play much in the first game.
No, he didn't.
Was that a mistake?
He didn't show very much, but certainly they're looking forward to some more game and energy out of Nicholson and I beg your pardon, Ricketts. So let's see what they can come up with, and let's see what they can do.
All right, so we're moments away from tip-off for this one. The start of the afternoon session. These games at the end of this day, we will see who comes back tomorrow.
Yes.
We say goodbye to 2 teams.
Yes. It's going to be a hard goodbye, though.
Very hard goodbye.
Because everybody did play their heart out and did put out.
What makes this interesting is that you still get 1 point for a loss. We're giving away participation points now.
That's fine. Hey, listen, get a gift, go home. Smile.
Yeah, but then when it comes down now, if 3 teams have lost,
everybody has 1.
Everybody has 1. So that still puts us now at mathematically a big problem.
Not necessarily. It depends on the rest of the criteria that they use to judge. So
maybe they'll use points.
They will have to use points, I'm sure. And point differential, I should say.
Yeah. Yeah, so the tip-off there. The Blues with the ball. The clock has started. Clark to Ricketts. Ricketts with the early 3, trying to replicate what he did in the first game.
Oh, knifing down the middle, but missing on the finish.
And now the Purples are going to make sure that they bring down the game to their pace.
Which is what they're very comfortable with, aside from losing it like that, but they're comfortable with playing at a slower pace. Not a lot of fast breaking out of the Purples.
Phillips goes up, gets 2. He's on the board.
Interesting to note that the Hoop Factory Blues team is comprised mostly of players from Jamaica College. And they produced 2 actual NBA players as well. One presently still in the NBA in the form of Nick at the Charlotte Hornets. Nick Richards.
Of course, the cousin of Jamaica reggae boy. Well, his uncle.
Yeah.
Of reggae boy, the John Whisper Richards. Imagine that.
Imagine that, though.
Whisper Richards, of course, a Chelsea FC player now. So Jamaica not only reaping success in basketball, but also recently in football.
Oh, they've been making success in football for quite some time. Their name is known.
Well, I'm pretty sure, I think I will have to research this for sure, but are they the first
Very nice.
relatives, that's a nice finish there, relatives to play professionally in 2 different sports at the same time, the highest level?
Quite possibly for Jamaica, quite possibly. It's something that we'd have to research. Yeah. That'd be an interesting thing to research, yeah.
And of course, we're not talking, we're going to excuse and eliminate spouses. But I think if I go back as far as what I know, historically, I think they're the first at 2 at the same time.
At the same time. Oh, good rebound there.
So James coming up trumps with that one.
Big board, big body, big board. And put back. Oh.
There's Freeman all the way. Can't get it to fall. James with the rebound, passes it out to Clark. Clark to Ricketts. Ricketts looks, gets inside, looks again, puts up the shot. Can't get it, but James is there to collect the rebound, and he cleans up.
The turnaround hook shot.
Karim Abdul-Jabbar would be very proud about that.
He'd need to do it a lot more often, though.
Corey Clark now on the ball.
Almost poked away by Ricketts.
Richie, he has to. And he pokes the beer. That is Jordan James. Phillips now on the ball. Finds Ricketts, who takes a shot. That one is long.
So that's 3 straight from around the same general area that Ricketts has missed.
7-4 to score in favor of the Blues. Purples are going to fight. Of course, we've seen them came in as pretty much underdogs. Of course, Kingston College affiliates never believe that they're underdogs.
Never.
Never.
Very nice pass underneath, and that's what I'm saying. Their style of play, slow it down, and look for the nice slice inside, get the bucket. Charging is called on that one. Had his feet set, was right in front of the referee. Referee made the call early. This time.
Freeman, of course, not afraid of the contact.
Oh, definitely not.
Freeman finds a pass to T. Tummins. Richie. Call for a travel, I think.
He didn't think he traveled, neither did the audience.
There's Phillips. A rainbow shot. Doesn't go in.
So the Blues are going to die by that shot if they continue to do that.
So the Purple Power, we don't really see many people cheering for them. But this is pretty much a JC versus KC kind of rivalry here going on.
I could let my bias come in, but I won't.
You're not involved in this. You're
no, I'm not.
Man.
I'm not.
You're a Calabar man. So.
Yeah. It's basketball. So let's just play basketball. Richie pulls up and is fouled. And of course, the big man is saying, I didn't even touch him.
So Richie seems to be getting what he wants in this game.
Well, he's gotten 2 calls so far. Doesn't look as flustered yet.
Not yet, but we'll see what happens as the game goes on.
And he knocks made his free throw.
He knocks that down. Knocks both down. So, lead cut to just 1.
In the zone.
Trying to get it out to James. He does so successfully. He does Phillips. Phillips calling for Nicholson. Ricketts thought about the shot. Faked it. Gets it to James. James can't get it all the way in. And Clark thought he was going to get back possession, but referee says otherwise. Ricketts puts it up and finally knocks down 1.
So maybe he needs to take them a little bit closer then.
Lead now goes back up to 3. Freeman.
And here's where Freeman likes to go to work, but he's leaving it up to the rest of the team right now before he starts his
just
onslaught.
He's basically saying, well, I'm giving you guys a chance.
Yeah.
Show me what you can do. If you don't,
then I will take it over.
And I think that's fair. Phillips with a long shot.
Did he really think it was going in while he ran off?
Probably like a trajectory on that one. Clark Nicholson puts it up. That one looked good from here when it left the hands, but
nowhere to go right there. Big man.
James puts it up, gets back the board. They're working for it. Richie comes up with it.
Oh,
he's brought down. That looks like Freeman on the floor.
I thought that would have been a pushing foul.
No, that's Clark. Clark. So we have 2 Clarks on the court. We have
2
Corey
Tummins.
Clark, 2 Tummins, 2 Clarks.
Corey Clark
and Xavier Clark, the number 5 on Group Factory Blues. And of course, Tummins brothers on the same team.
A little too far under the rim there for Freeman to collect the charge on that call.
The quarter is over, but we still have 2 free throws. And, that's the end of the quarter.
Another quick quarter.
Yeah, not that many fouls.
By.
So 11-8 the score. The Blues have a slight lead over Purple Power. But of course, we know that Purple Power are fighters. This time,
This game is far from over for them.
Oh yeah, definitely. So that's it, end of the first quarter, 11-8 the scoreline. The Hoop Factory Blues with control in terms of the scoreline. We'll be back with the second. Time for the second quarter. Hoop Factory Blues 11-8 over Purple Power. Jamaica Basketball Showcase game number 4 of day 2. 10 games now. We're in. Have 3 more to go for this day at least.
At least.
And then we have 3 more tomorrow. So 16 games in all.
I think now we're going to see Freeman start to take over again.
Yeah, hands that off to Ty Tummins. Ricketts now on the ball. Finds Phillips on the other side. Back to Ricketts. Ricketts off to Clark, and he lets it off, and that's a long ball, long shot.
That's good, quick ball movement across court, back and forth. The shot just wasn't the best of shots. That slap was from way out here. I thought you slapped it.
But it did sound pretty close.
But like I said, this is about the time that Freeman is going to start to heat up.
Yeah, so he's given his team enough time to make their errors and show that he has to definitely take control of the possession of the offense. So he's going to do that now. The question is, though, do Hoop Factory Blues have what it takes to stop him?
I believe they're going to try their darndest. And I think players like Ricketts, well, we'll have to see the matchup again and see what they do defensively to see who they actually are going to put on Freeman, because they like to play the man defense when they run into trouble. And there you see Freeman again coming up with a steal, settles it back down. I guess he's still giving his players some more time.
Jared puts up the shot. Jared is trying to show his prowess. Clark
That
goes up.
should have been a call, based on your definition. Spinning, dancing, not finishing.
Jared calls for it, puts up the shot, misses this time. Clark on the ball. There's Phillips with the alley-oop attempt. Foul call. That's the second alley-oop attempt we've seen.
Was he alley-ooping to Tummins? Or or Freeman, or was it his teammate?
Well, seeing that neither of them have on a blue shirt, I'm assuming he was looking for Kush.
But it was a little way off for Kush.
It was. Kush actually caught that behind him.
Yeah. Converts on that free throw.
So 12-13, 13-12 to score. Blues still in control. Freeman takes it to the hole. Misses. They come down with it, but they lose it. Purple power. He's disgusted with himself. That's Richie there.
Yeah.
Clark goes all the way. Richie pulls down the rebound. Gives it off to Corey Clark immediately.
Oh.
Clark.
It works when you communicate. Jarrett had no idea what was going to happen there.
Yeah, no, obviously he didn't see the look
at all. But you know, with basketball though, there are those slight looks that you get from your teammates.
Yep.
And you both just connect at that point.
Or a head nod or something.
Yeah, and you know exactly what's going to happen. Well, that didn't happen there.
No, sometimes you would. If you know your player, if you know your teammate good enough, sometimes they just have to move their eyes.
Yeah.
And you know exactly what they're thinking.
Oh, like that time.
Phillips back, that's good movement.
Oh, dude. Man, no. No, I know you wanted the emphasis, but whoa.
His wrist immediately.
Yeah, he fell straight on it.
Let's take a look at that again. A good pass back to him from Ricketts. He held on a little too long, did not let go in time. Just,
wow.
Yeah, that was not good at all. Phillips, his wrist is in pain.
We understand what you wanted to do, brother. Understood completely, with emphasis and authority. But
so, the basket not given.
I would like to understand why not, though, because they would call it basket interference, but where's that thin line between he literally had nowhere else to go or nothing else to do with his hands at that point.
Yeah.
The ball slipped from his hands. He clutched the rim as a way to balance himself, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And that's just a tough break right there. It's not as obvious as the one that Royal did when he did that swing, that monkey swing.
Yes, yes, yes.
To put the ball back in.
But, and you could see from the replay that he was actually trying to let go of the rim before the ball went back in, because he saw it. Unfortunately, he slipped instead of
releasing
landing.
To land. Yeah.
Friend of mine recently hurt his hand going for a dunk as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They got to Shaquille Benty. Yeah. Was injured.
Were you a dunker too?
No, I wasn't.
You got some height.
I didn't always have this.
Oh, so you got the height after you stopped playing basketball.
This was a miracle. Yeah, but I was more, well, I wouldn't say afraid to dunk. I just didn't want to get injured because I was a multi-sport athlete at school. So
pretty much most of us were. Most basketball players start off as multi-sport athletes.
Yeah.
What were your sports?
Volleyball, cricket.
Is cricket really a sport?
Yes.
I'm just being mean.
That's the short answer. Yes.
Sorry. Okay. Okay. Because I was track and field, high jump, heptathlon, football, basketball.
I was interested at one point in time in some track and field. I was actually interested in the pole vault.
I did pole vault.
Yeah, but there was no one to teach me.
Oh, okay. Should have called me. I would have. No, but I did pole vault for a while.
There's Ty with a shot. Ricketts getting closer, hands it off to Coach Nicholson. Nicholson out. Gets it back.
I'm not sure what the Blues are looking at. They're not looking at each other. So they're not seeing what's actually available, except for that moment.
Yeah, that was good.
I told you Freeman is about to take over.
But that one not working for him, and that is good from Ricketts, taking the contact, going up and finishing strongly. And he'll go to the line and try to add one more to that.
Jarrett called for the foul, and there's a timeout on the floor. So this again looking like another slow-paced game for the moment, especially down now up into this quarter. Coach trying to decide how he's going to get his team to do what he needs them to do right now. They do have a slight edge, only slight, especially with the lurking of Freeman, who you know can get hot just about at any point in time now.
Right. And although they have the lead, Coach Lindo is not happy with what he's seeing on the court. Sometimes it's not only about the win, but it's how you win.
How you win.
I remember, this is volleyball related.
Okay.
We won a game. When we came back, the coach told us that we were going to run a mile the following day.
Oh, wow. That almost feels like punishment after you did good in your mind.
In our minds, we thought that the win was enough.
Yeah.
But he was not happy.
You see, that lends itself to the difference between what a coach sees and what your coach is supposed to see and do for you, as opposed to where you are as a player.
Yeah.
Because when you're out there, you're seeing things from your perspective and not getting that broader view that your coach has.
Exactly.
Coach Mike can tell you all about it.
And then they will have some goals in mind for when they come in. Of course, they will tell you the goals beforehand.
Yeah.
And then it's up to you now on the court to execute properly. If you don't execute to, or at least 90% of what they expect, then that's problems.
And that's what a good coach will do. Keep you getting better, keep you doing better, keep you focused where you need to be.
Yeah. You would win a game, you have another game to play like 2 days later, and then you would expect a rest day in between there. And then the coach said, no,
come,
practice.
there are things you need to work on, things you need to get right. As we end that quarter, Purple power.
Yeah, at the half.
Not looking so powerful right now, but we know it's going to happen. We know it's going to happen. I know Freeman, the type of player that Freeman is, he's not going to let it go quietly. And I know the coach Bennett is also not going to let them go quietly.
That's right. So, Hoop Factory Blues, they have a slight lead over the Purple Power at the half. 16-12 is the scoreline right now, 4 points separating them. When we come back, we'll take a look at the highlights of this first half. So the first half is done in this game between Hope Factory Blues and the Purple Power. Hope Factory Blues holding a slight edge over the Purple Power team, 16 to 12. They're in control by 4 points. Let's take a look at the highlights of the first half. Phillips getting things off with the first bucket of the game, and then from there, both teams were at it like a dogfight. Freeman, he put up a couple shots, was a little bit less tempoed shorter tempoed in the first quarter, trying to just get his team involved. And then they fought back. Richie, he was able to pick up 2 from the free throw line, and of course converting that so that they could get back closer to them, but the Hoop Factory Blues were able to pull away. That was Ricketts there with his first bucket, and then he followed up with this one and one. He didn't convert that though. And then at the half, this is where we are now. 11-8 in the first quarter, 16-12 at the half.
Indeed. And I don't want our viewers to think that just the players are out there working hard. We just saw one of the SportsMax cameraman on top of the rim. He was on top of the entire structure, adjusting that overhead cam over the rim. and our SportsMax team worked really, really hard. So, you know, we just want to give them some props for that. And I guess right about now, if I were Gerard, I would say we're going to take a break and we're going to come right back.
(16-12) it is. As we await the start of the second half, Hoop Factory Blues, they hold the edge over Purple Power. As Courtney is beside me, bumping to the music.
Yeah, this is great music.
Hoop Factory Blues, they're too focused though to be bumping to the music along with us.
Well, I'd like to tell you that the Blue Maho team are up in the stands dancing, actually. It might have stopped just now, but they were all dropping legs up there.
Yep.
Getting ready for their next game.
Purple Power, though, they'll be concentrating as well because they want to get as close as possible and then take over the lead from this Hoop Factory Blues team.
Well, they did look pretty intense in the break that they had, and a lot of discussions was happening. And then the players broke off and started talking to each other, which usually happens because, you know, sometimes your other teammate sees some things that
you don't.
Yeah, they kind of help you and guide you. And I saw Richie actually going over and talking to a few players from where he stands, what he saw.
Just shows the type of leader he is in this team.
Yeah.
Cause for it, Richie. He has been very composed in this game thus far.
Yes, he has. Left the referees to do what the referees do, are supposed to be doing, and playing his game. Coming up almost with the steal, does actually complete the interception himself for the shot.
Clark comes up with the rebound and he's fouled on the way up. He'll go to the line for 2. I'm sure someone who's watching on SportsMax called Richie and said, hey, it's not your job.
Not your job. Leave the referees. Let the referees blow whistles. You play basketball.
That's right. So, of course, not only can you watch Jamaica Basketball Showcase as Clark sinks that one, you can also watch NBA that starts back in October. We have JPL football as well as
the most impressive thing to me is if I even have to leave home, I can download the SportsMax app on my phone and I got it anywhere I am in the world.
On the go. Right now we have 3 cricket leagues going on. The Major League Cricket in the USA, Lanka Premier League, we have the T10 in Zimbabwe. Lots of West Indian players around there. I know a lot of fans are annoyed with the West Indies right now. And the travel is called on Freeman as he was able to get that one to land, to fall. But yeah, can't miss it. You don't have to miss it anywhere, anytime, any place. On the go with the SportsMax app. And even if you reach your destination, you can just switch on the channel.
Switch on the channel, and you're there.
And you have all of it there for you. CPL is coming up as well.
Oh yes, that's going to be really exciting.
WTA action for the tennis fans as well. So lots of content for you. Let's now focus on the content of this game.
Big shot there. Big shot from Campbell. Matthew Campbell.
Too much on that one.
So no doubt that Blue Power, well, they don't call themselves Power, they call them Hoop Factory Blues. But the blue effort and energy that comes from that Jamaica College unit, they're pretty much a faction like the Purple Power Fortis team.
Yeah.
What is that JC? There is a JC. What is the JC name? Purple is Fortis.
No. Yes, Purple Fortis.
Purple is Fortis.
Purvey.
Calabar are the Lions.
And the Blues.
The Blues are just Blues?
The dark Blues. JC.
Okay. All right.
Purvey.
We'll take it. And there aren't many other major schools that have that kind of presence.
Yeah. And
the Eagles would be from where?
Excelsior
Eagles. Yeah.
They've been really good too in sports, have the Eagles.
They've been mentioned a few times.
Yeah, producing 2 West Indian Test cricketers, Chris Gale, Courtney Walsh.
Yeah.
Walter Boyd, one of the best reggae boys and the most talented schoolboy football players we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't seen it. Probably you did, Courtney.
I'm sure you would have seen, tapes.
I was not even thought of when he was playing schoolboy football.
That's okay, though. That's why we, teach the young ones.
Yeah.
We share the stories so they know.
It's always interesting to hear the stories from various sports all throughout the eras, even eras where you weren't present.
Ooh. Would have hoped that one fell, but didn't.
So Freeman is now kicking up rumpus, as we say.
Yeah.
Here in the Caribbean. And
Coach Bennett flicked the switch.
He did. Gave him the go-ahead. And now he's accepting the permission and going all out. He goes to the free throw line for two.
And they'll be happy that they have a focused, steady Richie, along with the twins.
Tummins. Possession changes now. Too early on the movement.
Just a 7-point difference between these two. And that can be gone in 2 or 3 baskets.
Clark.
Nice spin. Way to fight for your rebound, brother. And to put it back.
Yeah, so that's good. And that shows the type of fight that we've seen from them all throughout the tournament. So I see that they're bringing up the rafters a little bit.
Yeah, a little more air in.
And one of the players ran into it and was cut on the forehead, I think it was. So he received a cut into that metal.
Wow. I hope he's okay.
Yeah. I think it was a number 9 from the Blues team. That would be Michael South. So he ran into it.
Couldn't go further enough south to miss it. I'm sorry. I just had to.
Clark looking for a pass. He finds one. That's Freeman on the shot.
Ooh, would have been nice if it went.
Jordan James comes up with it, hands it off, and the Blues are on their way on the other side.
So the 2 days of basketball is starting to show itself. You can see the fatigue in the players. They were a lot more animated yesterday, even though they're more controlled and poised right now, but they were a lot more active on the floor. So you can see it's starting to take its toll a little bit.
Clark, Corey Clark with the handles, trying to find space. He is
has it
stripped.
ripped from his grasp.
Ricketts takes it all the way, coast to coast. And he finishes 22-15 now the score.
So what you want to do now as a coach is you want to try and manage the tempo a little bit. You know that your team is tired, so you're going to try to get them into some standard sets where they don't have to move too hard or too much, and try to come up with easier buckets than having to dive through defense like that.
It's a big block there from James Freeman. Oh, he goes up again. James just stands there, puts a hand up and throws Freeman off completely. Richie, though, trying to finish. The putback is no good by Ty Tummins. They toss it forward and it goes out of the Blues player, Southis.
Richie smartly leaves it. He was about to try and grab at it.
Yeah, that's Winter there, the number 3 from Hoop Factory. And I don't know if you're seeing what's happening here now with Courtney, but it seems as if Purple Power Team is trying to match the tempo of the Blues, and that's not what they were doing in the first quarter.
No, it's not, and it's not necessarily going to work for them, especially looking at the movement of the players. They're not moving as energetically as they were before, so you know that the fatigue is setting in. Now would be a time for the coach to start using their timeouts a little more. I'm not sure how many timeouts they're allotted per quarter for the game, but they do need to kind of pace their team so that they can get that blast. And maybe it might be an opportunity to think about resting some of your key players for even a short moment and then coming back with them so that they're fresher. Because now you can see the lazy put-ups, the half energy putbacks that they're trying. They're not going strong enough at the hoop. And the Blues, who just are probably a little bit better conditioned, seem to be, you know, able to withstand anything that the Purple are throwing at them right now.
Yeah, they do look stronger to the Blues players.
They don't look like they're feeling blue. I'm gonna stop. Just not sure when yet.
I'm sure our viewers like it. See one change here.
See, that's his. You can hear Coach Bennett on the sidelines shouting one more pass, which means if you let the ball move without you moving, You don't use as much energy. You throw the defense off. You get yourself an easier shot. They're just not putting it together or not coordinating it right now.
Yeah, I think they're too eager to shoot.
Well, they're anxious because they know they're down and they know they have a few minutes left in this quarter. Well, at least a minute left in this quarter. And that's when you get that panic moment that you talk about.
Freeman on the ball now. They're starting to slow it down a little bit. Coach begging Richie to play, and now there's that bit of disdain now creeping into Richie's game.
The walking, the shoulder drop, the head down.
There you go.
Oh, a good steal by Freeman. Almost steal, I should say. But at least defensively he was aware. But you can see everybody's heaving. Now's the time they need to kind of just step back, settle in a little bit, and see what they can get.
Spence, well, Keys and Phillips went up for it. Wow. Phillips doing well enough to get it back, get it under control.
It was a full key contraction. All Purple Power players were in the key trying to scrap for the rebound, and none of them came up with it.
Ty Cummins stopping that one from going out. Freeman with the ball in hand. Lets it fly, and that's an air ball to end the third quarter. And Hope Factory Blues continue to hold the lead. Purple Power, that man is starting to tire.
You can see it on him.
And I'm sure that they will be loving that.
Quarter break.
So, as we head to the fourth quarter, scoreline stands at 22-15 in favor of Hope Factory Blues over the Purple Power. We come back with the fourth. .22-15 the score now as we head into the final quarter of this one. Hope Factory Blues leading against Purple Power. Coach Bennett there still having a stern word with his team, whereas these guys are just cool on the bench.
Makes you wonder if couldn't get some of them in there to get some fresh legs, but the Blues team are not the ones that seem to be as affected by the fatigue as are the Purple Power.
Freeman there, number 3. Hand on hips.
Yep.
If you remember the shot before we did go to the break, he was walking off the court and panting like a deer.
Yeah.
And he was tired.
He was actually heaving.
And stuttering in his walk. So he's a little bit tired.
But what we do know is once he has the ball in his hand and an intention, fatigue isn't going to be a factor for him in his mind anyway.
It's a nice look from Richie.
Very nice fake by the Tumin.
Gets it back to.
And gets slapped and one and the bucket.
So the surge is on. First points of the quarter going to the Purple Power boys.
trims it down to just a 5-point lead. This can make it 4.
And he converts. Three points now to start the quarter. That's a nice look and could have finished. And Ricketts is very disappointed that Nicholson couldn't finish there. Was looking for a foul there, I guess, was Corey Clark. Freeman goes up and the whistle is late again.
It was, and a little clumsy looking there, but that started from Freeman not being able to complete on the drive that he had.
Yeah.
And that's signs of the fatigue showing right there. Came back, got the rebound, still went up a little less than his usual energetic self. Ended up with 2 shots at the free throw.
Drops the first one.
And for this quarter, he's definitely going to have to make his mind up to put this team on his shoulders and take this back.
Tussle for the ball, they're scuffing for the ball. Richie, you're not letting it go.
Wonder what he said there.
That's good.
It was a good feed underneath, but not sure what happened on the finish.
I think it was just thrown off balance was Corey Clark. Phillips' hand is heavily strapped now. Of course, you know, he took a tumble.
Yes, he did, but that was a very good block from Richie. Unfortunately, they gave it away. And committed the foul.
Yeah, so the left hand of Phillips there, number 10 from Hoop Factory, Blues, heavily strapped, taped up.
After that attempted dunk.
Yeah.
Came down badly on it.
I guess after examining, they said no break. Of course, an MRI or something would be best to determine what exactly went wrong, because he was for a couple of seconds not able to move his wrist.
Yeah. It could be a very bad sprain. We could kind of hope for that rather. But then again, sometimes it's better to have a break than a sprain.
Yeah.
They will heal better. Shot clock winding down. Got it off in time, but scramble underneath for the rebound and put back, no good. And there goes Tummings again. Finally. A little bit of reward for all that rebound effort. And scrapping inside.
Ricketts now with the ball, and Nicholson is calling for it, but they're in a tussle to get it back.
Another steal.
Ty Tummings saw the pass, or the intention of the pass, and he wasn't there to deal with it quickly. But the Blues keep possession. Clark coming off. He checks out for now. Good pass there from Phillips to Ricketts. Ricketts on the way to the hoop and finishes it.
Body, man, put up. Can't block it. 2 points.
25 now, 21. That's the score. Clark with the reverse
Very
lay.
nice reverse.
That's brilliant. Good stuff. He's smiling. He liked that one.
He did.
We liked it too. Good pass there. And a hard foul.
I'm going to like that foul too for 2 reasons.
One.
First one being that he should have moved a lot more quickly towards the hoop. Okay. Second one, he committed the foul to cut down the momentum of this Blues team if they got it in their head that they're going to make a run. Because they missed the bucket and they came down. If they had gotten an easy 2, then they would have started to get down on themselves again. So he only got 1 with that, and he didn't lose too much.
That's great. Good analysis there from Courtney. Of course, that's why he's here.
Is that it? I thought I was here for lunch.
Well, Richie
We know why he's here, and he knows why he's here, does Richie.
And he'll go back into one.
Like that strength and put back by Richie. Oh, a good steal.
Yeah.
Ooh, and the foul committed.
All right. So Clark gets up
gingerly.
If you're wondering why this game is so keenly contested, we have 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes to play. 1 point separating both these teams. News coming to hand. Both of these teams who suffered their losses, and Ty Thomas puts that in to give Purple Power the lead. Both teams, Blues and Power, with a big block there coming up.
All right,
they would have lost their games against Phase 1 Academy, and after meeting, after deliberating, after some consideration, the officials have decided to eliminate the points, or to revoke the points that they would have won.
Wow.
In these 2 games. So
wow.
Phase 1 Academy now, they only have 1 from 3.
Wow.
Dante Millis gone. He was expelled because of being too old to play, 21 years old. There was a declaration that he was 21 years old at the registration, but that was not taken into consideration when making the decision. Phase 1 Academy will lose points. 1 game now, they have 1 win from 3 games.
Wow. There is no way that they can possibly make that back without how everybody would have to lose everything. And
yeah, so they get
1 point for the
losses.
So it's considered now a loss instead of a 2 points for the win.
There you go.
So they're now down by 1 point, by 2 points.
So they would have been
at
9 points. They would have been at 9. 3 wins from 3. 4 of those points have been deducted.
Right.
And they get 2 back.
Okay.
For the 2 wins, for the 2 losses. So they right now have 5 points.
Okay.
Luckily, Dante Millis did not play against Camperdown Giants, and that would have been very crucial.
that would have ended it, I imagine.
So they have 5 points now on the board. If we do some quick calculation here, the winner of this game, Purple Power, they are yet to...
Another late whistle.
Yeah.
On that play.
So Purple Power, they also have 5 points. This is their final game.
Okay.
Blues, they came very close to a win this morning, but that affected them. So they have 2 games. Well, this is their 3rd game.
Right.
Well, no, this is their 2nd game. Yeah. Their 4th game. Their last game.
Right.
Their last game.
Right.
They lost this morning to CBA.
Right.
They won 1 yesterday.
Right.
And they're on the verge of
seeing what happens in this one.
Yeah. So they too have 5. 2 losses and a win.
So technically, everybody with 2 losses and 1 win.
5 points.
Have 5 points, and they're all on the same.
There you go. So Purple, whoever wins this game, secures their spot.
That would be interesting. We'd love to see how that goes. And Farron is doing everything, I beg your pardon, Freeman is doing everything he can to ensure that.
If we look at Bloomer must be kicking themselves because they came very close, probably the closest of the 3 teams that are in contention.
Yeah. Oh.
They lost their 1st game, won their 2nd game, and they won They lost earlier today by 2 points.
By 2 points.
So basically the only safe team is Camperdown Giants. All the rest have 5.
True, true. And then that sets up what's going to happen
later
in
on.
The last match for today, which would be Phase 1. Phase 1 will have their final game this evening, later this evening.
So Purple Power, 1 win, 2 losses. Oh, yes. So they have 2 wins now, actually. Phase 1, those points overturned. So Purple Power would have 2 wins.
Is it
Blues would have 2 wins. Yeah.
Is it just a loss of the points for Phase 1, or is it a loss of the points and allocation to the teams that they played?
So the teams would get the points, and it will go down as a loss for Phase 1.
Okay.
So 2 games he would have played, Dante Millis that is, 1 against Purple Power,
right,
which would now equate to 3 points for them.
Right.
3 points they won this morning, and then they lost to Giants in the afternoon session on day 1.
Okay.
So 3 plus 3 is 6, and 1 is 7. That would mean that Hoop Factory Blues are also on 7 points. Because Phase 1, they would have won against Phase 1 as well. And
but
then they won this, well, they lost this morning. And then they won in the afternoon session. In the morning session against Blue Maho.
So there are 2 teams on 7 points.
2 teams on 7.
And
Blue Maho have 5.
And so do Phase 1.
So do Phase 1. So that is where the competition is.
So Phase 1, if they win this game later, will be on 7 as well.
And that will secure our 4th finalist. But let's not forget about CBA,
who are now on.
They have
2 losses and 1 win.
2 losses, so they too are on 5 points.
Wow. There's a lot of math to work out in that.
And that's brilliant 3 there.
No math to work out on that. That's an easy 3 points.
Yeah, so this one is going to be very keenly contested. We took about 6 minutes trying to decipher how this table would go. So imagine how much, well, we didn't have the stats in front of us directly, so we couldn't take a firm look.
Right.
We had to do it manually, the old-fashioned way. So the statisticians that are downstairs will be able to get those stats faster, but they too have a lot of work to do to decipher exactly how they are going to get these teams separated and see who our finalists, our semi-finalists are.
And who we say goodbye to, but certainly Richie doesn't want to go anywhere.
Yeah, he's playing like he wants to win. He still needs 5 points to get close to winning. To even consider it. Well, he can consider it now. Travel called him. He would not like turnovers like this one. A timeout called now by Purple Power. Coach Bennett knows what's at stake here. I'm sure that these 2 coaches would have gotten word
of that right now.
At some time.
Yeah. So now they're playing their hearts out.
Yeah.
This is where the rubber meets the road, as they say.
Yeah. Listening on Coach Lindo.
All right, let's go on, man.
And I remember I had a coach once. We were down to the wire in a game, and he looked me dead in the eye, and he said, "We'll carry you home on a stretcher, and we'll tell your mom thank you for making you, but you have to win this game for us." I was like, man, this man wants me to kill myself.
That is a definition of win at all costs.
We did come out with the win, though.
That's good. Did you go home on a stretcher?
I almost did. I think I left my lungs on the floor.
I wonder how your mom would have reacted this.
I think she would have beat him.
Freeman now with the ball, and I thought he should have let it go there.
That's not the easiest call to make as a referee, 'cause that's so close.
Yeah.
From where I am, I probably would not have called it.
But Freeman.
What do you say, Mike? Yeah, Mike doesn't think it's a charge either.
I thought if Freeman let go of the ball, it would have been easier not to call it.
Well, he made the bucket, though.
He did.
Yes, he did. Oh, he climbed all over him.
James. Richie comes down with it, trying to get the ball up the court now, and is stolen from Clark.
Big man, let the guards dribble. I know you're anxious, but
5 points between these two teams. They are just trying to keep possession of the ball. Ricketts has it, lays it off, and is out. Brought down by the Purples.
Oh! Man.
What happened there?
That was painful. He took it up in anticipation of somebody being there for him to pass it to, but there was no one because everybody's head was turned to go down to try and get a quick 2 or a quick 3.
That is a double dribble if I ever saw one.
Nobody was actually paying attention to him because they assumed he would just take it across. He, seeing the defense step towards him, took it up to try to make the pass. To no one.
If I ever saw a double dribble, that was it.
I understand, though.
Clear as day.
Don't agree, but I understand. Probably wouldn't do it myself, but I understand.
So a timeout is called again. Coach Bennett wants to talk it over. He is absolutely fuming.
Well, he saw it, he's seeing it slip away. That's kind of what it looks like.
The entire gym can hear what he's telling the bench.
I think they can hear him out in Papine Square.
That's far enough.
And now Richie's getting animated.
Yeah.
To his credit, he's been actually pretty composed for this game. And he's been really focused on trying to do what he needs to do. Trying to get the rest of the team rallied around to go. But in all honesty, that just looks like too much fatigue. Especially from the premier players that were giving you everything. I don't think they have enough juice in the tank to take them across the finish line right now.
37 seconds left on the clock. And Blues, obviously, they're just going to make sure that they hold out for the win. 5 points. They're pretty comfortable right now. Clark has it. He lets it go to James. He puts it up and he misses. And I think Richie was called for a foul there.
19 seconds left to go with a 5-point lead. In NBA terms, that's still a whole lot of time.
It is. In NBA terms, you're right.
And it's only 5 points.
Yeah. On 6 points now.
Still, that's just 2 threes.
In 19 seconds, and it's very much gettable.
Well, Reggie Miller did that.
Yeah.
And he did more than 6 points for the win. Though arguably, there was the push-off that nobody wants to talk about.
So Freeman, annoyed with Richie because he moved out of position. Asking him where was he going. T. Thomas comes up with the rebound, kicks it out, but no one there to convert. They get back the rebound though. 3, 2, 1, and that's it.
They had all kind of possessions just now to close this out. No one could connect or complete the shot. So with that, it seems like the Hoop Factory Blues They're actually singing a different tune right now.
Yeah, so we confirm for you, but that wins basically secures their semi-final spot tomorrow. And Purple Power, well, they'll have to wait to see their fate. And a 36-30 win at the end of this match for Hoop Factory Blues over Purple Power. Disappointing, of course, for the Purples. They fought hard at the start, then in the very end just let it slip. So we'll take a break, come back, have a chat with the coaches and get an idea of how they're feeling right now. Yeah, so there you have it, 36-30 in favor of the Hoop Factory Blues, securing their spot in tomorrow's semifinals. Purple Power, they have to wait a little longer to see if they will make it through. Of course, some news coming that Phase 1 Academy, who has beaten both of these teams, well, that result has been overturned. But let me just have a chat now with the coaches, starting with Coach Bennett. Coach, you were very upset with your team throughout the game. The entire gym heard you when you were talking to them. In the end, though, not the result that you would have wanted.
Yes, we came into the tournament with some expectations, some goals set. Some of them were achieved, especially in the area of exposure. Some of them we didn't achieve, and I think that's based, it's situational based. I guess the moment became a part of it. It's a young squad, so I didn't have a lot of expectations. But disappointed and upset in the fact that how we lost. There's losing and how you lose, you know. I'm a fundamental coach, and if you stick to your fundamentals, it will take you where you need to go.
Yeah, so when you talk about those goals, just explain to me some of them that would have been achieved and the major one that you didn't achieve here.
Major ones, on the defensive side, you keep hearing me say, I think entire media would have heard me say rebounding. Yeah. You know, and that's a fundamental principle. You have to rebound the ball to get the ball the other side, you know. Smaller goals would have been exposing like my U16 and U14 boys to, this is an under-20 tournament. So it says a lot if I'm blooding young players. So that was a goal that was set, and it was done. I'm happy about that.
All right, Coach. Well, you have to wait a little longer to see if you'll be back here tomorrow. But so far, well done to your team. And we'll wait to see what the fate
All right, thank you.
Yeah, that was Coach Bennett there. Let's have a chat now with Coach Lindo from the Blues. And he's a bit of the happier men between the two men. Coach Lindo, you're into the semifinals now. News coming to hand at Phase 1 Academy. Those points now go to you. You must be very satisfied about that.
Yes, I'm satisfied. To be honest, we just wanted to play basketball and to make sure that we try our best in this tournament and make it to the finals and even win as far as what our goals were.
Yeah, when you go back now and you have a chat with your team, you go and strategize, what exactly are you hoping that you can achieve out of the semi-final fixture that you come tomorrow? How are you going to go about winning that game?
Well, I know it's going to be a really tough semi-final, but we have to play our style of basketball, and I think we're getting into it now. I mean, we are a nice cohesive unit. We just we have a good rotation. We can rotate about 8 or 9, and if we stick to what the plan is, we're supposed to can represent well.
All right, Coach. Well, we'll see you then. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was Coach Lindo there. So yeah, one more time the score in favor, 36-30 of the Blues. And these are the highlights of this game's proceedings. It all started with Phillips getting the first bucket of the game. Of course, the first quarter was the closest of the lot. 3 points only separated the teams at the end of it. 11-8. They were able to get those scores up. And then the second quarter, we had about a wider margin, just by 1, 16-12. Of course, both teams wanted to ensure that they got the upper hand from early, knowing that they could have had secured their spot at the end of this game. Both teams went at it very hard. This man, Ricketts, was very instrumental in his team, the Blues, getting the victory. He had a number of points and a few rebounds himself. Here he is again, knocking down the 2-pointer. Then in the second half, it was all about what they could achieve. The Blues started to pull away. Purple Power had a lot of work to do. They added 6 points, did the Blues, 22-15 at the end of the third. And that's how it finished there. Then the fourth quarter, it was a tighter battle between them. Corey Clark there with a nice reverse layup there. And then it was all about the Purple Power. They went on a 6-0 run in the last couple minutes of the fourth quarter. Richie was the chief behind that one, but then they started to pull away, did the Blues, confirming a win for themselves and a spot in the semifinals. They just wait now to see who they would play against. It was easy like Sunday morning at the end. Jordan James there confirming with the free throws. 36-30 victory for them. So we'll be back with 2 more matches, of course. Up next, Camperdown Giants are back on the court. They play against Blue Maho Basketball. You'll be back right here on SportsMax. This is the Jamaica Basketball Showcase here at UTEC in Kingston, Jamaica. The Alfred Sangster Auditorium is where we are. This is day 2. The penultimate game is very close to tipping off, and these are the results so far. 4 games completed for the day 2 remaining. 56-41 CBA over Hoop Factory Blues, who recently got a win. And 31-29 winners were Purple Power over Blue Maho, who are in this game coming up. 48-45, 3 points in favor of Phase 1 Academy over Camperdown Giants. We'll tell you a little bit more about them very soon. And then 36-30 in favor of Hoop Factory Blues over Purple Power in that game just now. And then we have 2 games remaining, Camperdown Giants versus Blue Maho, that's on court. And then after that, CBA, Caribbean Basketball Academy, they take on Phase 1 Academy. So we've had a lot of debacle in this. The standings this morning saw Phase 1 Academy and Camperdown Giants at 1 and 2 respectively. But there's a big change with Phase 1 Academy losing 4 points because of using an ineligible player, and those points would have been taken what were wins against Hoop Factory Blues and Purple Power now have turned into losses. 1 point for a loss, 3 points for a win. So this is how the standings is set up now. Hoop Factory Blues on top on 10. Purple Power there second with 8 points. Camperdown Giants have 7. Blue Maho 5. And, well, the final 3 teams, Blue Maho, Caribbean Basketball Academy, and Phase 1 Academy have 5 points. So that is where the battle is now for that final spot in the final, in the semifinals. Camperdown Giants with a win can also secure their spot here. But yeah, whoever wins this one goes on to the semis, Mike.
So let me ask you a question. If Phase 1 wins and gets in, they'll be at spot number 4. And if Camperdown wins, they'll go to spot number 1. Would that mean that they'd have to face off in the semis?
There you go.
Okay.
Let's look at the lineups now. Camperdown Giants, Swain and Spence, the 2 guards. Richmore Morris shooting at the small forward, and the Cahill Gill power forward. Kevon Gill, his brother, and the center position. This is how Blue Maho line up. Devari Fern and Raheem Martel, the 2 guards. Akeem Pusey and Hubert Rodney, the 2 forwards, and Daniel Davis as a center. Not much changes in the starting lineups.
I really want to see Phase 1 get the 4th spot and see how they turn that out.
So a final now turns into a semi.
Exactly.
So looks like we are going to enjoy ourselves.
Yeah, I want to see that right now. That would be a good game.
Hello to all of our viewers on SportsMax, on the SportsMax app. You just saw what we look like if you didn't know before. There's tip-off.
Richmore with the ball. Gives it to Swain. Swain with the 3. He's off this time.
Good tussle for it under the basket. So a couple of these numbers have changed.
For Camperdown, of course.
Yeah.
Not the Blue Maho.
So here we go.
Spence gets the rebound.
The number 7, he goes trying to get to the hoop. Rodney all by himself. Well, he's being tracked down by the player there. And
by Gale.
By Gale. And Gale not able to get the block.
Khalil Gale.
Blue Maho out. The blocks first in terms of scoring. 2 points to them. Davis goes up. And that one is out.
Camperdown ball.
There's Swain with the ball in hand, trying to find a pass, immediately double teaming him. Gill trying to get around, can't do so.
Stepped on the baseline.
It's out of bounds. So
here we go with Camperdown with another slow start.
3 possessions and nothing for them. Davis by himself. Open
Davis,
look, not able to
shot.
convert it. Rodney, though, is there. And he's fouled on the way up. He'll go to the line for the first free throws of this game.
He's fouled by Spence. Spence's first foul. Rodney makes the first one, and they go up 3-zip. Camperdown again, starting slow. Every time they meet a team that's not as good as them, they start off slow.
Yeah, probably they're overconfident against them.
Another turnover by Camperdown.
Here's Farron now. Blue Mahone with possession. Finds Rodney. Rodney, of course, one of the top players in the country. The top player, ranked #1 in the country. Youth player, that is.
High school.
Swain there. He's been having a pretty good shooting day. I'm sure he'll want that luck, that fortune to continue with him into this one. This is their final game of this round, of the round robin format. Shot comes in off the left iron.
Kevon Gale with the shot. Daniel Davis with the ball, passes it up to Martell. Martell misses the layup.
Pass to Swain, gives it back to Spence, turns, puts it up, can't get it.
It's been a sloppy start for Camperdown. Like I said, every time they meet a team that's not as good as them, they're sloppy.
At least they think they're not as good as them.
Yeah, their mindset.
As Clark turns around. They're yet to get on the board, yet to get on the score sheet, and they do so now through Kevon Clark.
Kevon Gale.
Gale, sorry. Yeah, the younger brother. Farron now with the ball in hand.
Martell with the 3 off. Good block, good block. Richmore Morris goes to the hole, and Herbert blocks the shot.
So, and you heard just now when Farron had the ball in hand, Swain was urged to take him to his left. Well, to pick up defense on his left.
Yeah, pick
because
up the defense on his
he's
left.
a left-hander by
So they want to send him right.
Send him right. And stripped away by Martel. Martel. And Farron finishes.
And Blue Maho is playing. They haven't won a game yet, and they're playing like they want to win this one.
They have one.
They have one win. Oh, they have one win. Sorry.
So, Blue Maho, they must beat Camperdown Giants. That's why they're playing so hard, because they want to make it into the semifinals. They want to break that traffic of 5 points and secure themselves a spot. Well done by Davis, but he's shut down immediately by Hilton.
Good pass, good pass. That was not selfish at all. I thought he's going to be selfish with that.
Farron again on his way up.
Poozy misses the shot. Swing with the ball.
That was Hilton who missed the first one. Shot comes in from downtown.
That's
It's wide. And a timeout called by Camperdown Giants. First timeout of the game. They trail by 4. Blue Maho 8. Camperdown Giants 4. I think Coach Hurd has decided to play an assisting role in this game.
And Coach Brown, O'Neal Brown,
yeah, he's
coaches
taking over
the national girls and also the Urban Knights for the NBL basketball.
So a lot of Jamaicans are people that are here watching are not quite au fait with how things, the basketball structure in Jamaica. So let's give them some insight on some of the leagues that we have going on here in this beautiful island.
Well, right now, they have the NBL going on now, which is National Basketball League. And then they have a girls' league starting, the National Basketball League for the women will be starting, I think, this month or the end of the month, starting next month. We also have Phase 1 and E1C1 Caribbean Basketball League. That's the pro league where they have players coming in from U.S., Canada, and all over the world to come here to Jamaica to play basketball. That starts in October or November. That's the men's league.
Yeah, so lots of basketball in the country. Swain trying to find a pass. He does so. Spence gets it at the top of the key, lets it go, can't score that three. Hilton comes down with the rebound, finds Ferron. He's looking to find some space. Rodney puts it up. The shot is off.
Morris with the ball. Sagri, miss. Rodney with the rebound. He passes up, stolen by Morris. Morris to Swain. Swain with the three. He's off.
So Morris has had a pretty quiet day, but he seems to have come alive a little bit more in this game. Spence able to save that one. Well done to Spence, and he gets it off to Swain, who gives it to Gale. And Gale is fouled.
The foul is called on Herbert. Gale at the line for two. He makes the first one. Gale is a St. George's product. Daniel Davis with the ball. And they call timeout.
11 seconds left in this first quarter. We have another timeout. This time it's called Blue Maho, and they still lead. Haven't been able to add to their score since the last timeout a couple minutes ago. But they lead by 3 points now. The scoring has been a little slow in this game. Both teams, though, a must win for Blue Maho. Camperdown all but securing their spot already.
That foul shot was missed, correctly?
Yeah.
And they got the ball, so you can call timeout in the middle of a play? Or the refs just missed that one?
I think they missed it.
I think so too. There's a discussion going on the court. Want to know who called the timeout and who gave the timeout. Because you can't give a timeout on a missed shot.
Yeah, so I guess they deliberated and realized that they made an error. But at the end, they're going to give it anyway.
Yeah, they got their timeout regardless.
Yeah, I guess sometimes they just can't bother. You made a decision, so you're just going to stick by it.
Yeah, but once it's live, you can't have a timeout during the live session. It's not NBA ball. It's not college ball. Once the ball's in play, you have to play until it's a dead ball. When it's a dead ball, you can call a timeout.
Yeah, so I think that's the end of the quarter. Time running out, and we thought it was just a timeout, but instead they opted to just send both teams off. So
it was a timeout. They just blew it off at the end of the quarter because it was 11 seconds left because it was a wrong timeout.
All right, so 8-5 the score. Blue Maho basketball, they hold the lead over Camperdown Giants. We'll be back with the second. Yeah, we're right on time. It's almost time for the second quarter. Here is confirmation of how the things look after the first. Bloomer Home Basketball 8-5 leaders over Camperdown Giants. A must-win game for them. Camperdown Giants very close to securing their spot. If they lose, they'll still have to wait a little bit to see how the deliberations go. Of course, Phase 1 Academy will be watching very closely.
During this Jamaica basketball showcase on SportsMax, do they pick 5 best out of this league?
We can. You can pick yours. We can discuss it.
Yeah, because there's some players here that don't need to be ranked certain places because they don't bring it to the games. I like to see what everybody would know is the top 5 or the top 10 players, top 12 players that's in this league right now.
Well, if we want to do an eye test, if you were to do an eye test, who would be your starting 5 best players in the tournament so far?
Number 1 would be Swain. Number 2 would be Royal. After that, I'd have to look at the books and see what's going on. But those 2 really show something, and those 2 really dominate for their teams.
I think this has been a very guard-dominated tournament.
Very much.
The only forwards that I can really think about that have done really well in this tournament, let's say Rodney is one of them.
Yeah, Rodney's all right.
And McGowan as well. He's one.
Yes, McGowan.
Yeah, stolen there by Richmore. Morris goes all the way and finishes it. So now the fight back is on.
Rodney with the ball. He goes up and misses layup. Picked up by Mark McGowan. Boy, charge on McGowan.
And look who took that charge. Farron.
Little guy plays hard.
That must have felt like a train. But he got back up like nothing happened. Farron on the ball. Going right, uses his left. Can't get it to fall. Finding Sigri quickly, and he converts it.
Camperdown takes the lead.
They're looking for a pass all the way inside.
See, there's no ball movement. There's nobody moving without the ball. Everybody's standing still.
But Bloomer get their first points for the quarter, thanks to that man Rodney. The pick is set by McGowan.
Good rebound by Davis.
Does well to get it out as well. Euro step pass, and it can't get it to fall.
That's yes.
Call the goaltend.
Swain hit the backboard, so they're going to call the points good.
Yeah, so those points are awarded.
Yeah, points are awarded. Louisville Hones is in a zone, and Camperdown can't seem to break the zone.
So a timeout is called. Well, a substitution made.
Substitution.
Gale comes back in. That's Cahill Gale. He's back in the center. Sigrid comes off. Spence returns to the game. Well, no. Morris comes out. Spence is back in. I thought.
Rodney with the shot, and he makes it for 3.
Blue Mahone now up to 15.
Foul on Poozy. Poozy smacks Gale on the arm as the ball was coming in. Coach Schute's given the situation.
Swain on the ball, trying to get away inside. Can't find it. Davis is on him, and then he's joined defensively.
Swain right now, he looks like he's didn't catch his legs back from the first game. So he needs to start passing the ball until his legs get underneath him. He wants to take over the game like he did last time.
Seagrave with the open look. Oh, in and out.
In and out.
Tough luck for him there. Farrah now carries it up court, collects it from Hilton, gives it back to him, and an open look. And three for Davis.
Daniel Davis.
So now a 9-point lead for them. Blue Maho basketball. Camper Down Giants with some work to do.
Jonathan Davis is a product of Jonathan Grant. Daniel Davis. And then that's Tata. Number 11, Tata.
Immediately responding.
Cameron Allen. And Swain with the steal, with the pass.
Gets it back and he converts.
And the layup.
So 14-18 now. They cut the lead down to 4. This is the second quarter, 2 minutes left and some before the half. Hilton with the ball, finds space, goes through it, puts it up, cannot get the layup to fall, and Spence now carries it back down the other side.
Swain with the 3.
Misses again.
Misses.
Farrah now.
Foul.
Tries to go through traffic. He hits hard.
Foul by Segree.
He'll shake it off, I'm sure, and get back up and go again.
How many times do you think Farron hit the ground? He reminds me of Allen Iverson. he gets hit, and he always gets back up.
Well, they're two tough guys.
And small.
Yeah, I
for
was
the
just gonna
size
say they're probably the same height.
Yeah, no, I think Iverson's about 6 foot. Farron's about 5'8", 5'7".
It's amazing how 6-footers can look so tiny
against 7-footers.
Wow. Swain tries to get through traffic, and Rodney is called for the foul, and he's not impressed with that. Was there a foul there, Mike?
It was a foul. He reached in.
Well, Rodney sure thinks otherwise.
But Swain likes to force the issue. He's faster than the rest of them, so he just uses his speed. A Campion product, that Campion College, Swain.
Campion College, mostly known for their academic prowess, not their sporting prowess. Of course, they've had some bright sparks. 2016 cricket champions. Last time they would have won. Last season, they got all the way to the quarterfinals of the Easter Schoolboy Football, the round of 16 Easter Schoolboy Football Manning Cup. So Campion College starting to develop a little bit of a...
Well, their under 14 basketball is always good. And by the time they get to under 19, most of them fly out or go someplace else. So I know the under 14 is good. I've known Swain since he's been under 14.
Yeah, so that affects most of their sports here. But what is not affecting right now is the fact that the score is in favor of Blue Maho.
Well, Camperdown is a second half team. We'll see what happens when they come back on the court.
Right, so at the end of the first half, yeah.
They know they need to win. To stay ahead.
Yeah. So 18-15 the score. Blue Maho, 19-15, Blue Maho basketball in control of it. Camperdown Giants, they have some work to do. They'll go to the locker room and discuss. We come back and take a look at the highlights of this half. It's halftime here, and at the end of the first half, Blue Maho basketball, they hold a 4-point lead, 19-15 over Camperdown Giants. Let's take a look at the highlights and see how things would have gone for this one so far. Well, it was Blue Maho who got out early. Rodney coming up with the first bucket of the game. And Camperdown Giants, they took a little while to get their first bucket. And it really did take a long time for them to get into the groove. But this team here, Blue Maho, was already in the groove. Martel there with 2 points. Morris with the feed to Spence, and he finished there. At the end of the first quarter, the score was 5-5 in favor of Blue Maho. Ferron tried a couple times to get on the score. She wasn't able to do that though. And then at the other end, cleaning up was Seagrave. But, you know, Rodney continued to do what he does best and get those inside. Daniel David, of course, from outside as well. So it was all about the shooting on display. Both teams scoring as they wanted to. That leaves us at this situation here. 19-15, Blue Maho versus the Giants. We come back with the start of the second half. Welcome back to the Alfred Sangster Auditorium as we await the start of the second half of this game between Blue Maho basketball and Camperdown Giants. Blue Maho basketball, they have the slight advantage, 19-15, the scoreline, and the crowd are loving it. I didn't know that there were so many. Are these female players or basketball fans here?
They're female basketball players and fans. But I see a couple of the high school girls basketball players in the crowd. Yes.
Yeah, well, so for now, we hope that we can get a Jamaica basketball showcase for the ladies involved. Probably if we have two teams and they play a series.
Some of them are pretty good. Yeah, we have some pretty good basketball players on this island as females. And talking about Campion College, of course, Martell is from Campion College also. So you have another, they're playing against each other, but Martell is another Campion College product.
So we're ready for the second half. This is a penultimate game of day 2. Penultimate game of the round robin format. Jamaica Basketball Showcase. There's a score at the start of the third quarter, 19-15.
It's like a 3-second call.
Rodney with the ball in hand, looking for the inbound pass. He has been pretty good for his team.
Camperdown has gone to man or the press, and
Hilton.
Looks like they'll be coming out the press pretty soon if they keep doing that.
Hilton finishes adding 2 points to the lead. Leading on to 6. Swain does well. Fancy finish. Showing off more of his skill.
He's got a nice game.
There's Ferron finding Rodney. Rodney looking to pass back to Ferron, decided not to do so. He gives it up now.
He got bumped by Spence. You have to, if the league was to finish now, whether they lost to phase 1 or not, I'd give Swain the MVP because he's been playing all out. He gives it his all when he's on the court, no matter who he's playing against.
Davis with the ball in hand puts up the shot and banks it in.
I don't think he called bank. I don't think he called bank. He didn't go get his money.
It looked nice from the time it left his hands. So, if we look at how the table is set up, Camperdown, if they lose this one, they could potentially be out.
So who would take their place? I mean, if they lose,
Blue Mahoon.
Blue Mahoon
has 5.
Oh.
Camperdown have 7. So if Camperdown, they have 8. If Blue Mahoon win this, then they move to 8 as well.
And they beat Camperdown.
They would move ahead of Camperdown.
Yeah.
Although they are tied on points, they'll move ahead. So this is a must-win for both teams if we look at it.
If you look at it.
And phase 1, then they would play
Camperdown
out.
Need to know.
So Camperdown would be out. Well, they would have played all of their games, and phase 1 still have 1 left.
Yeah.
So if phase 1 wins that game, they go to 8 points.
That's what I know what phase 1 does, because they got this. They lost points because of their win.
Right.
I like to know whether, because they are the best team in the league.
So what would it be if the only undefeated team lose 1 game and then they're out?
Because I think they're with or without Dante Millis, they're the best team in the league right now that I see.
Well, I must say though that probably now is the perfect time to say that I have a little bit of a mixed feeling about awarding 1 point for a loss. It's like you're just giving them points for showing up.
Well, it's better than not showing up to the game. If you don't show up to the game, you're going to get disqualified regardless. And you're going to give up points anyway. You show up, you get 1 point.
If you lose, you should get 0.
Good block by Gale.
Here's Swain with the ball.
Swain bringing up the ball.
Swain looking to get past Ferron, can't do so. Gives it up instead. And Kevin Gale.
It's a foul on Daniel Davis.
Yeah, go to the line.
Yep, Tata throwing the ball in.
Here's Spence giving it up, giving it back to McGowan now. Swain on the ball. He takes a shot and it's good.
If you look at the lineup for Camperdown, they got a lot of tall players out there. Everybody's long. Everybody except for Spence.
Hard foul. So,
and then they go to the point system.
If we continue our discussion about points, a win here for Bloomahoe, 4 teams then will go on 8 points.
Then they'd have to go to the point system just to figure out who's the top team from who's the bottom team.
Camperdown, though, I think would be close to safe. They have CBA has 56 points. Camperdown's Giants
point differentials.
54. So they have a 20-point win. They have a 5-point win. And then if you look back, they have a 3-point loss.
Yeah. That loss might add up to them, because what was phase 1's win count?
So phase 1 they would have had 3 wins.
Right.
Because they beat Camperdown Giants earlier today.
So,
but they have 2 losses and
they didn't get disqualified, so that's 0 regardless. They just lost points.
It's 1.
1.
1 point. Remember, 1 point for a loss.
Rough.
So Martel driving to the hole, misses it. Rodney cleans up, tries to at least gets back the rebound. They scuffle for the possession. Swain comes up with it somehow. He's fouled.
He's found by Davis. Davis said, "Oh my goodness, not me again." That's 3 on Davis. Davis plays good defense. He's out there for the defense, basically.
Here's Gale.
Good recovery and foul by Puzzi.
As he goes up, so he'll go to the line.
That's 3 on Puzzi. Kevon Gale, KD, KG. Misses the first shot. KG misses the second shot.
Hilton has it, finds Rodney. Rodney to Ferron, tried to set the pick, easily evaded. Ferron moving to his right and a charge is called.
Nice way to step in there, KG. Nice way to step in there.
Kevon Gill taking a charge there. Swain with the ball again. He hands it off to McGowan. Gets it back. Now they're running the offense. 18 seconds left on this in this quarter. Still a 2-point lead for Bloomahoe.
And he's off.
So the end of the third quarter now officially. 2 points in favor of Bloomahoe. What a game this is turning out to be. Camperdown Giants obviously seem to be rattled by that loss against phase 1 earlier this morning, and it comes and it's affecting their game here now. Bloomahoe trying to build on their win from earlier.
Well, Camperdown lost, so they changed their uniforms. Is that why they changed their uniforms? Because they lost? And if they lose again, they're going to change again?
We'll see. Anyways, it's the end of the third quarter, 25-23. Bloomahoe, they have a lead over Camperdown Giants. We'll be back with the fourth. Welcome back. Final quarter ready to go. This is the Jamaica Basketball Showcase game. The penultimate game, game number 11 for the day.
Camperdown comes out in a man.
No basket, a charge called on.
He counts the basket. He counts the basket in a foul. Basket
the
and a
foul was called. Well, the referees don't seem to be on the same page.
Well,
one call a charge.
Edward Marshall called the basket good and one shot.
Tolo goes up, he comes out hard.
Rodney with a big rebound.
27-23, they lead early. Blue Maho, Swain unable to get that one to fall.
Daniel with a rebound, goes out. good shot by Jabari.
Ferron with the left hand and in. 6 points now, the lead climbs to. This is the final quarter, they need to win this one.
They're playing hard. They came out in the zone.
It was just a 2-point lead, and now it suddenly has gone into 6.
And Hubert Rodney's playing hard. Spence looked like he got hurt. He came on somebody's foot and twisted his ankle.
Yeah.
Here comes Spence, KG. Mark McGowan is coming off the court.
Morris is in. Here he is with the ball now. Swain is still there. Kevin Gale back in it. Tries to
They're fighting hard.
get it. It's in.
Good rebound, good putback. They're going to be fighting for these last 6 minutes and 47 seconds. Puzzi goes up. He's off. Richmore with the ball.
Swain now still has the ball, finds traffic inside and in.
Easy
so they
layup.
cut it back down to just 2 points now, the lead.
I think Swain's going to try to take over this game in the fourth quarter.
This is a crucial quarter. This is where Blue Maho performs best, the fourth. Rodney puts it up. Swain can't get it under control. Hilton does the cleaning up. Good look for Davis. He's off the right iron.
Morris controls the ball out to Swain.
Euro step back out to Morris. Gale thought of the shot. Instead, he's decided to go. Martel does well to get his hand in there and try to take it away. And he'll.
Both teams are going to play all out.
Will win possession for his team. Swain gets a possession for Camperdown. Morris on the ball, gives it to Seagree.
Looks like Blue Mahone is in a 1-2-2 zone.
Still 2 points separating these two teams.
Puzzi with the ball, Richmore guarding.
Rodney, short.
I think he could have went to the basket on that one. One dribble to the basket. Good defense by Martel.
Does well, gets it back.
He stepped in the passing lane.
Hilton, out. To Martel, goes for the shot. Can't get the 3 to fall. Morris, though, he gets 2 on the other end, and it's now all tied up. 29 all.
Blue Mahose calls a timeout.
So now they have to think about it. This is usually their strongest quarter. Now they have not been able to score. They've only added 4 points, but 6 points have Camperdown added.
If you watch what's going on, Blue Maho is playing great defense. They're just not finishing on the offensive end. It's not an easy putbacks, and they're forcing some shots.
So Mr. President, Jamaica Basketball Association, Paulton Gordon. He's there in engrossed in conversation with a nice young lady there beside him. What do you think of, what strategy do you think they're talking about?
Looks like they're discussing how deep this game is going, and it's a tie score. They're trying to figure out who's going to win.
No, we don't have any closed captions for that one, so can't tell.
Camperdown is a man-to-man right now. Good fake.
Here we go now, on the other end. That's Rick Lennon. This is the first time we've seen him for the tournament. Lennon, Camperdown Giants at number 9.
Yeah, looks
he's
like
going to go to the line.
Poozy was moving when the ball got there. He's saying he didn't do nothing.
Hilton is looking at the referee, lucky not to get a tip right there.
He said that's a no call or a charge. I didn't do nothing. He came into me.
Can't get that one to fall, but they're fighting for the rebound. Davis does well, gets it in. The last minute, Hilton hands it off to Ferron. Ferron with the Euro step and skips around the defender and puts it in. 2 points, tying things back up again.
That's a great move. Ferron is playing good defense, 1-2-2 defense.
Swing gets it back, puts up the shot. That one was almost in. Ferron looking for a pass, not strong enough to get it there. And Morris called for a foul.
Foul by Davis. And that's 4 on Davis.
This is 4th. 4 minutes.
Davis is like, what did I do? He jumped into me. And we have Ref Stewart talking to Poozy right now. I don't know what the discussion was or what they're discussing. Maybe it was the last play that he called for a foul. Poozy looks a little bit upset.
Swain.
Now they're in a 1-3-1.
Swain is hit on the hand as he goes up, shooting foul. He will go to the line for 2 shots.
Luma, who went from a 1-2-2 to a 1-3-1 defense just now. And Swain still broke through.
Talks about the man, the caliber of a player that he is.
4th quarter, he just wants to take over. Makes the first one.
So we still have one more game after this. The table is blown wide open due to new developments. Phase 1 Academy losing 2 of their wins. Switched to losses now, points deducted. They lost 4 points, 4 valuable points. They would have won 6 and lost 4, keeping
The foul is on Kevon Gale, that's his 2nd. Poozy at the line, shooting 2.
Timeout called. Camperdown Giants, they want to have a chat about it. They're still leading though, 33-31, and 2 points up at the timeout. And here's the phase 1 boys, fully in game mode. They want to win so that they can be back in contention for a semi-final spot. If they win, they go to 8 points, and they're up against Caribbean Basketball Academy, who also want to get a win.
Oh yeah, CBA. CBA plays next.
Against phase 1.
Phase 1. That's going to be a good game.
So both teams, if they want to be that 4th team in there, they both have to win. So 5 points, a win would see one of them move up to 8 points, and then we'll have 4 teams on 8 points.
Well,
Yeah?
I'm thinking Phase 1's going to win that and drop it to the 4th place. And Camperdown's going to be number 1. And the semis is going to be Camperdown against Phase 1, the mini championship. That would be something because they lost points. So if they lost points and came back and won a championship, what does that mean for the team?
If what?
If Phase 1 loses points,
Yeah.
and comes back and wins a championship.
What does it mean for the team?
Yeah.
That they're great. Basically, the best team in the tournament. I mean, they basically would have already been safe.
Yeah.
Having won 2.
Having won 3.
3 of 3
Yeah.
games.
They would have won 3 games. They would have been safe.
But
And the number 1 seed, regardless.
I just think it's unfortunate what happened to them. Declaring beforehand, 21 years old, not getting any feedback, and then being penalized for just being ignored.
Yes, exactly. And Puzzi takes it to the ball basket, and he's fouled.
So the coach, Onisia Smelly, commenting and saying that she had no idea that
Was he
there
not
was a
just
problem
shooting?
with Dante.
Yeah, she didn't know because he was on the list.
So she came here and she was shocked by the
Yes,
fact that he couldn't play.
The organizers should have took him off from the beginning.
I mean, I would like to know though if there was protest.
There was a protest.
So
there was a protest.
I guess the
That's
protest
why,
is what initiated the investigation.
Exactly.
And Davis bites that in jackpot. Blue Maho back up now. 2 points, they lead by 35-33. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock.
It was a protest by Hoop Factory Blues protesting.
So the Blues protesting.
The Blues protested.
And I assume they had support by the Purple Power.
They had support from somewhere. Nobody wants to lose.
Well, that's interesting because Blues pretty much would have almost had a spot regardless.
Exactly.
So it's pretty interesting.
But they get the win they lost.
And now they finally secured that spot.
Yeah.
I guess regardless, they didn't want to fight for it anymore.
They don't want to fight. They just want to win. It's the nature of this generation. They don't want to fight for nothing. They just want it in their hands. and Puzzi, actually not Puzzi, Ferram puts the Blues Maho up 3. Puts them up 4.
Yeah, so now things are completely different now. As I did mention before, this is the quarter where Blue Maho performed best.
Swain has to pull something out of the bag. He's trying. Hubert Rodney with the rebound. Pushes up to Daniel Davis. Out to Puzzi. And Martell over Martell's hand. Turnover. Camperdown has their best shooters in. They put in Segre and they got Swain. Looks like they want to open up.
Oh, we're very close now to the final minutes of this game. Very close to it. Not quite there yet, but I'm sure that they will be anticipating a good one as Segre knocks down another 3. He brings them within 1. Timeout called now by Blue Maho.
Blue Maho is in a 1-3-1 zone. You shouldn't be able to shoot in that.
37-36, Blue Maho, they have a 1-point lead.
That was a big shot.
Yeah. So now, just over a minute to play. 1 minute, 49 seconds. And pretty much Blue Maho, they go all out for the final 2 minutes. Camperdown Giants, they have the potential to hit them where it hurts. So obviously it's clear that both of these teams, this can go either way with a type of fourth quarter, 2 minute.
Well, with Blue Maho, I think Farron and Rodney need to take over the game. And with Camperdown, you know Swain is going to try to do what he has to do to win this game.
So Coach Hurd there getting involved in the timeout, in the huddle, talking about it. There's Kevon Gill.
Looks like he brought out a team for defense.
Try to get a stop and then see if they can get two on the other end.
And they're in, it's like a 2-3 zone.
Farron to Rodney. Rodney kicks it out to Farron, gives it to Pusey. Pusey on his way inside, misses it, but gets hit back, does Davis. Going back to Rodney, who that one never looked good coming out of his hand. Morris trying to be hero. That one is stripped away. Martel.
Good block by Swain. Campion on Campion.
Swain goes coast to coast. Misses, but the putback is good. And now they have the lead by 1. Morris there to fix it up. Blue Maho now finds Davis from the spot. He has 2 from there so far. Can't get that one. The third one. They come down with it, does Gale.
Time running down.
48, less than a minute.
Camperdown
on the clock.
Swain's taking his time with the ball. They switch back to defense to a 1-2-2.
Segree again. Can't get that one to fall, but Gill gets it back. Davis now with the ball in hand. He finds Martel, and Martel is fouled.
Oh.
Martel, he's fouled by Segree. I think that was a really good foul there, though.
Yeah, it was definitely a good foul. I don't want to give up 2 points from that. Send them to the line.
You're going to, if you've made the commitment, it's better you just take the hard foul. Don't give up the 2 points, and you have a chance to get back the rebound. First one doesn't fall.
First one misses. Martel for the second one.
So now he can only get up to 38.
That one's good. Tied score.
Timeout is called now by Camperdown Giants. They want to talk it over.
They want to talk it over, and they want to advance the ball across half court. So that way they don't waste any time bringing the ball up court.
Good timeout. There's 25 seconds left on the clock. Brown, Coach Brown there. He's a very animated character.
Yeah, shooty. Now it's about the defense. Right now it's about the defense.
Let's listen in. Yeah, so both coaches there talking with their teams, and I know that they wish they could hear each other right now.
Yeah. Davis looks tired on the floor.
He's stretching out. Yesterday he went down with some
he had cramps all yesterday, remember?
Yeah. Had to come off a little bit earlier. He's limping onto the court now, is Davis.
38-38. You're watching SportsMax, Jamaica basketball showcase.
This is the penultimate game of day 2, game number 11 of the tournament, the 5th game of the 2nd day. And this one is down to just the last 25 seconds.
They're still in the 1-2-2 zone.
Swain gets past Farron. He knocks down one.
Block.
Rodney does well and gets it back, but gives it right back to Segree. Segree goes out with the shot. He misses, and they pull down. I think it's an over the back call. Yeah, Over the back foul.
It's a foul on Gale.
So
12 seconds left.
There is potential for overtime.
Is it 2 shots or is it's 2-shot foul? They're over the limit.
Wow.
Who's at the line?
14 seconds on the clock.
Makes the first one.
Good.
Coach Brown, Shuti says nobody down there let Poozy do it because I know he can make these shots. So he has all his team up court talking to them. They're not even going on the line. And he makes both of them.
A timeout is called so they can advance the ball. 40-38, 2 points, 1 possession game, and 1 possession we have enough time for.
That was good shooting. Ice in the veins.
So, if that was a clutch moment, probably the clutchest moment we've seen all tournament.
He said, I've been here before. I can do this.
Rather, clutchest moment would probably be that shot from Kimani Phillips to win the game for the Blues against this Blue Maho team.
Rather celebrities up in the crowd, up in the stands. You see Kayla up there with the pink bag. She's one of the top basketball players as females in high school on this island. You have Jada.
She sure does look cool. There she is.
Yes, there she is.
She does, yeah, she's a very cool character, enjoying herself to the music right now. These guys, I'm sure they want to enjoy themselves.
She's a product of Meadowbrook High School right now. One of the top players on the island as a female basketball player.
So it's going to be all-out defense here.
They come out. I don't know why they don't come out on a one man-to-man. Looks like they're in a 1-2-2 zone again, and they're not manning up.
Well, Martel says, I have gear. You don't worry. Swing.
See that?
Comes out now with a can he? What's the call?
A flop on defense by Poozy.
Again, Poozy not impressed.
Poozy's out the game. 5 fouls on Poozy. What are we going to do without Poozy on the floor? Who are we going to put in?
Poozy is out.
I don't understand why they come out in a zone and give a free passing.
Hilton comes in.
Why would you come out in the zone to give a free passing and Swain gets the ball? That one person you're supposed to double, regardless of anybody else on the floor.
He's at the line right now.
He's at the right. They didn't double him, and they let him break free.
And he sinks both.
He sinks both of them. And no timeout to advance the ball. Here it comes now. That was a bit late. I would have called a timeout to advance the ball from the second it went through the rim. I would have told the refs, I need a timeout if he scores. We need to advance the ball because we want as much time on the clock on that side of the floor so we get the last shot.
Well, this one is definitely tense. We probably could see, if there's no foul, our first overtime game.
And we're also looking for the last shot. If I'm Blue Maho, I'm looking for the last shot. I'm not passing it to nobody. I'm giving the ball to Farron or Rodney. Wait for the clock to run down. I don't want no threes. I need to go to the basket. We want to get fouled, and we won't go to the line as we're going to the basket. Looks like coach wants to go into a zone, into a man-to-man.
So we go back onto the court now. Final 11 seconds on the clock. 40-40. The score is tied. Can we get a result out of this?
You can't foul because you're going to put them on the line. and they can run the clock down and take the last shot. Man to man, and okay, there you go.
Rodney has the ball now in hand. He gets it back, goes, drives, puts it up, misses. Swain has it.
Fast.
5 on the clock. Is he going to go for the Hail Mary? Can he sink it? No, and we are going to overtime.
Rodney took the shot too fast. You got to run the clock down, and then you got to attack the rim. That shot was too fast. He left too much time on the clock. Situational basketball.
So Coach Brown is not interested about hearing any excuses. He just wants them to do well.
Is that a 5-minute overtime?
Confirm that soon. Probably, well, so 3 minutes of overtime now will be played.
3 minutes left of overtime. In the fourth, 40-40 tie. This is a good game. Again, Rodney should have waited a little bit before he attacked the rim. Yeah, we know. We're 3 minutes of overtime. Winner moves on, it looks like.
Pretty much.
Nobody wants to go home.
It'll be interesting to see how things shape up, though, at the end of the day in terms of how points are. We must have our 4 semi-finalists at the end of this game, at the end of this day, because we don't have any other games for tomorrow other than the 2 semi-finals.
So, as I was saying, Rodney got the ball back, and he shot with like 5 seconds left. You have to take the clock all the way down before you attack the rim.
Then he gave the opportunity for Swain to get the shot off. And I think Swain could have taken another step and then shoot. He had enough time.
He had enough time. He's supposed to wait. JC Products right there, JC. Yeah. And our president.
Well, they were in robust conversation, but as the world is set up now, they've taken the conversation to the cell phones. So we're going to play 3 minutes of overtime. That 3 minutes will be finished within a blink of an eye, so please don't blink. That's a little bit hard, though.
We have Segri passing the ball in.
.40 the score.
Good pass. Where did he see that at? And Segri puts it in. Rich Morris seen a good pass right in there. How did he see through that zone?
Ferron almost stepped on the line backcourt. He's all alone. Can he finish? No, he can't. But the putback is good from Rodney. And now we're all tied up again.
I think Swain tipped the ball and Rodney got the credit for the points.
Swain. Phase 1 cheering on the Blue Mahou team. Blue Mahou team, because of course they want to win. They want them to set up their win very well for them. Segri again from downtown, banks it, tries to bike it in, doesn't do so. And Kevon Gale with the putback. .44-42. This one is very exciting again, people. Here's Ferron looking for Rodney. Rodney is taken down. What is the call? And Rodney will get it back.
And he'll be at the line shooting too, because the fourth quarter carries over to overtime. That's a 2-shot foul.
I don't think Rodney knows. Yeah, so he's been told no. Well, he probably knows, just didn't remember.
Just making sure.
Yeah. He should know he's been
The whole of phase 1 is over there cheering on Blue Mahou.
Well, they want an easier path to the semis. And they beat Camperdown Giants.
Yeah. So if they win and Camperdown, do they bypass Camperdown?
Yeah, pretty much they do.
Rodney hits the 2 of them like it's nothing.
So we're all tied up again, 1:45 on the clock.
In a 1-2-2 zone. And that's
foul called on Martel.
Called on Martel.
The line will see Swain again. Not the man you want to send there at this time.
Martel's first foul. They already lost Puzzi.
That's going to be very, very tough. Ferron and Martel switching positions. Martel will go for the rebound.
Martel has to block out the shooter. See it there? He did his job.
Here he goes.
He got the shooter.
Hubert gets it back now. Timeout is called.
It's a sub is called.
Substitution.
Camper down up one.
Ferron with the ball in hand. I don't think he's had a break for the entire game.
Blocked and saved by Swain. Martel with the defense. He breaks that. Swain breaks that. And shot to hit Richmore, but the ball goes out of bounds.
So some miscommunication there. Morris was on his way inside. Swain expected him to stay in the corner. Rodney with the ball in hand though for Blue Mahou.
I would step up on Rodney at this point. If you leave him alone, he's going to hit the three.
Davis with a look. Air ball. So Camper down.
Somebody's down.
Less than a minute left.
Davis is down. Looks like he's down with cramps.
I don't think he hydrates well then. It's obvious because he had the same problem yesterday. Probably hydration is his issue, or stretching, or both.
When I spoke to him yesterday, he said he hasn't played basketball in a good 6 months. So he's not ready for the game.
Wow, 6 months.
Yeah, 6 months he said he hasn't played basketball.
It certainly doesn't look like he missed a day.
It takes a day to get in shape, but he's not in shape. A pure cramps he's catching. Yeah. Remember he cramped up all yesterday.
He needs to hydrate. Do you know what caused that
no,
absence?
I didn't ask him, so I couldn't tell you. But the chair is coming out to pick him up, to carry him off the court, to get him some hydration.
Same problem again that he had yesterday. Phase 1 Academy looking onto this game intently, as well as they can hope they can drift into the final, the semi-finals first.
This is a good game.
1-2-2.
And Blue Mahou come out in a 1-2-2 again.
It has been working to some extent for them, so I guess you don't fix what's not broken. Ferron runs into the pick. Swain gets back the rebound. He'll go up very soon, and he draws a foul. Back to the line. I'm sure he won't miss this. You can almost count these 2 points now. Almost. Let's see after the first.
Does Swain have 3 days of going hard in him? That's what I need to know.
We will see. The first one falls.
He's been going hard yesterday, and he's going hard today.
And he'll have more recovery time if he does get to the semifinals. Because we start in the afternoon.
Camper down up 3. Rodney's a good three-point shooter, and then you also have Martel.
Foul was called.
That's a foul on Richmore Morris. I'm going to send Puzzi to the line. 27 seconds left.
Looks like Ferron.
Oh, yeah, Theron, my fault. Theron, Puzzi fouled out.
The wind has been knocked out of Ferron a little bit.
You have the Gale brothers on the court with Swain, Richmore Morris, and Daniel Segre for Camperdown.
Misses it. So we talk about free throws. Swain has been the best shooter of them all. Ferron as well, he's pretty much up there. But for this game, Swain has 9 free throws from 10.
Yeah, 90%.
It's great. So, a timeout taken now. She's watching intently as well. I wonder whose parent that is. If she's a parent at all, because she looks a little young.
Now, right now, it's all about the defense.
It's listening to the coaches.
1, 2, 3, 4, no, have to go for your strip and foul. So if you go for your strip, hold him and foul. Right? So you go around him, swing him and foul him. But you can't go hug up, that's a flagrant foul. So you have to go for your strip and foul. Right? Like a man. Daniel.
All right, they're coming out in a man-to-man defense, the coach says. He doesn't want them to just foul the person. They have to reach for the ball to foul him. Because if you just foul the person without reaching for the ball, they're going to call a tech. And they get the ball, the foul shot, and the ball. So you have to go for the ball when you go for the foul. 25 seconds left. Blue Mahoo's going to come out in a man, coach says. But they should have done that long time.
Well, just 2 points separate them. Blue Mahoo, they're trailing.
I wouldn't foul right away. I'd see if we can get a steal. You have to go for the steal first because there's 25 seconds left. You're going to get the. You have 1 second back to get the ball.
Fair on though. Looking to see if he can get his swing.
You got to pressure the ball and double. You have to pressure the ball and double.
Martel trying to see if he could get to swing. Oh, picks it, but Swain does well to recover it. And Davis gets the foul.
They never trapped the ball player, and they never doubled the ball player.
So Davis is out.
Davis is out.
Fouls out. Swain, 10 of 11. Misses a rear. And
10 seconds left.
And they have back the ball.
Mahou is down.
So they go back to the line. This time it's Morris who goes to shoot 2. 9 seconds left on the clock.
Richmond Morris at the foul line. Product of Excelsior High School. And he misses the first one. 9 seconds left, he misses this, he's giving them a chance. He makes the one.
And they get
Stolen
it
by Kevon Gale, KG. They're just going to let the clock, I thought they were just going to let the clock run out. This one is basically over.
Yep, 2 seconds left, not much you can do. 49-45. 4-point lead for Camperdown Giants. This win would secure their advancement to the semifinals. Morris on the line for 2. Can he put salt into the wounds? He does. Drops the first. 50 on the board for them.
That was a nice, hard-fought battle for Blue Mahou. They came today to play. They have a lot of talent on their team. And there we go.
Yeah, so that's it. 51-45 in favor of Camperdown Giants. They are all but there in the semifinals. Their spot secured, safe, can't be touched. They have 11 points, and that's how it would finish for them. Blue Mahou, good effort. They'll have now to sit and wait to see if they can advance. So Camperdown, 10 points into the semis. The rest would have to just battle it out like a pack of wolves. So there you go, 51-45 the score in favor of Camperdown Giants over Bloomer Hole basketball. Interviews with the coaches after the break.
CBA versus Phase 1 up next on SportsMax.
Match 51-45 in favor of Camperdown Giants. Bloomer Hole basketball, they have to sit now and wait and see if they will make it into the semifinals. We'll have a chat with their coach now, Coach Brown, who's with me. Coach Brown, you again in another nail biter, the first match to go overtime. You now have to sit and wait on a semifinal spot if you get one.
Oh, first and foremost, I want to say I'm really and truly proud of my team. They gave a valiant effort. What can I say? It came down to the wire again. My team is undermanned, so I'll attribute our losses to the fact that we are undermanned in this competition. But nonetheless, I'm proud of my guys. I've seen where they've improved from game 1 to this game, and I'm really proud of them, and I'm grateful for the effort that they gave me in this last game.
Yeah, do you think losing Pusey, then Davis going down, is that where you lost the game?
Definitely. Oh my, it's always a turning point. There's always a turning point with my team. Someone had to have gotten injured, and then the game shifted, momentum shifted. We had this team. We were never expected to compete with this team. We were never expected to compete with this team. And as I said earlier, my team gave a valiant effort, and I'm extremely proud of them.
Yeah.
Extremely.
I'm sure they're proud of what they've been able to produce too. So thank you so much, Coach. Let's have a chat now with Coach Hurd from Camperdown Giants. He was a little bit less animated in this game, but he seemed to be satisfied. Coach, you're into the semifinals now. You must be happy about that, of course. What do you think about the performance from your boys in this game?
I think we're seeing what happened yesterday happened today. First game a tough loss, and this game we had to really fight for this victory. Pretty much most of the game we didn't have the lead. We have to push, and we got the lead at the right timing.
Yeah, so now you go back, you refocus, get ready for a semi-final that you have to, of course, you have 10 points going into tomorrow. That doesn't matter now. You have to play fresh again if you want to make it to the final. What are you going to tell your boys to make sure they get there?
So I won't say what I'll tell them on here, but of course we'll be motivated and we'll be ready. So we'll be paying attention to find out who will be playing in the semifinals. And of course it's a tournament. Every team wants to win. We too want to win.
All right, Coach. Well, we hope that you can get as close to winning as possible. We'll see you. Thank you so much, Coach Hurd.
Thanks much.
Yeah, that was Coach Hurd there from Camperdown Giants. This is how the game would have went around. Rodney is there. He started the game going with the first bucket, and from there the tempo flowed. They were only able to get a couple of points, 13 points in the first quarter, 8 in favor of Blue Maho. They took a lead as they did in their last game to the first half, well, into the first quarter. And then, of course, then they started a fight back at some point. Quarter number 1 ending 8-5. Quarter number 2, then they kind of picked up from where they were left off, but there was a few good moments there from Giants, who was able to get 10 points added to their first quarter score, and Sigri was also instrumental in doing that. He also had a few shots from downtown. The shooting in this game was way past what we expected, what we seen. Davis there knocking down the 3, but then they were able to answer back from the corner. That Sigri again, and then that score at halftime went to 19-15 in favor of Blue Maho. They were able to keep the lead, and then they came out fighting, did the Giants in the third quarter. That one was much closer. 7 points they added, whereas 6 points to Blue Maho, outscoring Blue Maho in that third quarter. They came away with a lead of 23. Well, they drew closer, 23-25 at the end of that quarter, and then this is where it went down. All going down to the wire. There you see Lennon getting his first points of the tournament. First time he was on the court, and he was able to get a couple points. Converted the free throw. This one just before Davis went out, just before Pusey went out as well. That too was costly for Blue Maho basketball. And then, of course, Camperdown Giants were able to capitalize on that. We went to the final quarter. 40-40 was locked at the end of 4 quarters. We had to go to overtime. Then these free throws from Swain proving very critical, very crucial in getting us to overtime. Blue Maho, they did as much as they could. Went with the 1-2-2 zone in defense, trying to cut down the scoring opportunities, but they just couldn't. And then they were sent to the line. It was Morris. He was able to convert a few free throws. And then in the end, 51-45 in favor of Camperdown Giants. Yeah. So up next, we have the final game of this round-robin tournament. Caribbean Basketball Academy. They take on Phase 1 Academy. It's the clash of the 2 academies. We'll see which one comes out on top after this break. So this is the second day of the Jamaica Basketball Showcase. Alfred Sangster Auditorium here at the University of Technology, Kingston, Jamaica. This is where it all boils down. One more game left in this round-robin format of the tournament, and then we head to the knockout phase. We've had 5 of the 6 matches completed so far. 4 of them were very, very good to watch. The 5th one, though, was the best. That went to overtime. This is how the results have gone so far. Hoop Factory Blues versus CBA, who are on the court right now getting ready to play in their final game of the tournament. 56-41, they won that game. Then Purple Power got over Blue Maho 31-29. Phase 1 Academy 48-45 winners against Camperdown Giants. And then in the afternoon session, Hoop Factory Blues, they returned to the court to get 36-30, a win for them against Purple Power. 51-45, the only game to go to overtime so far. Camperdown Giants again walking away as winners against Blue Maho. And now we have one more game. Caribbean Basketball Academy against Phase 1 Academy, a repeat of last year's final. So this is how the standings will look. 2 teams confirming their spots already. Camperdown Giants, Hoop Factory Blues as well. Purple Power now, they have to sit and wait. Blue Maho, they have 6. They occupy the 4th spot right now, but one of these teams, a win for them, would certainly displace Blue Maho. They have 5. Caribbean Basketball Academy, Phase 1 Academy. Whoever wins goes through. It's that simple. Yeah, so we're moments away from tip-off here in this one. Looking at that table, Courtney.
The audience has been loving it, and it's certainly basketball at its finest, that you can say, especially for these 19 to 22, 21, 19 to 20.
Yeah.
Under 19 to 20-year-olds that are showcasing their talent for us here at the Jamaica Basketball Showcase. This game is the repeat of the finals last year. And right now, both teams are looking for a significant effort from their star players, because they both are desperate to have the win to be able to play tomorrow.
Well, if you look at the table now, as we just did, it's really tough on Blue Maho because they are out, basically.
Unfortunately for them, after such a valiant effort that they put up in the last game.
But who takes it between these 2 teams?
This one is tough to call. If we get the type of CBA team that came out this morning and actually put up the most numbers for any team that has won, albeit 56, but that's the most any team has scored. But they did it in fine style by running away with the first quarter, maintaining some balance in the second, lost a little step, but then came back strong and finished in the 4th quarter. So if they can continue that type of momentum, we'll certainly see a game that's very difficult now for an already proven, well-established Phase 1 team.
Yeah, so Caribbean Basketball Academy, they go up against Phase 1 Academy, a clash of the academies, a repeat of last year's final here at the UTech Auditorium. And then these are the starting lineups. Let's start with Caribbean Basketball Academy. Lewinson LeBron, he's in the point guard position, along with Gavin Austin at the shooting guard position. Jaden Brown, Joel Ricketts, the 2 forwards, and Jahidi Campbell, the number 12. He's in the center. Phase 1 Academy, Leonardo Mason comes in as a starter. Jaquan Dennis, the 2 guards, the other guard alongside him. Third John Royal and Romario Millis. Those are the 2 forwards, and Malik Edwards stays in the center.
And as you mentioned, Romario Millis, right now I'm sure he's missing his older, well, is he his older brother?
His older brother.
Yeah, his older brother, Dante. But we understand exactly what happened there, and that's the reason why they're in the position that they're right now.
Yeah, they had 2 wins yesterday, a 3rd today, pretty much confirming that they would have been at the top of the table, the number 1 seed in this tournament. But after some deliberation, after the expulsion of Dante Millis, they're right back at square one, and now they have to fight to get into the final.
Semifinal. And in casual discussions, the teams with persons who've been watching the game, if this phase one team is able to bounce through and even make it to the finals, would they not have clarified themselves as a dominant team?
Obviously, they would have been the best team.
The best team.
There's nothing to state otherwise. If they come from this position and lift the trophy, then by far, best team.
Well, I wasn't even considering lifting the trophy yet. I'm just saying making it to the finals.
Well, I wouldn't consider them the best if they lose.
Well, not if they lose, but
the best team
certainly
wins.
winning this game is certainly very important for both teams.
Well, Mason almost lost the handle there. Ran past that one. Here's Dennis. Pass back to Mason, and he's taken. Oh. He's okay. Seems to be okay. Back up in a jiffy. 8 minutes per quarter. 4 quarters, 2 halves.
And I believe it's running time, yes?
Yeah.
So fouls and plays like that won't stop the clock. The clock keeps running.
Right. Maybe things will be a little different for the knockout phase.
Possibly. But Mason makes the first.
CBA now with the ball. First possession for them of the game. Missing both free throws. The shot comes in and it's good.
Brown continues his hot shooting. He had some good shots today in their earlier game. And he continues. CBA seems to be right where they need to be. Focused and ready.
Look from Dennis. Dennis looks to respond. He's not able to. Brown comes down with the board. Gives it to Campbell. Campbell, he was on fire this morning. Missing his first shot. Here's the younger Millis. Mario, the only Millis in this tournament now. Mason now has the ball. Royals pushed.
Brown gave him nowhere to go. Showing some good footwork there was Royal.
A little tussle there between Austin and Royal.
It's hardly a tussle. Ooh.
Austin was brought down. I think he was hoping to get something there. LeBron Lewinson to Brown. Brown goes to the basket. Misses. Gets back the rebound. Scampers through. Austin allowing him to go and do what he does freely. And misses that one. Oh.
He knows. A little bit off. It happens. You won't be doing too many of those, I'm sure.
Positive. Royal now on the ball with Dennis into the paint, and Edwards converts. Brown from downtown sinks it.
Continuing his shooting ways.
That's where he's most comfortable, obviously.
And what he's doing now, he's giving phase one something to think about. If he continues to make those shots and continues to keep that stroke, they're going to have to defend it. And when they do, that leaves the lane open for players like Austin and Lewinson to get inside. That young man there is not shy about taking it strong to the hoop.
Well, he has Austin guarding him.
To be fair, he does it against everybody.
Yeah.
Austin just happened to be there this time.
But Austin is a very good defender.
He might give the championship of heart.
Yeah.
One of the smallest players in the entire competition. and also one of the most actively strong players, no matter what.
On both ends of the court.
Taking contact, issuing contact too.
Brown gives it back to Austin, who finds LeBron Lewison, who's been shooting pretty good, and this one again. But they continue to follow up Lewison on that occasion. Brown picks it. Looking for a pass. Decides to take it himself. Looks up, can't get the handle. Is taken away from him. Dennis on the ball, and he can't miss that one.
I laugh because I know what almost happened. I would have loved to seen you recover from that one.
Brown puts it up. Campbell gets the rebound. Can't put it back up there. Brown instead into traffic. Kicks it out to Austin. Austin off the back and out. He goes through traffic. Can't get it to fall. Now we go to the other end. Royal behind the back. Passes it out to Dennis. Dennis way off on that occasion with the shot. Now Brown walks it up court.
Feeling a little bit in control, our CBA right now.
Now they're up 3 points.
Not a big lead, but the intention and attitude is in their favor.
Brown again. Missing. That one is short this time. And they get it back.
Referee right on spot to make that call.
He was almost persuaded. Brown finding space and lays it in off the glass.
That combination of Campbell to Brown is always going to work because those are two big men and they know how to finish and they know how to pass.
Brown comes up with a steal. He'll go all the way. He's fouled, but no, it's not called. And there's Superman. Hulk. 13-6 now. 7-point lead.
And they're settling for too many of those. Those are the shots that Phase One has been taking for the last 4 possessions. They haven't fallen. They're not getting into any kind of rhythm. This is not going to run good, especially for a CBA team that's where they are right now.
And they're confident in their shooting, in their offense. Brown, this man has been extremely good so far. Through traffic, when you're hot, and a little flex of the muscles.
That's right, Mr. Brown.
I'm the man.
Guess he's letting him know the sheriff is in town.
Yeah.
And his name? Mr. Brown. I did say I was going to stop, didn't I? So, Coach Smelly, a bit to talk about. And she's absolutely correct. Everything that they've been doing has been outside. I'm not sure what the hesitation is with them trying to be the big, bold players that they've always been so far since the start of the competition. They're now just settling for outside shots.
I wonder if she has a secret weapon in that backpack. I've not seen her take it off since the last game. So, well, my thing is though, let me ask you, Courtney, as the analyst here. You win your game in the morning session, you think that you're on your way to the semifinals, then halfway through the day you hear that you're not at the top of the table anymore, but you're 5th and you're fighting. Well, you're at the bottom and you're fighting.
Mentally it does have some effect, and a lot it can. It's now left to both the players for themselves and the coach to kind of give them the confidence and understanding that winning this game still keeps them in it.
Yeah.
So they have to understand the importance and the need to be playing their best basketball, because this might be their final. This game should be their final mentally, because this is going to determine whether they go home or go forward. So as I said, it's really up to the coach to kind of help cement that intention in their mind and get them psyched up to play in that way.
A heave to Dennis, not successful.
But that plays like that show some kind of feeling of desperation.
Yeah.
There is that feeling of, I need to do something quick, rather than focused, let's just do the methodical, what works for us, this is what we do, this is who we are. So it's up to Coach Smelly to kind of help work with the psyche of these players and get them to where they need to be.
The shot is off, but doesn't fall. Stewart with the attempt. But that's how the first quarter will end. Of course, a 7-point lead, Caribbean Basketball Academy. They walk away with it at the end of this first quarter. Coach Barker may be a little bit happy to, a little bit satisfied up to this point. Of course, he knows though that the game is still young.
He knows, and he really wants to win. He absolutely wants to win. I had a brief run-in with him earlier. He wants to win.
Yeah, so there you have it, 13-6 at the end of the first quarter. When we come back the second quarter, and hopefully we can find out what's in that bag of Coach Smelly's. Second quarter time now. 13-6 the score in favor of the men with the ball, Caribbean Basketball Academy. An interesting outfit they have on, the alley-oop not successful. That is a nice outfit. If I was playing, I'd be distracted by the pattern.
The pattern, the print. Almost looks like, I was trying to decide if it's snake skin or camouflage.
Yeah, so it's a snake.
It looks snake skin, yeah. We just got confirmation.
Yeah. You know, I'll be trying to figure out what is that. So,
confirmation from our production team. The designer has confirmed, yes, it is a snakeskin design for them. As well, Murray,
he was doing the slithering.
He snaked around, I was about to say.
Yeah.
He just snaked around and got those two.
I like the concept though. Then the blue,
yeah,
around the strip, around the arms and neck.
Well, if there's a best design or best outfit,
yeah, they certainly would.
Certainly go to them.
Purple Power will come pretty close.
Yeah, yeah. Especially because they have the flip shirt as well.
There you go.
Oh,
that's a good
all
finish.
Alone. Joel Ricketts, who was tearing up the court this morning as well. So they seem to be getting energy and points from everywhere on the floor. All players are in the mindset of scoring.
LeBron Lewinson, we haven't seen much of him in the shooting end. Campbell though spins and finishes.
Has come today to play.
The Angel Reese celebration, I'm not sure if you saw it.
I saw. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it.
So not only is she having an impact on NCAA women's basketball, but now she's back in youth basketball as well. Kudos to Angel Reese.
Kudos, indeed.
I hope she gets this tape. We should post that one.
Yeah, we should.
Campbell with the ball, kicks it out to Brown. Brown trying to call for the pick. It's no good. You get around it easily, and then Lewis comes down with the board.
It was a slight tip of that one.
Thinking of the shot. Sides against it. Dennis goes through. Does Royal and finishes.
Now, realistically, they could not stop that. And that's the kind of fundamental basketball they need to get back to and stop the outside shots that they were doing earlier, which is what Coach Smelly told them, and they seem to be listening right now.
Royal gives it up to Millis. Millis has Mason on the other side. Calls for it, doesn't get it. Now he gets it. He shoots from the corner and sinks.
Beautiful. Just like that, 4 points down.
Almost halfway through the second quarter.
And we see the difference in the approach that Coach Barker is taking. He's letting his players play more.
Yeah.
The first quarter was ran by 5. The starting 5 ran the entire first quarter. The only substitution he made, or the substitutions that he ended up making, would have been only after the first quarter, and they're now in this quarter, and he's allowing this team to do what they're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, going hard for it. One lone CBA player in the form of Campbell against 2 Phase 1 players. Ball eventually tipped out of bounds, goes back to Phase 1. To CBA, I beg your pardon. Turn around.
Yeah.
Come on.
Eventually, Ricketts.
Turn around.
Eventually.
Back to a 6-point lead. Oh, come on. Royal is there. Royal has Austin on him, and he did not give him the ball down low. What did he not see? Those are the mismatches you take control, you take advantage of.
Ricketts trying to get, and he gets one.
Goodness. Yeah, I'd protest too, Murray. I would protest too.
I didn't see any movement from him. I didn't see any hands were straight up.
Everything was straight up. I would protest too. I'd love to see that one again.
Here it is.
Where is the...
Oh, probably right. No. Yeah. No. The left hand. The left hand. No, I'd love to see that again.
Which one of the calls is he calling?
Probably the first one. The first one, definitely.
But then that would be an extremely late whistle. With the whistle coming then, I would be arguing too.
Probably he wanted to call the first one.
But what?
And then that happened again.
Look,
this is the foul before.
Foul.
Yeah, that's the foul there.
Still playing. Now, that's not a foul.
Definitely not. So that is a better angle.
So if you're calling the first foul, but that call came way late. That's enough to frustrate any player. I would be upset as a player out there.
6 points separating these two teams. Caribbean Basketball Academy, they have 21, Phase 1. They have 15. Also an academy, Phase 1.
The battle of the academies.
Yeah. A repeat of last year's final.
Right now, all the marbles on the line for Phase 1 Academy.
Sinks that one. Does Ricketts. Edwards with the ball in hand. Trying to slow down the game a little bit now is Phase 1. Royal is double teamed. Millis with the shot. The board is taken down by Ricketts. Brown to Campbell. Back to Brown. He has an open look. Settles, shoots, scores.
All right, Mr. Brown.
10 points now the lead goes up to for the first time in this game.
Answer.
Royal immediately responding. Dennis with the shot.
And that's what they need to do. They need to stay close, inch away at it, and then eventually try to make a run.
Brown tries to get inside. He puts it up. That one is long. Dennis crossing and moving past Austin. That one falls.
Just a little bit late. That pass could have come a little bit earlier so that Royal could have gathered himself some more, but we'll give him props for making the finish.
Yeah, and all by himself in there, but he misses. Good effort there from Edwards. Millis to Edwards. He puts up the shot. No good, and they lose it.
Not the shot you want, big man. You had way more opportunity to do something a little more effective than that. If you don't have that kind of shot normally, that's not the shot you want to be taking. The double team comes, you got to step to it. Royal is going to draw a double team. Coach Barker is looking out for that. So anytime Royal gets the ball down low, he's going to get double teamed.
Yeah.
Once the double team comes, the other players have to step up to allow for the pass to come from Royal. He will make it.
The crowd all into this game. Final minute of the half. Royal finds a pass to Dennis and he converts.
Simple. Nice. I understand you want to make an exclamation. The exclamation point would have been nice on that. Didn't quite fall for him though. Millis.
3 points. No basket. Royal was hit on his way. Well, he looks to be in some pain.
Not the player you want to get hurt.
Where was he hit? I hope it's not where no man hopes to be hit. But he's up a couple squinches and now walks away like, another day at the office.
Certainly.
Timeout is called. Referee just checking to make sure he's okay. He nods in agreement and saying, yeah, I'm fine.
But he's not happy right now. He's angry.
He's not having the dominant game that he's been having in previous games.
And that's part of the reason why he's not so happy right now. But I know the type of player he is should get it back together anytime soon.
25-22, 3-point lead in favor of Caribbean Basketball Academy over Phase 1 Academy. 9 seconds left in this quarter, in the half.
There's another look at Royal. Lot riding on his shoulders. I'm not sure how Coach Barker expects this to work out, to have Austin directly marking Royal. So the plan, it seems, is to man up against Royal with Austin. That slows down Royal's game, frustrates him a bit, but that also could work against the CBA because that now pulls your best player with a whole lot of energy guarding their best player out of the fray. And he's also one of your better defenders is Austin. So then what happens, there are more opportunities once Royal gets the double team or the defense collapses on him. He has opportunities to pass with other players, and the other players are scorers too.
Wow. Well, they have a lot to talk about, Courtney, obviously, and then they can do that during this halftime break. We take a break ourselves, so when we come back, we'll have action from the second half, well, highlights of the first half. 25-22 at halftime. Caribbean Basketball Academy with the lead over Phase 1 Academy. Let's take a look at the highlights of the first half. It was a display of shooting for about 3 minutes. And we saw it all got started with this one. Brown knocking down the three, getting the buckets on the way. Then he went down the other way. And Edwards had the response, but Brown felt the spirit of the threes coming in. Reggie Miller probably was in that spirit there.
Indeed.
LeBron Lewinson knocking down one of his own. Brown again, though, he was the main man in this first half for CBA. There he is again with the steal. Gets the finish. And that was a tough finish, and the flexing the muscles there. Out mode. There were a couple good moments too, like that one for Phase 1 Academy.
Murray with that one.
He was able to convert the 3-point. And CBA though continued. At the end of the first quarter, they have a lead of 13-6 in CBA, but they came back out Phase 1 and ran at them completely, but they could not stop these men. That foul was a little bit questionable. But Brown didn't care. He continued what he was doing. Dennis coming up with a three of his own, and that was where the display of shooting ended. So the scoreline very close. Coach Smelly there, she looks concerned. You could see the dolphins going around in her head. She's pensive. And I'll tell you, we'll see what she comes up with after this break for the second half. Getting ready for the start of the third quarter, the start of the second half. Caribbean Basketball Academy, they have a 25-22 lead over Phase 1 Academy. We are live at the Alfred Sangster Auditorium here at the University of Technology. This is the penultimate game, well, the final game for day one, day two.
Day two.
Yeah, so we had two.
Yeah.
Now we're down to Final game.
1 at the end of 2. I'm still trying to see those dolphins you were talking about. Coach Smelly. Maybe she has something in her bag that's attracting them.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out what's in there. What secret weapon is in that bag? She has not taken it off.
She has not.
Since the last game.
I think I've seen her without it once during the interview.
Yeah. And even then, she didn't want to take it off. Let's find out. She'd make a good soldier, I know that for sure, though.
Oh, definitely. Always has her gear.
Yeah. I wonder if she was in the military or has some military experience. You never know.
Oh,
looking for a pass.
Goodness.
Was a good intention, though. He saw the play. Dennis and Millis having a laugh about it because they knew what they were thinking.
Saw it late, but it was already committed.
Yeah.
They got bailed out, though.
Royal right in front, and he sinks it. So the lead now just 1. This is the start of the 3rd quarter. Austin, I feel like we haven't seen him on the ball for quite some time.
No, because his assignment has been to mark Royal.
That one is in and out. Brown and Edwards tussling for it. Let's see who gets it. Edwards. The look on his face says it all.
Yes, it does. Well, that's part of the suffering for possession when it goes the other way.
Yeah, she's intent.
Yep. Definitely a fan. I'm not sure who she's supporting. And you see,
the only one standing.
Yeah.
Royal loses the dribble. LeBron on the fast break. Can't finish that one, but Campbell is there to pick up.
Campbell can't finish either. Royal gets it and is hit in the face.
That was tough. And immediately Lewinson heads over there and makes sure he's all right because he knows that was a very hard.
And it was accidental, but it was quite painful.
Very hard collision. Let's look at it again.
There it is.
Both men going for the
Right
ball. There. And he's okay, though. Again,
tough kid.
Royal, another day at the office.
Oh, I just got hit in the face. Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I'll be fine. Shot comes in. No good. Saved, but Brown picks up. Brown all trying to get out of traffic. They're double teaming him. LeBron to the hole. Should get to here. He does.
And there you see Edwards now complaining that his teammate didn't come over and close the door for him.
Yeah.
Because he's obviously not quick enough to slide with Lewinson.
Lewinson just dodging Royal there before heading up court. Brown through the lane.
Oh,
turns
nice
back.
turn. Lost his footing a little bit, but still a good effort to get it up there. Dennis misses.
Austin takes the charge, but nothing given there. Royal there to clean up the mess. Mops it up. Brown now with the ball. Gives it off to Austin. Austin in. Out to LeBron. He did not feel that one at all. And the moment that left, he said, ah!
Yeah, it's one of those moments you want to try to get that back.
Yeah. Left his palms a little early. Trying to swat that one away. They come back with it. Good hustle for the ball. Brown comes away. 3 on 4.
And
he's fouled. So he'll go to the line, has an opportunity now to raise this lead to 3. Whoops.
Not the kind of camera shot you want to be caught in. Digging for gold. I'm sorry. Give it up to the cameraman.
Yeah.
He caught it then. Brown with an opportunity to push it to 2-point lead, and does. Option for one more.
Brown, he's having a game, but misses that time. Tries to get it back, doesn't do well enough in the hustle, but he gets it back somehow.
What you definitely don't want to do is foul, but the 3-second call came in time. Luckily. Oh, there she is. She's finished now. Someone get her some tissue. Royal feeling a little dejected at that shot. And the fact that there was nobody else even near the boards to assist with that.
Yeah, so eventually Joel Ricketts gets it in. 2 points. The crowd enjoying that one. Dennis on the ball, trying to get it up. That was a good effort. And he
that was a solo
away.
effort, but it's highlighting the fact that the Phase 1 team is now walking. The shoulders are dropped. The energy isn't there where they need it to be. And Coach Smelly isn't liking it at all.
Not at all. I wouldn't like it either if I was in her position.
I like the way she gets angry, though. She gets angry without that loud stuff.
Yeah.
She just has those looks, those eyes. You know those Caribbean mothers where...
I was just going to say that.
Yo.
She has that motherly instinct.
Yup.
That motherly look.
When your mother look on you a certain way, you know what time it is. Right? And you know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, and you don't want that to happen next.
Definitely not. Coach Barker, on the other hand, okay with his team, okay with what has been working for them so far, which is Brown doing some serious damage all day, though.
Yeah.
All day.
He's been on fire.
And the energy filters through to the rest of the team because they're stepping up in their roles and doing what they need to do as well, especially players like Ricketts, who was also great this morning, I must add.
And they've taken a lot of pressure off Austin.
Yes.
He can now concentrate on his defensive work.
Which is what he's been assigned to in the form of Royal.
So if he had to double up and score, get back, and then had to defend a player like Royal, probably could have tired him out very quickly. And
it would have
not get
tired
the
him
best
out
of
quickly. But who has been silent, though, is LeBron.
There's Brown again. What a game he's having.
So Coach Smelly is certainly going to have to talk about that.
So there's Melis there looking for a pass, finds one. Back to him, and he
nice
is able to get it with a goal. Stewart is fouled, well, the foul against Stewart.
Or is it Campbell? It's the number 12.
Oh yeah, Campbell. Stewart to Campbell, and he sends it.
A nice floater there from Campbell. And as we said, he came today. He brought his basketball game today. Well, I guess that's why he's on Mike's team. One of Mike's players. Dribbled himself into some trouble there, but got bailed out. Oh. We knew that would happen. Ran outside, couldn't corral it, get it back in.
Yeah, she's coaching.
Yeah, but who is she coaching? Got to find out who her team is. Royal jumped a little bit early, but managed to get a finger to it. Couldn't quite get it back. So Coach Smelly's going to have a lot to talk about, especially at the end of this quarter. This is the third quarter. This is where things happen. Things can run away, and that's what it feels like right now with this 8-point lead now for CBA. Wild shots not going in. No collapsing on the rebounds, not getting them, but managed to come up with a steal there.
Dennis losing his footing. Royal there to offer some assistance. Brown kicks it out. Stewart collects, and now he's on his way. That one doesn't count. So at the end of the third, Caribbean Basketball Academy steering a semifinal spot in the face. One eye, one hand on it. Between them, though, Phase 1 Academy and 8 minutes. Those 8 minutes we'll have in a return. Almost time for the fourth quarter now, and this the final game of day 2. Scoreline 36-28 in favor of Caribbean Basketball Academy in the white. And black, I guess we can add the black in there. Phase 1 Academy, though, last year's champions, they need to channel that inner energy and try to get over this final hurdle. But
oh boy,
it's going to be hard for them with shots like that.
From Ricketts even. So Coach Smelly, during the break, trying to drown out the sound of the fat lady.
Lead now up to 10. LeBron with a kick out to Brown. Has a good look. That one is a goal for him. One of the rare misses we've seen in this game for Brown. Dennis tries to answer. He misses 2. Ricketts comes down with it. Brown with the ball in hand slows down the game a little bit. Remember, they don't have to rush. They have a 10-point lead.
They don't have to rush, yes. But on the other hand, neither do Phase 3 right now. They just need to settle and play their basketball.
So that backfired.
Nothing going their way right now, it would seem. But it can all turn around on a dime if they can just hold it together.
Yeah, Mason was trying to get the ball there off Campbell, and then they roll back on him. How unlucky could you be?
Well, certainly his scream of agony told you.
Here's Royal with a shot. He's not having a good shooting night at all.
No, and this is something that happened in the first game for them. That is Phase 1. They started off with the errant shots, 3-point shots for no reason. And then they settled down and started to score on the inside.
Well, the winner scoring that occasion, Royal again with a miss. $10 points separating these two. Stewart could make it 12. He doesn't. And they keep possession though, bailed out.
Not doing a good job of hanging on to the ball in the anxiety of trying to grab it and start to move. Grab it, secure it first, then you decide and make your move.
Brown has the ball in his hands. Something happens every time he gets the ball in his hands. Can call him Midas. Well, it may not all turn to goal, but it certainly makes something happen. Turns to something.
Something it will be.
Brown again with the ball in his hands. Takes the shot.
Oh my goodness.
Midas. Probably now we can call him Midas.
We can call him. Yes, indeed. This is reminiscent of the type of night.
He has 19 points now. Tussle for the ball, but I think CBA will get it back.
Edwards holding his head. Seemed to have gotten hit, but it is phase 1 ball.
Yeah. Timeout called by CBA. Surprisingly.
Not necessarily smart call. Slow down the potential for anything. Give your players a chance to get back in it. Could be counterproductive though, because it gives Coach Smelly an opportunity to take that magic potion out of her knapsack.
Yeah.
And share it with the team, see if they can fire them up.
Yeah, that bag is stuck to her. And I think she's wearing a fanny pack as well.
So it's a fanny pack with the backpack?
Yeah, seems that way.
So she's like Dora with a fanny pack? I'm sorry,
We're
Coach
too,
Smelly, nothing but love. Sometimes I can't help myself.
Yeah, I think I will ask her post game what's in the back.
Okay, just don't tell her I called her Dora.
No, you're fine.
Brown is having a Steph Curry kind of night.
Yeah. Hot from everywhere. Millis gets 1 at the line to go with the 2.
They'll be happy for that. And if he makes it, they'll be even happier.
Yeah.
This is go time. They need to pull out all the little stops. They need to work a little harder on defense. So they need to stop them from scoring, and they need to make points. They are coming from behind.
That one missed by Millis.
That's not a foul.
Trips.
That's not a foul.
What did he trip on?
He tripped on Millis's foot. But it's not a foul. It shouldn't be a foul.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
How do you call it a foul, though?
Yeah, I mean, anyways, we're up here. That's why. I guess there's a reason for that. That one missed. Royal.
You can see the urgency on Royal, but he loses the handle on it.
Ricketts. LeBron by himself doesn't take the shot. Instead, he gets it inside to Campbell. Campbell misses. Falls right to Millis's hands.
Would have been sweet if it dropped, but I think Millis could have made just 2 points off of that.
Dennis with a long 3. Ambitious, really.
Someone moved the rim.
Yeah, we need to find out who she's supporting.
Well, based on her last comment, which said airball nah play, I'm thinking she's a CBA fan. That's my thought that she is.
Brown with the ball in his hands, driving, kicks it out. Stewart back to Brown. He has a steady look. You can't leave him by himself. He misses. Really.
I guess thankfully for phase one right there.
Another close call.
Can I not comment on that one?
Yes, you're free. Well, that one is 50-50.
Definitely. Nonetheless, the referees have been doing a great job, keeping everything under control. As much as they appreciate the foul, I'm sure they would have liked the continuation a little bit more.
Yeah. Phase one gets possession, Mason with the ball in his hands, finds one. Pass. Drives it to the lane. Again, LeBron Lewinson taking a tumble.
But what's the call? It goes against Lewinson.
Royal on the ball. 3 minutes and some to play. They're up 11, Caribbean Basketball Academy, and defending now for their lives. It's simple, they win, they go to the semis. LeBron with a good pass to Brown, and Brown is not going to miss that. Not with the night that he's having. Not with the night that he is having. And the crowd is just as pumped up as he is. 13 now, the lead.
Oh,
cuts it back down to 11.
Got that one to go. Still got some basketball time left, but
there's Lewinson.
It's a mammoth effort that they need to put out there now.
To Brown.
Back in their usual man-to-man defense.
There's Brown. Misses that one, airballs that one. I think he goes down now. He has some cramp, I think.
A whole lot of things happened there just now. We could talk about this for the whole night, but
yeah, well,
we're just concerned that Brown is okay.
When Brown did score that last bucket, that last layup, he did clutch his left leg, ran back down court, came back up, and I think that's what made him miss that shot, or airball that shot, or he used it as an excuse.
Possibly. Take a breather.
Here's that play now. Lewinson seeing Brown early there. He scores, and if you look at him closely, there's where he clutches that left hamstring.
It looks like a cramp.
Yeah. And then you can follow it up or bleed that after missing the three.
Yeah. Coach Barker with tense moment now.
Yeah. Well, they're asking him if he wants to come off, the medical staff, but he says
he sent back the chair.
I just want some water and I'm good.
He sent back the chair because he's not going to let it go. That's the trooper that he is.
He wants to see his team over these next 2 minutes. No, they're saying that he has to come off, but he doesn't want to. He's not leaving this game.
Lots of things at play. Does he push it? Go back, out, risk further injury or a larger injury,
and then can't play tomorrow. So
today we heard some of the coaches telling their players, trust your players, trust your players. So at this point, It's a big ask of Brown, who has been carrying the team literally, to step out now and trust his players. Campbell has been doing fairly well, as too has Ricketts. So I believe he has enough out there that he can say, all right, take it home for me if I can't come back, or just hold it till I get back out here.
Well, they have 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, and an 11-point lead, but that's still a lot of basketball to play. Stewart pulls it down. It's given to Campbell. Campbell can't find the pass, can't thread the needle. Dennis on the other end. Mason with a shot. Misses. Millis comes down with the rebound. Given the bucket.
Opportunity for a three-point play, which they desperately need right now.
So now Coach Smelly might be smiling a little bit.
Really?
I mean, Brown is not there.
Brown not being there means you still have to score.
She wouldn't be happy about that.
And they get the possession.
So 1:41 on the clock.
11-point difference. Sorry, my math was off. 9-point difference.
Royal misses. He's having an off night.
Yeah, and this is a difference to him earlier in the early parts of the season. He made more free throws than this, but the game before showed us that free throws are significant.
Yeah.
Both games went down in free throws.
Stewart on the ball, tries to get past Royal, who's tiring now. The replacement for Brown, Barnaby, not able to produce.
Oh.
Stewart picks it up, goes all the way, misses. I think they get it back.
Hard foul there on.
So 2 players are down now. One
Stewart
and Stewart clutching his face.
So Stewart clutching the face and Mason clutching his knee. There's a slap to the face.
Yeah.
And there's a drop on the knee.
Oh, they're both up.
Ooh.
Royal with the ball. Hands it off to Mason.
Whoa, Mason, what were you thinking?
Campbell. Referee says off Campbell.
But what was Mason thinking there? You couldn't have asked for it any easier.
He overran. I think he overran the hoop. They're giving him the benefit of the doubt.
You're giving him a lot.
That one goes in for Millis. So they're going to fight. And suddenly, without Brown, the momentum has shifted just a bit.
Another steal.
Less than a minute to play. Mason misses again, and the cleanup by Dennis. So this is a bad moment here for Mason. Your team has gotten the points, and you're complaining about the foul you didn't get.
Yeah.
Dennis now converts another, and now I'm sure that they have to call a timeout.
It will be a timeout. Coach Barker must bring his team back.
My gosh. So the difference of losing one man has shown yet again. And now we know for sure that she's supporting
a CBA fan.
CBA. Not impressed. The only woman on her feet, other than Coach Smelly, of course, in the auditorium.
Yeah, yeah.
And now things are very different in just 1 minute and 30 seconds.
The loss of Brown
immediately having an impact. Let's hear what Coach Smelly is saying.
We now get certain calls, but we have to just, we now get the call. And just play, guys, just play. That's what I'm asking you from before. Help each other. Push the ball. Now look, we're still down. 40 seconds. We need it. We don't need the foul. We have to secure the ball. Push the ball. Push the ball and take the ball to the basket. All right? See, me not talk to you.
And her instructions are on point to who her players are. That's what Royal is known for. That's what Dennis is known for.
And Millis.
And Millis. So she wants them to push. And that's the kind of play that you want, especially against a man defense. But now, will the tide change? Brown is back.
Yeah. And I'm sure he just decided to walk on, regardless of how he felt after seeing what happened there the minute that he was off.
And that's a psychological play as well, because even if he isn't 100%, just seeing him out there will put a little bit of fear in the other players, in the phase one players, that, you know, they have to respect the Brown. And they brought Austin back too.
And Smelly made a comment there. Coach Smelly made a comment about just playing.
Yeah.
You're not getting the calls, and that was what we were talking about just before the timeout, where Mason, your team has just scored, and you're really quarreling about a foul that you didn't get.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense at that point.
Oh, great
Dennis,
defense. Great defense.
And they're tussling. Who gets it here? That will be interesting to see. Brown brought down with Dennis.
The last possession went to phase one, so I believe this is now going to be CBA ball. But a great defensive effort there from Dennis.
Yeah, CBA. They get it. 20 seconds on the clock. 43-41, 2 points, 1 possession game. Are we going to see overtime again? LeBron Lewinson double teamed, trying to get it out. He does so. Gavin Austin gives it back to him. He's shut down. Now, can they convert this one? 7 seconds left. And he's fouled. They get the foul. And he'll go to the line and shoot 2. Royal, he's not having the best night, but he goes to the line now. This is absolutely crucial for him.
Absolutely. This is where the rubber absolutely meets the road. You have to make this happen now. Well, does he go for the shot? The shot miss and the tip in if he misses the first one.
So he certainly has to go for it now.
So now it has to be a tip in that he has to talk to his teammates about, and they have to get it up and in 2 seconds.
Can they do it? Here we go. And another foul is called, and
it's not a foul. They stepped in early. The violation. On the lane violation.
Oh my goodness. So this is all but over already now. Pretty sure on the inbound pass we'll hear the buzzer.
It would have to be something completely crazy to make that not happen.
And it's all over.
Oh no, that's not what you want to see. Sportsmanlike conduct right there. Tempers are flaring. Everybody's a lot emotional right now. We understand, and we, you know, but we definitely don't want to get into that kind of heated conversation.
Definitely. So Brown definitely the player of this game.
Player of the day, in fact.
21 points. Absolutely crucial. Guiding his team to the semifinals.
Certainly not what phase one came into this competition expecting. Certainly not what they would have liked after having gone through that ejection of Dante Millis. Yeah. And then having won your game without Dante, and then coming down to this. Certainly not the way they wanted this to go, but kudos to this CBA team who held it together. They got it together from this morning, held it together, and held on for this, what would be an impressive win. on the shoulders, the arms, the legs, the back of that man there.
Brown, what a day he's had. And it led to this. 2 points separating these two teams, 43-41 in favor of Caribbean Basketball Academy. What a way to close out the night. Excellently. We're not done just yet. We'll take a break now, come back, hear from the coaches, and look ahead to tomorrow's fixtures. End of the day. Second day of Jamaica Basketball Showcase, 43-41, a very close encounter. Caribbean Basketball Academy coming out on top over Phase 1 Academy. We say goodbye to one of these teams. You can guess who it is. Well, let's have a conversation now with Coach Smelly of Phase 1 Academy. Coach, so close, yet so far.
It's all a part of the game.
Yeah. When you look back at this tournament, how things have gone from both your team and other teams, what are some of the things that you can point out and say that are some good things, positive things coming out of this tournament?
Positive things, you never know who is going to win. And so for me, that's very good, you know, for everything that's going on here in the showcase.
Yeah.
Competition is good. Every single game, the boys come out and they play hard. Win, lose, or draw. It's always a good matchup.
Yeah, I need to ask you though, before you go, what is in the bag? The bag. What's in the bag?
What's in the bag?
Yeah.
Gears.
we haven't seen you take it off.
It's, extra gears, just in case any other player shows up, you know, because we've been on the numbers. We don't have a lot of players coming in, and so it's definitely, it has been a very, very challenging tournament, starting off with 5 and having those 5 players play all 4 games so far. So it was definitely, you know, a bit of fatigue kicking in and stuff like that. Mentally, they decided to start pushing a lot more in the latter part, and it was kind of too late. So
well, Coach,
it's all part of the game.
Tough luck to you. We say goodbye to you, but we'll see you. I'm sure we'll see you tomorrow taking in some of the action. But tough luck to your team again.
Take care. Thank you.
That was Coach Smelly there, Phase 1 Academy. And we have a chat now. We wait to have a chat with Coach Ludlow Barker, who's greeting one of his friends. Of course, lots of love here at the Alfred Sangster Auditorium, UTEC. Coach Barker, you came in today starting. You knew that you had to come here and win both games to get into the semifinals. Job well done.
Thank you, sir.
And you're into it now. You must be very, very happy about that.
Well, first, I want to say big ups to Phase 1 and Coach Smelly. Excellent job with what she had. Gave us the fight, gave the competition the kind of life it needed. I think this competition is something else. We took the hardest route to get here. I mean, as I told you, last night we were frank with each other. We really had some heart-to-heart talk, and we came out and hustled, did everything that we needed to do, because our director was first to get to the semifinals, and that's the first goal. We are there now, so we'll work from there.
Yeah, and exactly what will you be working on for the semifinals?
No, I can't really tell you that, because I know I'm not going to help my opponents against me in that way. But the thing is, it's really about effort and teamwork. And I think we did that today, and we're going to continue to build on that and keep going. I think we were in the finals last time, and think we want to get to the finals this time.
All right, Coach. Well, thank you so much.
Job
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so that was Coach Ludlow Barker there. His team is into the semi-finals. And just confirming 43-41 the scoreline. Caribbean Basketball Academy over their opponents. Phase 1 Academy versus Academy. A repeat of last year's final. Of course, that time it was different, a different scoreline. Phase 1 Academy came out on top, but Caribbean Basketball Academy getting their revenge. Let's take a look at some of the highlights, of course, of this encounter. Well, so this is exactly how things would have gone for Caribbean Basketball Academy. That man, Brown, number 10, very instrumental for them in this win. There were a couple of moments, of course, for the Phase 1 team that they would have hoped would have changed the direction of this game. It was a shooting fest in the first quarter, 13-6 CBA. They came away with the lead, slight lead, of course, in the first quarter. And then they took it into the second half, continued. There was more of a fight from Phase 1, but then when you have a player like Brown who came up with moments like these, exactly what can you do to stop him? The answer was nothing on this occasion. Phase 1, they had a few bright sparks, and that one fought back as valiantly as they could in the first half, 25-22 at the end of the half. They were able to get a couple points from Ricketts, the number 4 there, who scored that one, as you can see in the replay. But then it was all about this one. Of course, the man himself, Royal, had an off game, not able to come to the party, not able to come alive for this one. But Brown, what a game he had. 21 points, a game high, at least 4 threes he made in the first half. And then from there, it was all about a fight back, a muscling down to the dogs, down to the wire. And of course, 25-22 the first half ended. It was more of the same in the second half. There was a lot to shout about, a lot of highlight plays. LeBron Lewinson missing that on occasion, but Ricketts was there to clean up, missing the first time, but then the second time was able to convert. Brown again, there he was, making sure that he was able to get the points and move ahead. 36-28, they had a slight lead headed into the fourth quarter. There was more to shout about for Caribbean Basketball Academy. Lots for them to look up to. Brown again, another three-point shot, knocked down, waving to the crowd saying, I am the man. He certainly felt like the man on this night, but then Millis wanted to surge a comeback. Wasn't able to do that, he needed help. Brown, he scored this. This is at the point here when he went down, and then they were able to go on a slight run where Phase 1 Academy, when he went off the court for like a minute and a half, that minute and a half brought the game within 2. And this was very, very crucial here. Mason missing the putback by Dennis, good enough to bring them within 2. Dennis again was able to finish it, but in the end, 43-41 in favor of Caribbean Basketball Academy. So here are the results of day 2. 41-56, that's how the first game ended. Hoop Factory Blues coming out on the loser end against Caribbean Basketball Academy, who came on in this day needing 2 wins to get to the semifinals. Mission complete for them. 31-29 Purple Power over Blue Maho. Then 48-45 over Phase 1 Academy over Camperdown Giants, who are also into the semifinals. Hoop Factory Blues, Purple Power, 36-30. That was in favor of the Blues. Camperdown Giants then returned to the court to deliver 51-41-45 smacking of Blue Maho. And then this game, that was overtime. And then 43-41 CBA over Phase 1 Academy. That is how it ended. So yeah, that's it for day 2. We will come back, of course. The 4 semifinalists confirmed. Hoop Factory Blues, Phase 1 Academy, we have to say goodbye to them, the defending champions. There will be new champions this year. We'll have it all for you on day 3 when we come back on Saturday, 12:55 Jamaica time, 1:55 for the rest of the Caribbean. You don't want to miss it. This is where I say goodbye and see you tomorrow.